I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, March 30th, 2022. The time is 9:21 in the morning. The subject of this hearing is consideration of the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 23 and possibly the mayor's proposed changes to the fiscal year 22 budget for education agencies. And those education agencies include the State Board of Education, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the Public Charter School Board, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and the District of Columbia Public School System. And we will be hearing testimony from representatives of those agencies in that order. That is the subject of today's hearing. We had a hearing on the proposed budget for these agencies on Monday, which was limited to public witnesses, that is not the agency heads. And so today we're hearing from the agency heads. I expect that this will be pretty much an all-day hearing. So I'm going to dispense with any further opening statement. I believe one colleague is here, Councilmember Henderson, if you have an opening statement, and then we'll get to the State Board.
I don't, Mr. Chairman. We could just go ahead and get started.
Thank you. So the first agency we're going to hear from is the State Board of Education. And I believe Dr. Jessica Sutter, who is the president of the board, will be testifying. If she could be let in. I neglected to say that this hearing is being conducted live via the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. It is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. Dr. Sutter, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, and are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Henderson, other members of the council and staff, thank you so much for this hearing today to discuss the fiscal 2023 budget needs of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Jessica Sutter. I am the Ward 6 representative and president of the State Board of Education, and I am testifying today on behalf of the agency. Overall, the State Board is pleased with the mayor's proposal for our agency. We believe the submission, if adopted by the council, would provide the State Board with the minimum funding needed to continue our operations. However, there are still opportunities for council to provide additional funding to enhance the State Board's work and operations, particularly in terms of additional funding to enhance the State Board's, additional funding research capacity and full-time equivalents. We have provided details about these requests to the committee, and I'm happy to provide more information today, but I want to highlight two in particular. First, the State Board joins the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate in a request for funding to provide new or renovated office space designed for those offices and their purposes. Currently, the OMB and OSA are housed in a single suite in the Marion Barry building that was built out before the State Board was made independent in 2013. Putting it frankly, the current office is not conducive to their work and does not provide appropriate space for their work with district families. Appropriate space would provide privacy for families to share sensitive information, which happens often in conversations with the Ombudsman and Student Advocates offices. The Department of General Services informed us last week that there is no available space in any government building and recommended that we seek commercial space. DGS suggested an initial budget of $600,000 per year, rising 2 to 3% annually for the rent payment we would need. Second, the State Board is requesting 2 additional FTEs to enhance its work. 1 FTE would be devoted to the review and updating of education standards in DC, and the other would be devoted to community engagement work on behalf of the agency. As the Council is aware, the State Board is required by DC Official Code to submit a need for appropriations each year to the Mayor. That NFA is to be included in the Mayor's budget proposal, along with any recommendations she might make related to our request. The Mayor has a different understanding of the law, and therefore requires the State Board to participate in the regular budget process. But unlike dependent agencies, the State Board is not informed of what will be included in the Mayor's submission until it becomes public. We would request that the Committee of the Whole include language in the committee report or in the Budget Support Act clarifying the budget process for the State Board. We would also appreciate Council's consideration of adding the text of our proposed legislation, B24-355, the Statewide Data Warehouse Amendment Act, to the BSA. This legislation would empower the Office of the State Superintendent to collect and report annually more robust, consistent, and detailed information about the district's teacher workforce. The State Board has shown year after year that the district loses on average nearly a quarter of its teaching staff. We believe that with the additional data required in this bill, all LEAs and OSSI would be better equipped to attract and retain the best teaching workforce in the country. On Monday, March 28th, U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona called for states to consider establishing teaching as a registered apprenticeship, investing in teacher residency programs, expanding loan forgiveness, and service scholarship programs. The State Board is supportive of these ideas as part of the larger work we are doing to enhance the district's teacher workforce. The State Board recently sent a letter to Mayor Bowser and provided copies to members of the Council, laying out our hopes for the broader education budget for the district. We are disappointed that only a few of these priorities have received adequate funding. I've attached a copy of that letter to my testimony, but will offer a few highlights here. In 2021, OSSI developed a comprehensive literacy plan for 5 years, which is funded by a $16 million federal grant. To move the work of this literacy plan forward, the State Board requests that OSSI receive funding for letters training for all K-5 teachers, reading specialists, literacy coaches, special educators, teachers of multilingual learners, and administrators. Further, the State Board requests that the DC Reading Clinic programming at Dcps be fully funded to ensure that research-based structured literacy instruction is available to struggling readers, as well as apprenticeship opportunities are available for aspiring reading specialists. The district must ensure that it has adequate resources in place so there is at least one full-time reading specialist in every elementary school who is trained in the science of reading and able to administer screenings and interventions for students with reading disorders, in line with L23-919, the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act of 2020. The State Board also strongly urges Council to provide more funding for school-based supports, including funding for teacher retention and school staffing initiatives, hiring of more support staff like paraprofessionals, implementation of school-based mental health services, especially for our middle and high school students, community schools and outdoor education programs, more grants for adult education providers, and to provide translation and interpretation services, including translation of IEPs. This funding might come from providing an increase in the at-risk weight to 0.37 in the UPSFF, through funding agency-based initiatives at OSSI, DBH, DOES, or DOEE. In 2020, the OSA administered surveys and focus groups with students across 15 DCPS and 12 public charter schools to better understand student experiences traveling to and from school. The State Board has previously called on DME, OSSI, and DDOT to strengthen the safety and well-being of all students. The State Board calls for prioritizing funds and investments that ensure the hiring, training, and retention of safe passage personnel in safe passage priority areas, as well as other supports that ensure the safety of traveling students, like crossing guards and raised crosswalks, are in place across the district. To close, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Mayor for including 2 enhancement requests for the State Board in her budget. We hope Council will retain both enhancements. The first will provide needed funding for each elected state board representative to broaden their engagement with their communities for a total of $9,000. This could include printing costs, room fees, and other items at the discretion of each representative. We would appreciate this funding be made recurring rather than one time. The second exciting enhancement will provide $50,000 in funding for the state board to determine exactly what would be necessary for us to bring our meetings into communities. As council is aware, we are temporarily unable to have our meetings at the Marion Barry building because the old council chambers is being used by the mayor. Our plan is to use this funding to hire an expert to help us develop a plan for meetings that will include what equipment or technology would be needed, transportation suggestions, and how to ensure that meetings in the community comply with district record keeping and open meetings requirements. Mr. Chairman, the state board is a fairly small agency, but even with our limited budget and small staff, we've proven ourselves to be strong partners in advancing educational equity in the district. We look forward to continuing this work in fiscal year 2023. Before I close, I want to extend my appreciation to the state board staff, including the employees of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. They are incredibly hardworking. They are deeply dedicated to our mission. We would not be successful without them, and they have the state board's deepest gratitude. I'm now available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. When I called you, I neglected to also say that I was calling Serena Hayes and Dan Davis. So let me hear testimony from them and then we'll have questions. So Ms. Hayes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Serena Hayes, Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and to discuss our budget plans for fiscal year 2023. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education serves as a confidential, neutral, informal, and independent resource to help students and parents resolve concerns as they engage with public and public charter schools in the District of Columbia. Families and schools contact us looking for help regarding discipline, safety, special education, communication, and attendance concerns. We meet with families and schools to discuss their concerns, deliberate about why certain choices were made and whether they were correct, assess their impact on children, and provide information. Occasionally, we remind schools about legal requirements and explain the limitation of laws to families. Additionally, we coach parents and guardians to make informed decisions in the best interest of their children. This year, we've experienced a significant increase in cases compared to last school year. So far this school year, we've supported over 448 families. Many of our office's questions and concerns this school year involved special education related concerns, as well as safety and bullying concerns. The office has managed the increased call volume because we received additional funding for 2 assistant ombudsman positions, one from the council and the other from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. The new assistant ombudsman provided by the council receives complaints from all families, regardless of the subject matter. An ombudsman provided by OSSI exclusively handles special education concerns. Both determine the validity of complaints and resolve complaints either through dispute resolution or another informal measure. The additional staff members have allowed us to support the increased caseload. Finally, as we mentioned in our performance oversight hearing, the office is currently developing the DC Special Education Hub set to open this summer. The SPED Hub will be staffed with 4 full-time employees, 3 of whom will be hired in fiscal year 2022. We are grateful and elated to have the staff needed to continue supporting families. We're also thankful for the opportunity to expand our work within special education by creating resources that families have needed for a long time. As we celebrate the opportunities to continue serving families, we also recognize challenges with our existing office space. While much of the DC government has begun transitioning to consistently working in person, our office, as well as the Office of the Student Advocate, cannot transition to in-person operations. The suite that we occupy has 6 offices. One office was originally a closet that was converted into an office. However, between the Office of the Ombudsman, the Office of the Student Advocate, and now the SPED Hub, we'll have 15 full-time employees in FY23. Even if we shared offices, the space would be insufficient to house all staff. Therefore, we have begun working with the Department of General Services to obtain new office space. We were warned that the process would take 12 to 18 months. DGS also provided a cost estimate for a 10-year lease in the amount of $600,000 with 2 to 3% annual escalation over the lease term duration. Therefore, we respectfully ask council to fund the relocation of our offices in the FY23 budget. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Dan Davis.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, committee members, and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I serve as the Chief Student Advocate for the Office of the Student Advocate. Office supports and guides families with concerns to our public education system in the district. We are tasked daily with ensuring students and families have the tools and resources to advocate for the outcomes and changes they want in their public education. We work to help families in our public schools improve communication and move past unrealized expectations, focus on solutions centered on the best interests of the students. We know that families are experts on the needs of their own children, so we help families and schools by providing parent and family education, one-on-one coaching, resource supports, and trainings. As COVID continues to shift where and how families connect with education in the district, office has grown to meet the needs of families returning to the classroom. Request for Assistance Hotline, also known as our RFA line, last school year received 507 total unduplicated requests for assistance with families. This school year, our office has served more than 400 families, putting us on pace to exceed the number of requests received in any year since the launch of the office. The increase can be attributed to the expanded approach in which parents and families are able to connect with our office. Families can not only call us Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 on our hotline, but this school year, part of our website redesign, we offered an online portal for families to submit RFAs, which we reply to within 24 hours of the next business days. As we improve functionality, the office expanded staff capacity with an additional student advocate, bringing our total student staff count to 4 FTEs and 2 fellows. Our office expected demand for support from families to increase across the city this school year. We sought to reevaluate our internal processes, looking to gain efficiencies in how staff capacity is utilized. We rely on data from our RFA line to prioritize how we develop resources for families. For too long, we didn't have the tools needed to make our data evaluation process efficient. Staff would collect data in Excel, manually clean for errors cell by cell, then reformat for analysis all in Excel, which proved to be time and labor intensive. This school year, we were able to move to a quick-based platform that has allowed us to manage our data in a more succinct and efficient manner, allowing more staff time to be devoted to families. As we seek out more efficiencies in our internal functions, we again turn to how we manage and collect data and seek support to obtain a technology solution. Currently, we rely on 2 unconnected systems to manage caller intake data from district students and families. Calls to RFA line are answered on one system, and then the information collected and inputted into another. Office is aware that there is software that will allow our systems to speak with one another, reducing staff time on re-entering and eliminating missed or inaccurate data. As we search for ways to ensure our office is connected to students and families, a portion of our community continues to be underrepresented. Families who identify as Latinx represent slightly over 3% of the school system, but only 4% of the families who contact us with an RFA. While in the past we have ensured all our resources are translated into American Spanish and materials distributed in those communities, the translation service accounted for nearly 18% of programmatic spending. We also recognize that these voices are often left out of conversations and decision-making on education across the city. This school year, we added a bilingual staff and revamped our outreach efforts by partnering with community organizations and agencies with established relationships in those communities to begin focusing on solutions and support tied to those families' unique experiences and needs. In FY22, we pulled back on staff development opportunities, trimmed supply costs, and devoted more of our spending to increase pathways for families to access our services. A portion of our supply costs were redirected to building out a more secure database to house and track requests for assistance. We received funding to bring on a 4th FTE to expand the work of our office and ease demand on our existing staff. We are thankful for this addition. We are thankful this has allowed our team to give more intensive care to the families reaching out to us. However, the level of demand of our office is still putting a strain on our full-time team, even with the additional FTE. As more people continue to learn about our office and seek assistance, additional staff capacity is required. Our FY23 budget will allow us to fulfill our mission to guide and support students, families, and community members in navigating the public school system in DC, but it doesn't allow us to connect with all the students and families that could be accessing our service. We expect to see a continued increase in students and families seeking support and resources as we continue recovering from the pandemic. We will continue to work to fulfill our mission, but a lack of investment will result in less tools for families, limited supports for households with unique learners, and a reduced scope of engagement within targeted communities who need support the most to recover from the impact of the pandemic. The work of our office is made possible through the invaluable commitment of our now 4 FTEs and 2 part-time fellows. To meet the current demand of service, our staff often work beyond office hours, while our staff always find innovative ways to meet the demand of our city residents. Being able to add an additional full-time staff member would help us reach more families in need of support. Funding for FY23 will allow us to retain and incentivize staff who stay committed to supporting students and families during this pandemic with opportunities for merit increases. We hope that this budget will allow our office to grow and support more district residents by adding additional FTEs. We also hope that this budget will allow us to build in efficiencies in our data collection and management. As we grow to meet the needs of district families, our shared space with our sister office from the Ombudsman for Public Education is presenting unique demands on our workspace. Namely, we have outgrown our current seat and need support with DGS to secure that's accessible to students and families. Before I close, I want to thank the council for your continued support and encouragement of our office. If there's anyone in need of public education related assistance, they can contact our office by calling us at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you each of you for your testimonies. So I'm a little bit confused on the FTE situation. The budget book seems to indicate 0 FTEs. That's not correct. 31 FTEs. Dr. Sutter, are you asking for 2 FTEs in addition to what's in the budget?
We are.
Now I have a note here that they swapped funding for 2 FTEs from local revenue to district recovery, or to local revenue replacement. But you want 2 in addition to that.
So, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, those 2 are actually Office of the Ombudsman employees, and I'm happy to let Ms. Hayes speak on that. But those 31 FTEs you have are employees of the state board as well as both of our sister agencies.
Okay, the budget book says 18 FTEs for the state board, 7 for the ombudsman, and 6 for the student advocate.
Ms. Hayes and Mr. Davis, is that accurate?
So I have 7 FTEs. That is correct. With the Office of the Ombudsman, and there will be 4 additional FTEs with the Special Education Hub.
Mr. Davis, is that accurate?
That is correct. I currently have 4 FTEs and two part-time fellows, which are counted as FTEs in the count.
And Mr. Chairman, the FTE breakdown for the state board, 18 FTEs, 9 of those are elected members, 6 of those are staff, and 2 to 3 of those are fellows that are brought on as policy fellows, typically graduate students who work for us on a term limited basis.
Okay, and then you are asking for 2 additional.
2 additional staff. So that would bring the state board's total staff to 8.
And how many board members are there? 9.
9.
So 8 and 9 is 17. And the budget book says 18, and you want 2 more. So I'm getting, maybe it's too early in the morning for me.
So I'm going off the numbers that I have. I don't have the budget book in front of me. So I have 9 elected members plus, and I apologize, 7 staff. So we have our executive director plus 6 staff. So 9 and 7. And then we have 2 to 3 fellows each year. So I'm guessing that this is added up to 3 fellows. We're asking for 2 additional staff so that we can dedicate 1 staff member to focus on a statutory responsibility of the board, which is the updating of state standards. We've done the social studies standards work using our existing staff, but those staff members also work on our other committees. They also work on making sure our meetings run. They also work on making sure our phones are answered and our constituents are responded to. And then the second FTE we're asking for is to do the community outreach work of the board. So in ordinary times, and hopefully soon enough, we'll be getting back to our many engagements in the community. We have board members tabling at various different school fairs and events. We have staff members supporting elected members with our engagement in the community. Members themselves don't have staff, and we are not permitted to have constituent service funds. So all of the work that we do to engage our communities, we do, on our own, out of our own personal funds or our stipended funds at this point. So this additional staff member would be dedicated to the community engagement work of the board, including supporting members.
Which works out to $1,000 per member.
That's right. The enhancement the mayor put in will be $1,000 per member per year to be available for any sort of things we might want to do, making printed handouts to bring out to communities, renting room space to host events, providing refreshments at any ward-based events we might do.
Let me stick with FTE. So the ombudsman, according to the budget book, has 7, which is actually a reduction of 1. That's what the budget book says. Ms. Hayes, do you want to tell me what you have?
Sure, I have 7. I thought that the budget book said that I had 8 and then a -1, so a minus of 1 staff member for next year. But I have 7 currently, and I will have 7 next year. Well, currently I will have 7 next year.
And you're not asking for additional staff?
No.
Then it's the student advocate who wants more.
Yes.
And according to the budget book, you have 6.
So I have 4 full-time staff and 2 part-time fellows. Fellows are generally grad level interns.
And you want more than that?
I would like an additional student advocate, yes.
Okay, so we would have to, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but just so that I understand, we would have to identify funding for 2 additional FTEs for the board and 1 additional for the student advocate.
That's right.
The $50,000 for virtual meetings, you explained that in your testimony, Dr. Sutter. How'd you come up with 50,000?
I can defer to Mr. Hayward to get to the number, but I'll explain our intention is to have someone help us devise a process that we have as yet been unable to devise on our own to figure out how we can host meetings in community, knowing that there are lots of different moving parts. So, as we have talked about among members, I'll say, we said, well, why don't we go to one of the high schools? Surely we can host this meeting in a high school. They have auditoriums, they have stages, they have facilities for this kind of thing. Why not do that? And we run into all sorts of issues with open meetings, with recording, with being able to broadcast on District Knowledge Network. So my understanding here is that we need someone who is proficient in understanding all of the requirements of DC open meetings, various technical specifications, as well as sort of event hosting to help us devise this. Mr. Hayward, do you have more clarity on how we got to 50,000?
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. Mr. Chairman, I am John Paul Hayward, the Executive Director of the State Board of Education. The funding for that was largely based on our conversations with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, as well as our conversations with the Office of, I never remember their acronym, Office of Cable Television, Film, Movies, and Entertainment. That's what it is.
So me.
Yeah, exactly right. And we are lucky to have really great relationships with their office. They've been incredibly helpful throughout the pandemic, as well as prior to the pandemic, in making sure that we have the technology that we need, both at the Berry building, as well as in the 11th floor conference rooms, which is where we typically have done our working sessions. And so the council was able to provide us with additional funding in a previous fiscal year, I believe it's FY19, for upgrades to the office for the old council chambers. And so what we did is we took that experience and understanding of what that contracting process was like at DGS and tried our best to guesstimate a number that we thought was reasonable in terms of securing a contractor that would be able to help us identify exactly what the technology needs would be, as well as being able to purchase some of that technology.
Okay. Were there any enhancement requests? I think you referred to them as need for appropriations that were not fulfilled.
Yes. The State Board, Ombudsman, and Student Advocate submitted a list of enhancements, and I'm trying to get the full list. I believe there were 8 for the State Board, 1 for the agency as a whole, and then there was 1 for the Ombudsman and 1 for the Student Advocate.
So that's a total of 10 additional FTEs?
No, these are not all FTEs. These are additional programming requests or additional funding.
So 8 is the number of enhancement requests.
For the State Board, yes.
Okay. Can you provide us with copies of them? Absolutely. Okay. So that would be all of them, even the ones you got, if you could provide us with those so we can better understand. Mr. Hayward, how many vacancies are there right now between the 3 offices, the State Board, the Advocate, and the Ombudsman?
There are 0 vacancies in the State Board's office. I would defer to Serena and Dan to speak to their offices. I believe they are both in hiring process or have recently completed hiring process.
Ms. Hayes?
I don't have any vacancies in my office.
Mr. Davis?
I have 0 vacancy as well.
Okay. Mr. Hayworth, is there any salary lapse in the budget?
No.
My last question has to do with facilities. So I'm a little bit distressed with what I think you were saying, which is that you need more space and DGS has basically said tough, go out in the market and find something. Oh, and by the way, somebody else can come up with the money. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think that's a fair statement.
How much more space do you need? You're in space right now.
So here I'm going to defer to Serena and Dan to answer this question because this is primarily space for their offices.
Okay.
So how much space do we need? And Dan, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So DGS requested that we fill out essentially a spreadsheet to help determine how much space we actually needed. And I think the numbers came out to be something around 7,000 square feet for all 3 of our offices, including the special education hub. And when we consulted with DGS about that, they did explain that in order to post a bid for space, that generally we needed to post for at least 10,000 worth of square feet in order to for the cost benefit analysis to work. So I don't think that we actually need 10,000 square feet, but that is sort of the minimum in order to put something out for bid. But in either case, DGS did say that there was no space available in DC government owned property.
Is the 7,000 the total square feet for all 3 offices, or that's the additional?
That would be the total for all 3. So, and when you say additional, can you help me understand what you mean by that? Are you saying to use
you need some additional space?
Yes, I mean, we need a space that will house all of us. And so 7,000, I believe, is that number. I don't want you to quote me on that. I will pull the document and give you an exact number.
Okay, but just assuming that number is correct, or just working with that number. So 7,000 is what the State Board, the Advocate, the Ombudsman need total.
So that would be what the Office of the Student Advocate, the Office of the Ombudsman, and the Special Education Parent Resource Center would need. That does not include the State Board of Education.
Okay. And how much space do you have now?
Dan, also feel free to tell me if I'm wrong about this, but my estimate would be less than 600 square feet.
We're about 1,200 square feet.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I think our current office space is a little less than 1,200 square feet total.
I still didn't hear the number.
We're our current space is under 1,200 total square feet.
So you would need to go, that's a 500% increase from 1,200 to 7,000.
Yes, I mean, yes, happy to share a layout of the current space, but it is clear that the current space has not worked for a long time. That piece is not new, and we have done what we can to make do. Yeah, that's all I can say on that.
Mr. Chairman, we know you've been visiting school buildings recently. We would certainly welcome you to come and visit the office and agency spaces. You were going through the FTEs earlier. The Ombudsman and Student Advocate collectively have 13 employees in that under 1,200 square feet. And they're expected to have confidential conversations with families about difficulties they're experiencing with their relationships with schools and agencies. So when I think about the kinds of conversations I need to have confidentially, whether with mental health professionals or medical professionals or others that I want to consult with, I certainly don't want to be doing it while sitting on top of another person. So please come visit.
Well, I'm going to say something that's very, very snotty, and it's not shade on you guys, but I don't think you have HVAC problems or roof leaks. And so sorry, but your space is not as interesting. Now that just it was a little bit of a, as we say. Let me turn to my colleague, Council Member Henderson, if you have any questions.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, you didn't leave any questions on the table. So I'm good.
You have no questions. Okay. We may, if you want to give us additional on the space, I don't have an easy answer here. But it would be helpful for us to better understand or to fully understand. Thank you all very much. Let me just double check with staff before I excuse you. I do want to ask a clarification. For the Ombudsman, you have 7 FTEs. You're going to have this special ed hub, and that's another 4 FTEs? That's 7 plus 4, not 7 including 4.
7 plus 4.
Okay, and so when we're talking about, and the funding for the special education hub is coming through OSSI?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's not a dollar issue, but that is a space issue.
Correct.
When we say that there's 13 FTEs between the Ombudsman and the Advocate, that's not including the special ed hub.
No, that is including the special ed hub. So it says Office of the Student Advocate, Office of the Ombudsman, as well as Special Education Hub, all 3.
That would be 17 FTEs.
No, so in that number, in the number that the 15 number, that includes Office of the Ombudsman. You know what it does not include? It does not include Dan Davis's 2 fellows. Those positions are not included, the part-time positions, but the actual FTE count, the 15 includes Special Education Resource Center or SPED Hub, the Office of the Ombudsman, and the Office of the Student Advocate for actual FTEs.
Okay, I don't know where the number 15 comes from. There's, according to the budget book, there's 7 FTEs in the Ombudsman. We went over that earlier.
Yes.
6 FTEs in the Student Advocate. We went over that earlier. 7 and 6 is 13. And
I'm happy to explain it. So it's
and then
7. Yeah, I understand how you came up with the number according to the budget book. The number that I am coming up with is the 7 for the Office of the Student Ombudsman, actual FTEs, like who actually work 40 hours at minimum a week. The special education hub will have 4 FTEs who actually work 40 hours a week. That gets us to 11. And then the Office of the Student Advocate has 4 FTEs who actually work 40 hours a week. And that gets us to 15. Now, the Office of the Student Advocate also has 2 fellow positions that are part-time. I did not count those in the count in the FTE numbers that I provided. Does that make more sense?
I think so. I'm getting a thumbs up, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, each of you, for your testimony. So you all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the next agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to turn now to the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, and as we did with the performance oversight, we'll also have Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board. Give me a second to get myself together, and then I'll ask one of you to start. If you could maybe duke it out between you who goes first, but give me a minute and then I'll come back.
Mr. Chairman, is the Kenneth Owens not testifying from the State Athletic Association?
He's not testifying today.
Okay.
We will be getting his written testimony next week. I think there was a little bit of confusion on our end, and so he's not testifying today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for waiting. I think that took me 2 minutes. Sorry about that. Who's going first? Did you guys duke that out?
I'll defer to Executive Director Walker Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this year's budget hearing. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I'm excited that we are starting to see some signs of life as we knew it prior to March 2020. I'm also excited that we find ourselves in a position to make transformational investments in our schools. Over the past 2 years, schools have stepped up to meet our students' needs. Teachers have been working hard to accelerate learning. Parents and caretakers have helped their children log on to virtual classes while balancing their day jobs. And this year, students have returned to school buildings with joy on their faces, ready to learn. This budget is an important down payment on our children's future. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for her investments in our students, educators, and schools. The 5.87% increase in the funding formula, 36 million in recovery funds, 2.2% increase to the facilities allowance, and investments in mental health, school nursing, and crossing guards demonstrates her commitment to helping young people grow into a brighter and more equitable future. It is our belief that an excellent school is equitable. As I said earlier this month, DCPCSB took time over the last year to create a new strategic roadmap focused on equity. We have an opportunity before us to accelerate recovery and equitably fund our schools to ensure every child in DC has the resources they need to thrive. That means targeting funding and resources where they are most needed. Despite our city's best efforts, the pandemic has only exacerbated the pre-existing inequity between our city's richest and poorest residents. Years ago, we decided that some students needed more help than others, which is why we developed a weighted student funding formula. The formula was intended to equitably target funds to students based on grade level, socioeconomic, and other special needs. Though there have been periodic studies over the past decade, there has not been a comprehensive look at our education funding, including the weights for adult and special education, since 2013. While raising the base funding level is critical, necessary, and appreciated, putting more money into every school based on overall enrollment results in a stretching of finite resources. With that in mind, we believe it is time for a fresh and comprehensive look at the adequacy of education funding. Given what we all just experienced, a review and update is a chance to level set and assess what communities furthest from opportunity need right now. We cannot expect schools to be excellent if we do not properly equip them. One area that needs to be addressed is the funding for schools that serve our adult learners. These schools play a critical role in our education ecosystem. They educate parents, recent immigrants, and young adults looking to jumpstart their careers. Unfortunately, many of these students were most impacted by the pandemic from both an economic and health perspective. Many adult students are parents that needed to navigate childcare during virtual learning, which made it difficult for them to prioritize their own education. Others were excluded workers who did not qualify for stimulus checks or unemployment payments and had to work several jobs and risk their own health just to make ends meet. Given these challenges, we need to ensure adult students receive equitable funding in this budget. Many of the programs that adult schools offer set students up to enter high demand fields or become proficient in English. At a time when many adults are reevaluating their careers or rejoining the workforce, these services are crucial. But to sustainably provide programming and services at a high level, the schools need more investment. Adult schools face many of the same spending pressures that K-12 schools do, and underinvestment over the years has put them in the difficult position of having to pick and choose which spending pressures to address. Along with alternative schools, adult schools are not funded at the base level recommended in the adequacy study. In fact, they are funded at 0.11 below the recommended weight of the 2013 study. Adult schools were not eligible to receive the same amount of federal COVID recovery funds as our K-12 schools. They are also not eligible to receive the at-risk funding we support other schools with, despite educating students with similar needs. We ask that this council take a hard look at assisting these schools so they can continue and improve the level of education and service they provide to our community. Increasing the at-risk weight serves as another way to promote equity in the budget. In many ways, we expect our schools to confront the effects of poverty every day. As you know, the 2013 adequacy study called for the at-risk weight to be at 0.37. We now have gone almost a decade without fulfilling this need, all while the cost of living, goods, and services have increased. Worse yet, students who meet the definition of at-risk and their families have disproportionately felt the impacts of the pandemic and remote learning. Research shows that many young at-risk students are significantly further behind in reading than their pre-pandemic peers. Now is the time to equitably invest in these students by fully funding the at-risk weight to the need identified in 2013, and then setting a modern-day benchmark for 2022, schools can provide more of the academic and social emotional supports needed. If our city chooses not to conduct a new adequacy study, we should at least review the adult and at-risk weights. We cannot afford to shortchange these students at this critical juncture. Helping students recover from the pandemic is going to take more than directly investing in schools. We need bold investments across the board in youth-centered services. Students need supports and resources while they are in the classroom during school hours, and they need to be supported outside of those hours. That means continuing to invest in safe passage, housing, and healthcare access. Teachers can plan engaging lessons, but if a student regularly shows up hungry or traumatized, they are not going to learn and thrive. Schools, education agencies, and other stakeholders are dedicated to making the most of initiatives such as the school-based mental health program. But we know that a staffing shortage makes it difficult to ensure all students have the staff they need to maximize the impact of these initiatives. Right now, there are shortages of teachers, therapists, nurses, and others who support students daily. We need to consider how we can leverage the budget to address these challenges. The mayor has already invested in diversifying worker pipelines. Now we need to work to accelerate and broaden paths to school support positions too. We need to increase the number of people attending college to become teachers, nurses, and therapists. We need to recruit them to DC's public and nonprofit sectors. And they need affordable places to live so we can retain workers in these fields. As a city, we need to consider incentives and policy changes to retain our great educators here in the district. As we all know, the pandemic has challenged our city's most vulnerable residents and widened disparities in our city. All the leaders of our city have made commitments to pursue equity as we come out of the public health emergency. We must do right by those commitments and invest all we can in families with an emphasis on investments in communities furthest from opportunity. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the rest of the council for your commitment to improving student opportunities and pursuing equity. I look forward to partnering with each of you as we work toward our goals, and I'm happy to address any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Walker-Davis. Deputy Mayor Kine.
Morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, staff and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's budget oversight hearing. The DME is proud to help shepherd Mayor Bowser's vision for recovery and for a reimagined education and workforce system that more successfully and equitably meets the needs of residents. Our vision is that all students and families have high-quality neighborhood schools alongside strong citywide options that meet their educational needs, and that learners are safe, supported, joyful, and prepared for life. My team and I oversee and support partner agencies within our cluster, drive meaningful coordination and collaboration across government, nonprofit, and employer organizations, and engage with community, something we hope to deepen through an investment in fiscal year 23, to ensure that our budget priorities advance our vision and that funds are spent effectively to the benefit of residents. Mayor Bowser's fiscal 23 budget makes an historic investment in public education, bringing total funding for schools to $2.2 billion, the highest level in the district's history, and well above the funding level in peer cities. This unprecedented investment in public education includes a record increase of 5.9% in the uniform per student funding formula, as well as a recovery fund for DCPS and charter schools of $18 million in fiscal 23. This investment allows schools to address recovery priorities and plan for the future in a way that meets the needs of their students, staff, and communities. In short, the mayor's more than 10% overall increase in public education funding allows us to continue our relentless focus on school quality, on greater equity and improved access to high-demand programs for all learners. Above and beyond the historic influx of resources to our schools, the mayor's fiscal 23 budget responds to the immediate needs of the recovery and doubles down on core investments to address the additional needs of our learners and our education system that continue as a result of COVID-19. As a reminder, our recovery vision is centered around 3 priority areas, developed as a result of agency input and feedback from parents, students, teachers, community members, practitioners, and advocates from all 8 wards. The 3 priority areas are 1, strengthening and stabilizing early childhood education, 2, accelerating learning for all our students in K-12, and 3, driving an inclusive jobs recovery. I will use the remainder of my testimony to share some highlights of the mayor's budget proposal for both our education and workforce systems, starting with schools. I'll begin with equity. The fiscal 23 budget is an equity budget. We have made an historic $2.2 billion investment in our public education system, and we are making strategic citywide investments in students and areas that need the most resources. This includes our citywide investments in school-based mental health, out-of-school time, youth safety, and core recreation for students with limited access. More than 25% of our public school dollars are going specifically to support English language learners, students with disabilities, and at-risk students. Moreover, we are extremely proud that the revised DCPS budget model included in the fiscal 23 budget prioritizes equity, directing resources towards students who need them most. There's been a lot of discussion of this new budget model, and I want to set the record straight. On average, DCPS schools are receiving a 7% increase to their budgets, and 20% of schools are seeing increases of over 10% compared to fiscal 22. Schools with increases of over 10% are generally those campuses serving a majority of students designated as at risk. Our schools in Ward 7 and 8 and our schools with over 70% at-risk students are receiving over $20,000 per student, well above the funding level in the vast majority of school systems across the nation. We're very excited about this positive step forward in DCPS's budgeting process, and we are confident that the revised budget model, coupled with the historic investment in education, is an approach that will advance equity and student success. Stability. The $2.2 billion investment across our public education system allows all our schools to stabilize in and through the recovery period. At DCPS, the revised budget model includes flexible funding that school leaders can target to meet their school community's needs. Schools are using funds to expand student support teams, partner with community-based organizations and arts institutions, and invest in data. At the same time, thanks to the mayor's pandemic transition fund, no DCPS school will receive less funding in the city's budget than they did last year, based on their submitted local budgets, available on the DCPS website. For charter schools, the mayor's pandemic transition fund provides LEAs the flexibility and stability to address pandemic-related costs and additional needs of students and staff. On teachers, we recognize that teachers are the bedrock of our schools, and we know how challenging the pandemic has been for them. This budget seeks to address teacher needs and support retention in 2 primary ways. First, we seek to improve daily working conditions for teachers by adding resources and staff to schools, from mental health professionals to safe passage workers, to ensure that teachers can focus on their core role in the classrooms. Secondly, we know the importance of recognizing teachers' work through compensation. The record influx of funds to LEAs allows them to increase compensation. DCPS, our largest LEA, is in the process of negotiating a revised WTU contract. At the same time, we are working to implement a daily substitute teacher pay increase to $20 an hour and long-term rates to $25 an hour. We believe that strengthening the work environment and increasing compensation, coupled with LEA discretion to support their teacher communities in creative, tailored ways, will allow us to maintain our high teacher retention rates. Youth safety and well-being. This budget responds to calls for more support for health and safety. with $3.9 million for the school-based mental health program to hire 50 additional behavioral health specialists and strengthen the workforce pipeline. A $4.5 million investment in the school nursing program, and a $9.5 million investment in over 100 new crossing guards for schools. These are investments we have heard residents ask for, and we are grateful to be in a position to provide these resources to our children, parents, and school communities. The budget also focuses on young people most at risk of disengaging, including through $3.9 million in core recreation activities for students in neighborhoods with limited access. We are also glad we have over 170 Safe Passage, Safe Blocks workers already on the ground supporting youth safety. On our all-important learning acceleration, with our already budgeted funding that our fiscal 23 budget sustains, thousands of young people are getting access to high-impact tutoring. In addition, the fiscal 23 budget includes $6 million to sustain our summer youth employment program, Earn and Learn program, to address learning loss and support learning acceleration and work-based learning opportunities over the summer, alongside boost camps and acceleration academies. We are confident that these citywide investments, our relentless focus on keeping schools open, and targeted school-led initiatives will yield results for students in school year 22-23 and the years to come. Reimagining youth engagement and development. Beyond recovery, the mayor's fiscal 23 budget lays the foundation for a reimagined system that is more equitable, engaging, and successful in preparing students for life. We know that too many students are currently underengaged in school and youth development opportunities. That is why Mayor Bowser is making a major investment in youth development and out-of-school activities. This budget sustains the $5 million increase in out-of-school time to serve nearly 1,700 additional students, and it establishes a signature $13 million, quote, recreation for all, unquote, initiative to increase access to recreation, including summer camp, pool access and swim classes, and girls' sports for over 14,000 young people in total. We are changing students' experience in school as well through our reimagined high school work, with the expansion of tuition-free dual enrollment college courses, school year internships, the Advanced Technical Center opening next school year, and a $35 million investment in the Winston building to create a citywide cross-sector facility that offers state-of-the-art lab and career and technical education programming. On facilities, the mayor's fiscal 23 budget includes significant investments in school facilities to strengthen learning environments across the city, recognizing the additional needs that have arisen from the pandemic and those that have been elevated by school communities this year. For charter schools, the budget includes a 2.2% increase to the charter school facilities allotment, bringing the total charter schools facilities payment to $3,483 per student. This increase is in advance of the planned 3.1% increase starting in fiscal 24. For DCPS schools, the facility investments for the Department of General Services include $43.6 million for HVAC and boiler replacements and $15 million in preventative maintenance at DCPS facilities. These investments respond to school community requests and will yield important improvements to district assets. In addition, 4 DCPS schools, Simon, Henley, Bunker Hill, and Langley, are slated for full modernization in the coming years. These resources, coupled with process improvements, such as DGS's new public HVAC dashboard, will address the needs of our school communities so leadership and staff can fully focus on student learning and development. We are also glad to see an ongoing investment in technology, including 1,500 smart boards in the DCPS capital budget. Careful school planning. On top of all of this, the fiscal 23 budget includes a new high school on Macarthur Boulevard and a standalone middle school in Center City, strengthening feeder patterns and by right neighborhood schools, while also allowing for citywide access. On early childhood education, finally, we continue to invest in early childhood education to support our youngest learners, improve early literacy, and provide critical childcare for working families. We are glad to add 1,000 infant and toddler seats by the end of fiscal 23 with $5 million for access to quality grades, and to provide our early childcare educators with retention bonuses and scholarship opportunities to earn their credentials, alongside the $73 million in the Pay Equity Fund for early childhood educators. Turning to our inclusive jobs recovery on the workforce side, we have doubled down in vital areas identified in recovery, including connecting residents and employers, creating opportunities for residents to learn at work, moving towards more employer-led training, and driving a surge in high-impact credentialing. Illustrating this, our ongoing $12.7 million investment in DC Futures allows residents to earn tuition-free degrees in high-demand fields after high school graduation. We will have 50 career coaches supporting over 5,000 residents to find employment. And we are increasing participant wages across Summer Youth Employment Program, Project Empowerment, the DC Infrastructure Academy, and DC Career Connections. In summary, Mayor Bowser's fiscal 23 Fair Shot budget allows us to respond to immediate needs of recovery and simultaneously reimagine our system to be more equitable and effective for students and residents. This is a historic investment in public education that will reap benefits for future generations of Washingtonians. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. We will have a 10-minute round of questions. I don't know if we will have a second round. That kind of depends on if any other council members join us. I'm going to begin with the Public Charter School Board. You would like to see a change with regard to the facilities allowance for FY23. Am I correct?
Thank you, Chairman. I actually did not specify an increase on the facilities allowance for FY23. It is our understanding that that escalator will happen next year for the 3.1. So I did not speak to an increase this year.
Okay. Was money put in the budget for the current fiscal year to help schools with reopening? Do you know if all that money was tapped? I think we put the money in OSSI, and OSSI was to get it out.
Yes, thank you. There were 2 rounds of funding last year for facilities. I would ask Deputy Mayor to speak to the actual implementation of those grants, but it is our understanding that charters were able to access that funding throughout the course of this current fiscal year.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, there were 2 rounds of $10 million each. The first $10 million round I know went out. The second round I think has also gone out, and all of it was done on a reimbursable basis as well. So charter schools have access to that money. So even if technically all the checks haven't been cut, the money has certainly been allocated and is available to the schools.
If it's reimbursable, do you know if all the money has been spent?
Meaning, have charter schools submitted reimbursement
Correct.
for all 10 million? I actually do not know that, but we can certainly find out, Chairman.
Would you, or should I ask OSSI?
You can certainly bring this up with OSSI because they've been overseeing it, but we're very happy to follow up and get you that information.
Okay, well, I will see if I can remember to ask them. We're time limited. So if you would follow up, that would be great. Ms. Walker Davis, do you know how many Department of Behavioral Health clinicians are in charter schools, or to what extent the need is greater than what's being met?
Thank you, Chairman. If you give me a few minutes, I can have that information pulled up. It is my understanding that there are still a few sites waiting for an assignment, And we are looking forward to the additional investment for this coming year for staff. It's my understanding that in addition to wanting more mental health professionals, some of the schools have referenced the level of need of their student population. And so not just having additional staff, but staff work with the most targeted cases. And there are some challenges around.
We're beginning to lose your internet connection.
Is my understanding of where everything exists.
Pardon me, but we've pretty much lost your internet connection. Hold on a second. Mr. Walker Davis, you're completely frozen. One of two things. Looks like you logged off. Could you log back on? Let me turn to the deputy mayor. There's money in your budget for one FTE to work with everyday counts. Is there other money in your budget related to truancy and attendance, or where would we find that money?
Yes, thanks, Chairman. Attendance, as you know, and chronic absenteeism and truancy remains an extremely important body of work within my office. So we've got the FTE that's going to support the analytics that we are required. And as I think you know, we approach our attendance work according to our attendance framework.
Okay, so don't use up my time here. I want to know where else in your budget, if there is any other money.
We actually have quite a lot of money allocated towards attendance. If you think about our attendance work as being both driving good practice into schools, but also overcoming system-wide barriers and engaging students actively to ensure that they have
Okay,
good
just
programs.
tell me, I don't want to sound impatient, but I'm looking at the clock. And I only have 10 minutes because there are 3 other council members here. So could you tell me where else in your budget?
Yeah, I'm happy to, and I will just acknowledge, as you know, it's a complicated issue, therefore it does require a little. So we've got $13 million in recreation for all, $3.9 million to expand out-of-time recreation programs in DPR that will work with students who are most at risk. We, of course, are sustaining the $5 million in out-of-school time programming. As you know, we've got $60 million allocated for RFK. A big portion of that is intended to encourage more high school sport than athletics, which of course is a big draw.
No, that's not in your budget. I'm talking about the DME budget.
I'm referring to the citywide budget.
Okay, I'm asking about the DME budget.
Specific to my office.
Yes.
Okay, well, I will share with you that will give you a very small fraction of a picture of all of the work that we do on attendance.
You may be feeling there's some criticism here. There's not. I just want to know where I look in your budget to see resources specifically related to attendance and truancy.
Yeah, so we have our everyday counts analyst. And then this year we've got the recovery funding that we have allocated to everyday counts, which includes the remainder of the money on the campaign to get kids re-engaged and work on our vaccine awareness and work. And then, of course, we're continuing to fund out of my office the nudge communications into schools through everyday labs, and also the technology supports for schools is funded out of my office, which is the Kinvolved work we've done with schools. So these are the evidence-based programs that I know we've talked about before in these hearings. That all sits in the DME's budget.
Hold on a second. Thank you. Should we do a new adequacy study? Deputy Mayor?
We are not currently proposing a new adequacy study.
I didn't ask that. Should we? It's been 10 years.
My own perspective on this is that it actually isn't a priority for us right now. One thing that I will say is, of course, I believe it is our obligation to make sure that schools and students get the resources that they need. I think we are doing a good job of that right now, but I personally don't believe right now is the time to do another so-called adequacy study.
Do you know how much the adequacy study cost in 2013?
I do not.
Could you get back to us with that?
We can certainly find out, yes.
Do you know how much it would cost to raise the at-risk weight to 0.37?
I do actually. It would cost, I believe, $60 million or so. But on this topic, I mean, I actually think it's important for us to consider all of the ways in which we currently have an equitable budget. Funding through the UPSF itself does that. And
Okay, please don't use up all my time on that. Again, I don't want to seem rude, but I'm not trying to be rude, but my colleagues are going to want as much time as I spent. How much would it cost to raise the adult school weight up to the adequacy study level?
I think $6.1 million.
There was testimony at Monday's hearing, and I believe at the last performance oversight hearing that grant payments are slow. Now, I don't remember if that was DCPS. I think some of it was out of school time, which would be your office. Are you aware of those complaints, and what can you do about it, or what will you do about it?
Yes, I am aware, and thanks for raising the issue. And I know that we're pressed for time, but I'll share with you that I take this extremely seriously. We have an obligation to make sure that our CBOs get payments timely. And it did come to my attention earlier this year that there were some that were, that was actually a small fraction given the overall number of payments that actually were coming in late. So I did a process analysis with the team, and I've actually figured out, I think, what some of the challenges are within the system, which lives both within my office, out of school time, but also OCFO. There's a technology involved in this as well. It's critical that CBOs actually give us the invoices in the correct way that OCFO will actually accept. So there are a number of different areas that we have put in place. And right now, in each instance that we're aware of, we are monitoring closely and tracking closely to ensure that these payments go out as fast as possible. The longer term, I don't know if you want a fuller answer to the kind of longer term solution or not, but we basically think there's a technology that we need to have in place here as an infrastructure. And we've also put in for an additional FTE in the out of school time office.
And that's in the budget, the additional FTE.
Yes, that's in the budget.
I am out of time. I'm going to turn to other colleagues. If there is some time left over, because we're scheduled to end around noon with you, then I'll divide it up among us for a second round. Councilmember Henderson, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Dr. Walker Davis. Deputy Mayor, I wanted to start by asking you about out of school time. I'm not sure if you heard some of the frustration that was expressed during public testimony on Monday about out of school time programming getting their grants late. So I was curious, how many grants managers does the Office of Out of School Time have right now?
I think it's 6 or 7. It might be 7.
Okay, and how many of those are currently vacant?
We don't have any grants manager positions vacant right now.
Okay, so how can we ensure, because I'm raising this because it was a frequent topic from the out of school time providers who testified in terms of it's taking 5 to 6 month turnaround in order for them to receive payment. Have you
actually? I've been sorry. I've been corrected on the number by out of school time. It's actually 4 full time and 1 contracted, so it's 5 altogether, and there are no vacancies.
Okay. Considering that we're expanding out of school time, is that sufficient? Is that enough people to handle the number of grants? And we actually, sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember. We actually don't think so. We've included in this budget 1 additional full-time grants manager. As we know, the out of school time office has not just done its normal work, but it's played a big role in recovery with our Safe Passage, Safe Blocks grant and our high impact tutoring grants as well. So they've been doing kind of heroic work, and we do think we need an extra person there. Okay. I believe you mentioned in a previous hearing that an updated needs assessment study is forthcoming. Is that funded in the FY23 budget, or is that currently happening in FY22?
It's happening in FY22, and we anticipate it'll be completed in FY22.
Okay, great. So the PACE Act requires that the rankings list be updated every 5 years. The last ranking list was submitted to the council in March of 2018. So next year we are coming due. Does the budget proposed here support updating that ranking list for FY23?
I believe that it does. I will confirm that with you.
Okay. We'll follow up on that. Is it possible that you could provide the committee with a crosswalk or an explanation of how you all intend to use the 23.5 million in district recovery plan dollars that have been allocated to your office?
Yes, I would just in the first instance direct you to my website where we have posted our recovery roadmap, which lists all of our strategies and each specific action or project that lives within that, the funding allocated for the 3 years of recovery, and then the funding allocated in fiscal 22. And then we've also put the status there so residents and the public can actually see where we are.
That's great, but I'm asking for it specifically because we know that there have been some local ARPA replacement that's happening throughout the budget. And so we're trying to determine if the budget book is saying a cut, is it a real cut, or are you planning to use district recovery dollars to plug it in after? So that's why I'm specifically asking that.
First of all, Councilmember, I'm extremely happy to provide your office any information you want on this topic.
Okay.
My team will be glad to do that. I know we've got in the budget book, we've tried to indicate where we now are putting money within the recovery line as opposed to sitting within our office. But anyway, we're extremely happy to provide you very specific answers to those questions.
Okay. I wanted to also ask, there's a 44,002 FTEs to the Office for Students in the Care of DC, Opportunity Youth Fellowship and Outreach Program. However, I'm concerned about the recent reports highlighted about the district's failure to comply with the federal court order as it relates to students in the DC jail with hours around special education and et cetera. How does your budget ensure that the district will remain in compliance with the court order as it pertains to the educational needs of those young people?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. It's such a critical question. I've been deeply involved in that, coordinating across agencies. So this, as you probably know, sits across DME, but also OSSI in its oversight role, DCPS as the former provider of those services, and of course our new LEA provider, and then the DC jail itself. So I have convened a regular series of meetings to ensure a smooth transition to the new provider. We've been monitoring compliance with all of the IDEA regulations.
I'm sorry, who's the new provider if it's not DCPS?
It's the See Forever Foundation.
See Forever. Oh, okay. Got it. Keep going.
And in that case, the supplemental budget that's required is actually sitting within the DOC budget itself, and then OSSI as well.
Okay.
I mean, the challenge there, as I'm sure you're well aware, is that you actually have students who can't always just literally come to school or come to class. So you've got students that live in 3 different parts of the facility, many of whom require individualized attention. And then there are, of course, access issues on the technology. So it's a very complicated learning environment. And we are now, I think, quite confident that we are addressing the needs in that environment.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. We'll see where the road takes us. Does this budget support your office planning to do a revision of the school boundaries for DCPS in the next year?
We do not anticipate doing that. So there's no funding associated with it.
Okay, so we have some new schools that we're planning to come online, not just in the future, immediate here, but a new elementary school, a new middle school, and a new high school. When will we have this conversation about which students will populate said places?
So I think there are, in this budget, 3 new school facilities.
Yep.
There is the one in Center City, which is middle school, which is basically the move of the Cardozo middle school students into that facility. So right now, our belief is that those existing feeder patterns and so the existing boundaries will just be retained.
Okay, so the idea, because I don't think that has been said, that we're gonna decouple Cardozo from an education campus and move those young people to the new Center City Middle School. I just wanna, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure, not said by whom. I hope I've been clear on this point, that this is
Okay.
not the instance of a brand new school, but rather the move of the middle school grades into a standalone facility, which is,
Okay.
by the way, what the community's been advocating for also.
Yep. 2 other schools.
Yeah, so then there's the Macarthur Boulevard School, which in this proposal is going to be a high school. And those high school students will actually feed directly from the Hardy Middle School, according to the DCPS proposal. And so
Okay.
there's no boundary changes or boundary work required. That's a
Except
feeder.
for, technically, there's some grandfathering that would need to happen, no? I mean, I think you guys are thinking that the parents who are at Hardy are just gonna voluntarily give up their right to Wilson.
I agree with you that there absolutely will need to be and will be community engagement and engagement with those families, and there will be some grandfathering required. I don't know exactly what form that will take, but you're absolutely right. Those conversations need to happen.
Okay, I'm just, so I did some math this morning. You can't see it, but maybe people can. And I understand where you all are making the argument about the new high school to relieve pressure from Wilson, but the math on our end isn't coming up with relieving the pressure, given that the number of students at Hardy is so significantly less than the number of students who are currently attending Deal. So only taking Hardy students out, Hardy right now has 163 eighth graders. Deal has 469 eighth graders. So if we're just taking the Hardy piece out, we're about to open a high school that actually can't be sustained, but for out of boundary students in a citywide approach. And so I just feel like this conversation, everybody's trying not to have a conversation about boundaries, but we just keep building extensions onto schools. Stoddard is getting an expansion. We're doing an expansion onto several other schools in the capital budget, as opposed to talking about moving lines. And so I think from a cost benefit perspective, when are we going to have a conversation about, do we spend $60 million to put an extension on a school, or do we just do an engagement process to move some lines? And that is my time. Thank you.
Let me just offer a quick response to that. I think we would love to sit down with you and compare math, because when I do the math, I see Hardy actually providing about 500 or just over 500 high school students over the course of the grades. So that would reduce Wilson or it's over 2,000 now. So that would actually decrease it dramatically to about 1,500 or 1,600 high school students. And you have then the new high school with over 500 students in it just coming from Hardy, assuming
And
that
then we
this.
could always ask questions about how those 500 kids are going to get there. Because the D6 is the only bus line.
Councilmember,
I know. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
we might be able to squeeze in a second round. Councilmember Nadeau.
Sorry, I get so involved in Councilmember Henderson's questions. Sometimes I forget it's my turn next. So thank you. First of all, Deputy Mayor, you had to be a little coy when you were with us a few weeks ago, but I want to thank you for the funding for the Center City Middle School and for Shaw Middle School. We council members will make sure everybody knows that it's for the education campus to bring those students back. So thank you. I'm excited to be able to work with you all on that. Do you think there's an opportunity to move that earlier in the budget?
That is a question for my colleagues in the budget office who do the complex capital budgeting, council member. I'm certainly happy to work with your office and them to ask the question, but this is the proposal that we came up with. I do know DCPS is interested in using Old Banneker as swing space. So I know that's part of the conversation that would have to be had.
Right, definitely. Swing space is always the rub, right? Because we don't have enough of it. But thanks for your openness to that question. So I wanted to talk to you about, oops, lost my place. Crossing guards. You have a plan to hire 100 new crossing guards, is that right?
Yes, and to be clear, technically that lives within DDOT.
I know, but you're here and you mentioned it, I think, in your testimony. So you're on the spot. So do you have a sense, I know you work with them obviously to get them deployed. Do you have a sense of what it takes to get 100 new crossing guards trained up and deployed?
You have to hire them, you got to train them, you got to deploy them.
Okay.
I would ask DDOT specifically on that.
All right. I see you're in a good mood.
It doesn't happen overnight, council member, as you know.
I see you're in a good mood today. That's great. So here's the thing that I'll flag for you. And I will talk to DDOT about this, of course. We have noticed in our ward that we sometimes have absences, and crossing guards are human beings. So I'm curious if there's a substitute pipeline for this. Do you happen to know that?
Actually, that happens on a school by school basis. We actually talked about this in a recent Safe Passage Working Group meeting where we had DDOT on, and it turns out what we heard is that in some instances the schools don't learn that there's going to be an absence, and that causes some problems. And in others, there's actually great communication and, in fact, alternatives sent. So it is DDOT's intent, I know, to ensure that there are substitutes deployed, but I do know there are breakdowns in that system, and it was one thing that DDOT has committed to ensuring that they work on.
Oh, that's great. Well, we'll follow up with them too about the particular school and see what the breakdown might be there. That's really good to know that they're going to turn their focus to that. So wonderful. And that was really my big thing. I'm grateful for your mention of the behavioral health programs that we need in our schools in your testimony. I think that's a really big thing for all of us, but it also takes coordination across agencies. And that's something a deputy mayor specializes in. So we thank you for that focus. Great. I'm going to save some questions for your other education partners. Thank you very much for your testimony. Caught the chairman by surprise. Sorry.
You did. You didn't use your full 10 minutes. And
well, you're worried about your time. I wanted to be generous.
Well, thank you, because I have more questions. Councilmember Pinto had stepped away for a few minutes, so I will start a round 2. And I think we can do 10 minutes again. Deputy Mayor Kine, at your performance oversight hearing, I was rather animated with regard to DGS and what you were going to do about it. I'm going to try not to be so animated this time, but can you tell me what, if anything, has happened between you and DGS over the last several weeks?
Yes, thanks, Chairman. Indeed, I think we were both a little animated about DGS, and I will share with you that as a client agency of DGS, it certainly is my job to ensure we're getting high quality service. So I just want to convey that. I also want to convey that I know that we have more to do in terms of ensuring we've got really wonderful facilities for our students to learn in. I think there are things that have happened over the past few weeks. Most importantly, we've got a new budget that I'm actually extremely excited about that actually goes a long way to addressing some of the underlying issues that we've got. So you'll have seen $63 million in capital to replace HVAC and boiler systems, and $15 million new dollars for ongoing maintenance support within DCPS schools. So as usual, I continue to work with ACA Parker and the city administrator to just monitor our systems, HVAC system and work orders. I know DGS has done a really nice job of launching its public-facing dashboard, which I hope you and others have had a chance to take a look at, which actually tracks the work orders that are open by school, gives some sense of what the issues are, and names the completion date. So we're trying to take some of the uncertainty out of what's going on here. And so, yeah, that's what we're excited about.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to follow up, but it's not so much a question as a statement. At the hearing the other day, we heard testimony. There was an individual who testified that the HVAC doesn't work at Kelly Miller, which is a relatively newly modernized school. We heard complaint about how room 111 at Savoy Elementary has leaked for decade, or at least a decade. We heard testimony that Langley, the roof leaks, 2 floors have non-working bathrooms. We heard testimony that Roosevelt, which was renovated in 2016, PA system does not work. There's flooding that's remediated with a garden hose. There's clocks that aren't set correctly. HVAC system is problematic. There are holes in the walls. We heard testimony. Garrison, roof leaks, rodents, security alarm. It's really hard to find a school where there isn't a problem. And that these problems are persistent and a persistent complaint throughout the school system. That wasn't so much a question as to just make the point. I will ask the Chancellor as well. DGS's hearing is tomorrow. Deputy Mayor, how many vacancies do you have right now?
Across DME and the budget, I've got 5.
And is there any salary lapse taken out of the proposed budget for 23?
For 1, yes. 1%.
Are you sure it's 1% or do I have to ask the agency fiscal officer?
I'm sure it's 1%.
Okay. Ms. Walker Davis, how many vacancies do you have right now?
Thank you, Chairman, and apologies for my technical challenges earlier. Right now, there are 3 FTE vacancies in my organization.
And do you know if there's any salary lapse taken out of your budget?
Not that I know of, but I can confirm that for you.
Your budget's a percentage of the charters, so that's just what your budget is, right?
That is correct. Our budget is based on an administrative fee from charter funding.
Yeah. Ms. Walker Davis, did you submit any budget enhancement requests?
We did not, Chairman.
Mr. Kine, can you update us with the hiring and onboarding of an executive director for out of school time?
Yes, thanks for that question. We know how important this position is. We have reposted the job description that we updated to make sure that it more closely adhered to and aligned with the values that we hold as an office, and particularly our racial justice and equity work that is so critical for out of school time. So that's posted. We're gathering the resumes. We are on track to have the executive director hired by May.
What does May mean? May 1st, May 15th, May 31st?
End of May.
Mayor Kine, $245,000 in 1 FTE is proposed in this budget to bolster DME's community engagement efforts. Can you give more detail where these investments are and the scope of work of this FTE? What's your vision for community engagement? Don't use up more than a minute and a half answering this, please. I think
Thank you for the direction. I'll begin now. This work is central to the work of my office, and we need more capacity to do it well. One thing, Chairman, I think we all can agree we learned through the pandemic is the vital nature of our community interactions. And we need direct and regular input from community and stakeholders. We need this both to more deeply understand the challenges that residents and stakeholders are facing. We need this kind of interaction to help us to ideate and develop solutions. And then we have learned very directly how important it is to have community and stakeholder input and engagement on actual implementation of our programs and projects. And the reality is that my office just needs more capacity to do it. So we envisage a person with a small budget to basically live in community, to not be based in the Wilson building, but to be based out in community among stakeholders, because we have to go where people are. And we plan on dramatically widening the aperture of this work with this person. And let me just share with you some of the scope of work that I've got that this person will do. So firstly, within 3 months, the person will have met with every education and workforce community and stakeholder group, including labor and agency engagement teams. Within the first 3 months, they'll have established a network amongst the MOCers, student advocate, council.
All right, I think we've lost you. Your screen's frozen and I don't hear you now. Deputy Mayor Kine, your internet connection is not working right now. Ms. Walker Davis, the school security, how are charter schools handling school security for the upcoming year? Are the schools increasing security presence? DCPS has proposed repealing the law that claws back the school resource officers. I don't know if that's affecting you.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. As you may know, charter LEAs make their own decisions around expenditures related to school security. Some have in the past been able to access the SRO program. Others have their own private security, and they are assessing how they're going to handle that going forward based on decisions made around the larger SRO program.
Give me a second. Thank you. The Deputy Mayor Kine, sorry you got cut off and I have to keep moving along here. Did your office have any budget enhancement requests and could you provide us copies of them? I think you are frozen again. I'm gonna go to the next council member. This is a little bit of a challenge here. Councilmember Pinto was not here for first round, so I'm going to recognize her now for first round. Do you have any questions for the Public Charter School Board while hopefully the Deputy Mayor comes back?
Thank you very much. I had, excuse me, no, I had some questions for Deputy Mayor Kine.
He may be back.
Do you hear us, Deputy Mayor?
I can. Apologies. I'm swapping out. I'm actually in the office, oddly, but here I am, and I apologize.
I think we're going to add about $500,000 to the DME for internet connection.
Accepted.
I thought you were going to say, Chairman, I think we're going to add 30 seconds back to Councilor Pinto's time.
Well, how about the minute and a half I lost?
Oh.
Proceed.
Deputy Mayor, I know you spoke briefly about this with Councilmember Nadeau, but I do just want to raise the Center City Middle School again and really thank you so much for including this funding for a new standalone Center City Shaw Middle School. As you know, we've been advocating for. In terms of the timeline that school is set to begin, I see it as two challenges in moving it up. One, the money would have to come from somewhere and what will be the trade-off with another capital expenditure. But two, the use of the current space as swing space for many of our other schools in the city. So as we assess those two hurdles, how is DME thinking through using that space as swing space? And are there any other spaces that could be good candidates for swing space if the timeline were to be moved up?
Thanks, Councilmember Pinto. I would say, unfortunately, we don't have a line of sight into other alternative swing spaces. We are hard pressed to identify them at the best of times. And so I don't think right now there are other clear alternatives. Of course, as I shared earlier, we're happy to continue to work with DCPS and work with your office and the office of Councilmember Nadeau to consider alternative options. We're always open to that. But at this time, this was really the best proposal that we could construct, given what we know about available space.
And okay, well, thank you very much again. Regarding out of school time, which has been a topic of discussion today, and I know really important to all of us, you said that there was an additional FTE in OST. Will there be a dedicated FTE next year whose role it is to collect data on student supervision out of school? It seems like over the past year, through the course of these hearings and performance oversight, an accurate assessment of where students are and where gaps in supervision may be lacking.
And just to clarify, Councilmember, do you mean students who are not in school or disengaging from school, or do you mean more broadly where there are students in the city who may be underserved by out of school time programming?
I mean the latter. Once a student leaves school, where they're going and if there are opportunities for additional service or intervention.
Yeah, so thank you. I think there's a brief two-part answer to your question. In the first instance, we're really excited to be undertaking now the needs analysis for out of school time, which I think is going to really paint the picture for all of us about where students who are underserved might be. We'll have some sense of scale. And also, we're hoping to be able to identify what are the kinds of programming that are most in need. So we will have this comprehensive needs analysis for out of school time by the end of this fiscal year. And secondly, the out of school time office does have 2 data analysts that coordinate with the data shop in my office as well. And we will ensure that they are tracking how we're doing against the needs that we've identified over the course of next year. So I think that will address the concern that you've got. But as always, we are extremely happy to work with your office to make sure that we're answering questions that you and your constituents have.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think as we move forward with those data analytics, thinking through how our kids who are served by other agencies, including OAG and our Office of Out of School Time, will be important to reach the kids who may be most at risk. But thank you very much. That's good to hear. In terms of Hardy Middle School, you had mentioned, Deputy Mayor, during performance oversight that there was not crowding in Hardy, and Hardy families continue to be really concerned about overcrowding that they're experiencing, and they've asked for more funding to be allocated to create additional capacity at Hardy. Is this something that DME would be supportive of, or how do you all think through overcrowding issues there versus from the enrollment perspective and the perspective of the families who are speaking up saying that there's not enough space?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Pinto. I know there was an exchange about that at my performance oversight hearing, and I went back and looked at it. And again, technically, because Fillmore moved out, Hardy Middle School currently is at 64% capacity. So meaning that there is ample space for students in classrooms. But when I looked into it, my understanding is that there are some shared spaces, like, for example, the cafeteria, and others where that might feel small given the number of students that are in there. And so it's possible that we need to take a look at some of those shared spaces. So it's not that the school is overcrowded, but it is possible that some of those shared spaces have the feeling of being overused. And that's what we want to kind of dig into with families, with the families.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a helpful clarification. Sorry, give me one moment. So for Seton Elementary School, which is now located in Ward 2, and we're thrilled to have them. It's my understanding that Seton is set to lose a counselor next school year. And as we are focused on improving mental health supports, how can we ensure that our Seton students are supported?
Councilmember Pinto, thanks for the question. I know this is an important conversation. I will defer to DCPS to help walk you through what the Seton budget is and what's going on with the specifics there, which I don't have in front of me.
All right, sounds good. And Chancellor Farabee, if you're listening, we have questions about a few other schools for you as well. But okay, thank you very much. And as we head into this summer, I know you spoke a little bit about this during your testimony, Deputy Mayor, but can you talk about your vision for next school year and how we're going to take lessons learned from this past year to address learning loss, supervision, a lot of the issues that we've talked about today with specific budget numbers, but what your kind of vision is for our students and families in the city over the course of the next year?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Pinto. That's one of the reasons I'm so excited about this budget. I think we are doing such a tremendous amount of work that's building off what we have learned during the pandemic to both double down on the recovery that we need to do, but also to do this work that's around reimagining schools that takes the learnings from the pandemic forward. So on how we're working on learning loss, I'll share with you that I am deeply concerned about the park assessment results that will come out that I think will give our city for the first time a really comprehensive view of learning loss. And I am concerned, as many of us are, that we will see a widening in our achievement gap because I think the pandemic has had differential impacts. At the same time, we've been working on this for over a year now with Executive Director Walker Davis and others across the education world in DC to ensure we've got in place additional and extra supports. We've invested, as you know, in our tutorial supports. We've got learning happening in non-traditional spaces like summer youth employment programming and DPR. We've been supporting schools as they've spent their own ESSER and local dollars to stand up acceleration academies, to do all kinds of tutorial work. I'm thrilled that I've been getting a chance to visit schools again. I was in LaSalle Bacchus just yesterday, and I saw small group instructional programming in every single classroom that was extremely high quality, that just made me feel so optimistic for what's going to be possible, across our city. So I think that we are, we have learned a lot. We have a lot in place across our schools that will help support students. And then we've got the reimagining work to do. And I think there we're thinking deeply about our secondary pathways and our pathways which will ensure engagement opportunities for students, access to programming through our advanced technical center that they don't historically have access to release them from the so-called geography of their schools. We are standing up a pilot to have virtual courses that are of high quality available to high school students across the city, and so on and so forth. We clearly don't have time. I'm looking at the red numbers to go into this, but this is a budget that promotes both stability and equity in new ways.
Well, thank you very much for elaborating on all that. I appreciate your leadership for our kids and our families, and thank you as well, Ms. Walker Davis. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Walker Davis, I wanted to ask you about the FY22 supplemental that we got. Excuse me, there's a $8 million decrease for charters due to lower than projected attendance enrollment. Can you talk a little bit about what happened with enrollment projections versus actual enrollment for this school year for charter schools?
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I can speak broadly to that. As you know, the method of funding for charter schools is based on actual enrollment. So there are projections early in the process, and once there is attendance, the enrollment count adjustments are made to schools. And so that is a reflection of adjusting the actual funding that goes out to schools based on enrollment. As you know, similar to patterns across the city, there was lower than expected enrollment in early childhood. Across our adult learners, some of our schools met and exceeded their enrollment projections, but many of them did not meet their enrollment projections. So those are two areas where I would point out were consistent with other patterns that we saw across the city.
Okay, so mainly in early childhood, adult ed driving this in terms of the lower than expected enrollment.
Yes.
Okay.
May I just interject very briefly? I'm sorry. I just wanted to supplement what Director Walker Davis said by sharing that it was also the case that in our elementary grades across both sectors, we actually saw a decline in enrollment. So whereas middle school and high schools went up, it was both early childhood adults, but also our elementary grades went down slightly in both sectors.
Okay, thank you. Charters are projected to have 883 more students next year compared with the FY22 projected enrollment. So how is that calculated into the budget proposal for FY23, knowing what we know about what happened in FY22? I guess you'll have a better idea about this come Friday when the lottery results come out and then people accept or not, but I'm just curious.
Council members, that question directed at me or the deputy mayor, because we're both involved in this process.
Well, the deputy mayor has spoken a lot, so why don't you go ahead?
So first, I would just name that there is a robust enrollment projection process, which quite frankly, the deputy mayor's office leads, but we do participate in. And so the budget is based on our understanding of patterns from this current fiscal year, historical patterns, and anticipated enrollment for next year. So that is what that increase is based on, looking at particular schools, particular past performance around grades, and any adjustments for what we learned about early childhood or adult learners. The deputy mayor could speak more about the final numbers that we landed on, but that's the process that is engaged for the enrollment projections.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kine, do you feel strongly about the projection?
Yeah, what I'll share, council member, is that we actually have a very, very good process that works off current year actuals. So we don't start with last year's projections. We actually start with this year's actuals. And then we go through a cohort survival methodology in both sectors, where we basically look to see historically who's stayed with the program, who stayed with schools as they've gone up. We look to see historically who's come into the system and who's come out of it. And then very, very importantly, in the charter sector, there are 18 schools that are projected to grow a grade. And there's also going to be one new location of a high performing charter school. And so we take those things into account as well, because typically when we see that kind of built-in growth, lots of those seats typically end up getting filled.
Okay. Dr. Walker-Davis, several of the heads of some of the adult charter LEAs testified in asking for $5 million more for adult charter schools, with basically saying that they believe that they're going to have another year of instability as it pertains to enrollment. Any thoughts or observations about that, the need to increase the funding for adult LEAs?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. As I mentioned in my testimony, we are urging the council to consider increasing the weight for adult learners, and that would actually provide the anticipated funding for all of our adult learners. Each of the schools that testified can speak to their unique realities. We believe that an increase in the weight for adult learners would actually get at some of the shared spending pressures across the adult learning community.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have your testimony, but I don't have your testimony in front of me. How much did you want the weight increased?
Sure, to the level anticipated in the adequacy study, so the full 1.0. And as someone asked, Deputy Mayor, that's approximately $6 million additional cost.
I thought he said 60, or
that was at risk. That was
okay. I was like, I remember there was a zero on the end of one of them. Okay. In terms of the facility allotment, in an ideal world, would that be tied to inflation or CPI as opposed to just having a standard flat amount?
Yes, we would want that to increase with inflationary cost. As you know, facilities are expensive in the District of Columbia, and yes, we would want to see that continue to increase.
Okay. To your knowledge, and I know that this is a little weird because you guys are the authorizer, but how have charter LEAs utilized the additional funding that they've received for the high school overage at-risk supplement that was new this past year?
Sure. Councilmember, I will have to get back to you on that with some more information.
Okay. And I have a similar question around the ELL secondary weight, and just in terms of hearing from charter leaders in terms of how that additional funding went specifically to that population of students.
Sure, we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, I wanted to ask about the Penn Center use and the planned CTE Advanced Technical Center. So for those who are listening, this is different than Winston. This is separate and apart. Currently, my understanding is that the public library uses the Penn Center currently as storage and off-site maintenance. Have we worked with the library to identify other space that will meet their needs once we convert this to a CTE? Okay. And what type of community engagement has taken place around the changed use of the facility?
Around the change use of Penn Center?
Yeah.
At this point, I think we haven't done anything in the neighborhood around the use of it as a CTE Advanced Technical Center.
Okay. When are we planning to open this center?
That center is going to be opened. The Advanced Technical Center is actually launching this fall, but it's actually going to be launching with our higher ed partner, Trinity. So we'll be actually providing in the first year at Trinity. The Penn Center location will be opening in the fall of 2023.
Got it. Okay. So the first year of activities will happen at Trinity.
Correct.
Understood. Okay.
In coordination with our employer partners. So we're actually doing the whole thing there, and then we're going to just shift the operations to the center with the really cool spaces that we're developing there for this CTE programming.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Councilmember Henderson, our colleagues have dropped off, so if you wanted to go a little longer.
I'm good.
Okay, well, give me just a second. Okay, I was trying to remember, Deputy Mayor, I think I asked you if you had any budget enhancement requests this year, and I think that's when your internet froze. I'm wondering if that was intentional or not. I wasn't serious. You could smile. But did you have any enhancement requests?
You will see a couple of enhancements in our budget, Chairman, including the one we were talking about when I certainly felt like my internet dropped off, which is our community ambassador program. So that was our enhancement request. And then we have the request in there for this it's actually comparable. It's the SCDC fellows, which are going to be youth who've been involved in the criminal justice system to be part-time as fellows in our office, helping us understand more deeply the challenges and issues faced by the community and helping us develop the solutions for them. So that's the second enhancement request you'll see in the budget.
So can we have copies of those enhancement requests?
I think you don't have them in the budget, or I'm probably misunderstanding your question.
I believe you write out a detailed explanation as part of the enhancement request.
Yes, so you're looking for the detailed write-up of what both of those are?
Yes.
Yes, we'll be happy to provide that.
Did you have other enhancement requests?
We have been actually given in this mayor's proposed budget exactly what we think we need to be successful. So we're very happy with that.
But that wasn't my request. I mean, that wasn't my question. Did you have any other enhancement requests?
I think we have the enhancement requests that we're interested in there. My staff is reminding me, my team is reminding me that we actually also had the enhancement request around the out of school time programming. So we requested the backfill of the $5 million. And then you talked about that, and the mayor's very supportive of that. And so that's an enhancement in the DME.
Okay, so that's 3, and you'll provide me those. But there were some other enhancement requests that you had, and they were not fulfilled. Can we have copies of those?
First of all, I'm not sure that there were other requests, Chairman, but I believe we're able to provide you the enhancement requests that were funded because this is the mayor's proposed budget and we're satisfied with it. It's an excellent budget.
I understand that. I didn't ask if you were satisfied. So your testimony is that there were no other enhancement requests.
My testimony is that I'm very happy to provide you with detailed descriptions of the enhancement requests that have been funded in the mayor's proposed budget, and that this is an excellent budget.
All right. So are you refusing to answer my question?
I'm very happy to give you the same answer I've given you, Chairman.
My question is, would you provide the enhancement requests that were not funded?
Chairman, I'm happy to provide you with detailed explanation of the budget requests that are in the budget book, and we're happy to give you more information about this.
Okay, so then the answer to my question is no. You will not provide me with the enhancement requests that were not funded. You're welcome to say no. I'm going to interpret your answer as no. Or rather, no, I'm looking at my notes here. You said a minute ago there were no other enhancement requests. So which is it?
Chairman, I feel like I've answered your question, and I'm happy to answer other questions.
You know, this is not a game. I do ask this of different agencies, and generally what the agencies say to me, even though it's an answer that I don't like, is that it's up to the city administrator to give me the enhancement requests. The council is the appropriator in this government. The council is the one who adopts the final budget, not the mayor. For us to understand the appropriation, we need to understand what the agencies think needs. That's the purpose of this hearing, is to ask questions to find out what the agency needs. But the enhancement requests are also important for us to understand what the agency thinks it needs. Now, most of the agencies at least have the decency of saying to me that I have to ask the city administrator. You're not even saying that. You won't even tell me with an honest answer whether you had any other enhancement requests. It's as simple. Did you have any other enhancement requests that were not funded? Yes or no?
Chairman, I'm really sorry that I'm upsetting and annoying you. That is not my intent whatsoever. At the same time, I'm sure you understand that as a close advisor to the mayor and someone who's deeply involved in the budgeting process, I am deeply supportive of the budget as submitted. It is not the case that I feel like there's stuff that should have been in there that isn't in there. That actually is not the case. You're asking me whether or not I think there are things that should have been funded. I don't think there are.
I did not ask you that question. Mr. Kine, I did not ask you that question. I asked if I could have copies of the enhancement requests. There's no value judgment in that question. I asked if I could have copies of the enhancement requests that were not funded. That's a yes or no. There's no value ascribed to it. There's no interpretation whether you think the budget's adequate or not. I fully understand every subordinate agency head and every deputy mayor feels that the budget is perfect. It's not my question. Are you able to answer the question?
I think, Chairman, in this instance, that I'm able to share with you the answer you've gotten from other agencies, which is you'll need to ask the city administrator and the budget team if you'd like to see copies of whatever documents were initially submitted. My understanding is that that's all considered deliberative. But you're very, very welcome to ask that team that receives whatever requests from all the agencies, including ours. And again, I'm sorry this has become acrimonious. I don't intend it to be at all.
It would help maybe if you studied the answers that other agency directors give, and then maybe we wouldn't have this acrimony. I will repeat, the council is the appropriator, not the mayor. The council needs to understand the budget and the needs of the agencies in order to appropriate carefully and I would say accurately or consistent with whatever policies the council has. I mean, that's just the fact of this government and the way this government is set up. And it is a fact, and you don't need to respond to this, that the law specifies that the enhancement requests are public documents and are to be provided to the council. That's why I asked this question. I'm not just making this stuff up. The law specifies that these are public documents and are to be made available to the council. And I would add as well that there has been litigation in court that has upheld the law that these are public documents. But I appreciate that you finally got to saying that I should ask the city administrator. Give me a moment here. Deputy Mayor, I don't understand the enrollment intentions, projections and intentions with regard to the new Hardy, I guess it's an elementary school, and the new high school on Macarthur Boulevard. I think rather than using time now to go over that, following the hearing, I will send you a letter that asks for a fuller picture. I can give you a little bit more context to my concern. We had testimony the other day from representatives of the Stoddard parent-teacher organization that Stoddard, with the expansion that's in this budget, and also just given the geography of the Stoddard catchment area, that it doesn't make sense that they would be feeding a new elementary school at the Hardy site. And then the question is, well, what's left to feed the elementary school at the Hardy site? And, you know, rather than for me to come to a conclusion at this point, I'd like a fuller understanding from your office with regard to the enrollment projections for the feeder schools. Well, maybe they're not feeder schools, but from the different schools that would that the new Hardy would draw into. And similarly, there's been testimony with regard to the new Macarthur High School that if 500 students, half of it is supposed to be out of bounds, isn't that exacerbating the under enrollment that we're seeing in other high schools? So I will follow up with a letter with kind of explaining that a little better, but just so you understand where I'm coming from with that.
Very good. We'll be happy to respond to the letter and work with your office, providing that insight and data and analysis.
Okay. State School Board member Ebony Rose Thompson testified the other day. And I want to read from her testimony. As you review the budget and listen to the witnesses, one question I hope you ask yourselves is, do the changes to our DCPS school funding formula result in greater equity, stability, and transparency? One place to look is at how schools are allocated and spend at-risk dollars, how they're allocated and spend at-risk dollars. The DCPS requirement to supplement and to not supplant is an important indicator of equity. When digging into the data, which is the nerdy way of to say, show me the money, it still seems unclear if budgets are equitable. For example, Beers Elementary School in Ward 7 and Mann Elementary School in Ward 3 both have the same number of students projected. The Beers music teacher is paid out of at-risk funds, while Mann has enough money to pay for its music teacher out of local funds. If we've gotten the formula right, shouldn't Beers be able to cover a music teacher? And then, because of the additional funds, be able to add more staff focused on interventions and supports. So how do you respond to her?
Thanks, Chairman. I would say in the first instance, I completely agree that we want to ensure at-risk dollars adequately go to the schools that are serving at-risk students, which is why I've been so enthusiastic about the new DCPS budget model, because this now ensures in this first instance that over 90% of the at-risk dollars now flow directly to the schools where the at-risk students are. It follows the students, as it were. So that's very, very important. Secondly, I would say we have a very, very important tool that's not getting a lot of play yet, but will in the next couple of years in the common financial reporting standards, which have been stood up out of my office. As part of that reporting, each school will produce a report on how they are spending at-risk dollars. And that's going to be really, really important for us. So the first time ever, we're going to have clear insight across every school in the city about what they're doing with the at-risk funding that's flowing into their schools. In fact, there are two different angles of approach that we've taken in that reporting to give us a full picture. And I'm happy to share that detail and documentation with you again as well. But that's going to be very, very important. So we'll have very good answers to the questions that the state board member is asking.
Give me a second. I realize I'm over a little bit. I have one last question, then I'll turn to Councilmember Henderson. I think your internet cut out on this. So I was asking you 240. No, hold on a second. I think your internet cut out while I was asking about community engagement. You were talking about one person to live in the community. Isn't this this is a new request for your office? The $245,000 to bolster DME's community engagement efforts?
It is a new request. Yes, Chairman.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. At least I don't think I do. Councilmember Henderson, do you have another question or two?
I do. I thought I didn't, but you were still talking and it gave me more time to think. I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor. So earlier this year, kind of quietly, I introduced legislation to require us to do the school boundary revisit every 10 years, which was a recommendation back in 2014, but it didn't actually make it into law. And this isn't a hearing on this, but I'm just curious, when do you think we're going to get to the point where we need to revisit school boundaries, given we have so much movement that's happening right now? I'm trying to understand the resistance to the process.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I hope this doesn't go as resistance, but rather for me, it's a question of timing, because I fully agree that we will need to do that. It makes perfect sense in a city with the mobility and transients and changing demographics of ours that it's going to be important. At the same time, as you know, I oversee our master facility planning, and I do work quite closely with the Office of Planning. And we have had to delay now for 2 years our long-term 5 and 10-year projection work because we didn't have census data. It hadn't been run through the Office of Planning supplemental analytics. And so I actually just don't believe right now we actually have the information we need to do that kind of process, because a lot of it, as you know, is about deep community engagement. And remember the process as it was run, which is so vital. A lot of it also relies on a strong understanding of where people are, what births look like, across the city, and so on and so forth. And I know from my own work on the MFP, we don't have access to all of that information. We're looking at post office address changes, instead of a proxy, but we're going to have that later this year. And I think at that point, we can revisit the question about when we might want to undertake this kind of, redistricting.
Okay. So, then help me understand. So right now in FY22 and FY23, there's money for a new elementary school in Ward 3 for Foxhall. Then for FY23, FY24, there's money for an expansion of Stoddard Elementary. We don't have the data to review the lines, but we have the data to open up a brand new elementary school in a feeder pattern that I guess it would be helpful to understand where these children are coming from as we are about to build these new schools. And I'm asking here at a budget because my staff looked at it in comparison. I used to do this back when I worked on the committee, but we used to spend between $40 to $55 million on elementary schools. And now when we look at the CIP, we're spending upwards of $100 million on renovating elementary schools, which used to be what we spent on high schools. So we're talking about a lot of money here. And I know supply chain issues and the cost of labor and all of those pieces. I just want to make sure that we're not about to build some new schools that the neighborhood doesn't have the number of children necessary to support it, and it negatively impact some schools in other areas because, families are making different types of choices, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does make sense, and it's important to look at all of that. And I'll just share with you that in terms of the new schools in Foxhall and Macarthur, this is an issue that we've been looking at since 2017. I know when I started in my role, this was top of mind. I went out to meet with the parents and families in the Wilson feeder pattern at that point. And this is the system's effort to address overcrowding in those schools. And one of the big recommendations that came out of the working group report was create new schools in order to address the overcrowding. Wilson, for example, has continued to increase. I mean, this year it's top 2,000 students. Even during the pandemic, its enrollment is going up, which has been quite striking.
Right.
And so it's clear that we have to do something to address overcrowding. And this is our best proposal. And I think it's a good proposal to work on the overcrowding in that feeder pattern in that part of the city. That's true for both the elementary and the high school. And again, Councilmember, we'd be really happy to sit down with your team to review the numbers you've got and to share the analysis. And I know the chairman just asked us or shared with us that he's going to be sending a follow-up letter, which we'll be providing responses to.
Yeah, I mean, we asked the pre-hearing question, and I have the response, I think, from DCPS, and I think your office probably also provided that as well. And you know what, I'm going to say this. I'm heartened to hear you say that you feel like later this year we'll have the information that we need to begin to have this conversation about the process, because this is not this isn't the first time that we've decided to go with an expansion versus a reviewing of lines. It's not that long ago that we put an addition on Maury Elementary in Ward 6 when Minor Elementary 3 blocks away had seats available, and they were not full. So I think we just have to make these are obviously political calculations, but they're also financial ones as well, especially since we know the capital budget is what the capital budget is, and there are limitations on what we can spend in a year and those kinds of things. And so if we don't want to have the tough conversations with community, but we prefer to just spend $20 million on additions, like it just, at some points, it doesn't make sense anymore from a debt cap standpoint, even. But that was my actual, my for real last question this time, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I think he just went away. I could wax poetically a little bit more.
I'm sure he'll come back.
I'm sure he will. Well, I'll ask this, Dr. Walker Davis, the new schools that opened during the pandemic, how are they doing in terms of enrollment?
Thank you, Council Member Henderson. Our schools are doing well. At this point, our schools have met their enrollment targets or have exercised the contingency budgets that were in place for those schools. So we don't have any more schools coming online until this fall, which is Wildflower, which was approved in our process. So they are doing fine.
Sun's out today.
Council member, are you trying to end your questions?
Yeah, I was.
Chairman, if I may use this opportunity just to answer a question that I was not able to answer when my technology went out, which was your question around the mental health professionals. So we have 111 public charter school campuses that receive services through the DBH program. And there are approximately 900 professionals who are working towards broad behavioral health, which is a combination of staff that schools have themselves, like physical education teachers, like social workers, like positive behavior support staff, school nurses, and school psychologists. And I think it's important to include that whole body of staff because many people are working toward this effort. If I could also just speak to an issue that's come up in the testimony, you asked about facilities increase in my testimony. Yes. And while I did not speak to that, I think you heard in the public testimony that many of our schools were seeking an increase in the facilities allowance. We are certainly supportive of that. And it is our understanding that that is roughly $1.5 million increase. So I wanted to just make sure that it was clear that while I did not speak to that in the testimony, that is an area that our schools have expressed as a need.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you. I do not have any other questions for either of you, and Councilmember Henderson, I believe, was done with her questions. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You are excused, and I'm going to turn now to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Thank you again. Dr. Christina Grant, if you could come on board. I believe we are letting a few people in from OSSI, which is fine. I think we're also waiting for the superintendent.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm here. We were just being elevated.
Okay, now that you're here, give me a second. Get myself together. Hold on.
Of course.
Dr. Grant, when you're ready, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, sir. We still made the morning time, Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. I'm Dr. Christina Grant, and I am the State Superintendent of Education. I'm pleased to testify before you today on the fiscal year 23 budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 23 budget and financial plan makes vital investments in education, affordable housing, health and human services, economic opportunity, and public safety to ensure that we can equitably recover from the challenges we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Notably, it makes a nearly 6% increase in the uniform per student funding formula, a record $2.2 billion commitment to our public education system, and truly exciting investments in youth recreation that will keep our children active, engaged, and healthy. This is a historic investment in public education, and it's incomparable with other urban school districts and states. As a state education agency, OSSI works with child development providers, local education agencies, including public, charter, and DC public schools, community-based organizations, and education partners to ensure success for all district residents from birth through adulthood. OSSI works urgently and purposefully in partnership with our education and community partners to sustain, accelerate, and deepen the progress for DC students. Over the past 2 years, OSSI has played its part in ensuring that our schools and childcare facilities reopened and remained open for in-person learning. The FY23 proposed budget is sufficient to help OSSI achieve its mission and support our public schools from recovery to restoration. The total operating budget for OSSI Maine for FY23 is $1.1 billion across both federal and local sources. Most of this funding is passed through to our LEAs, child development facilities, and other partners. The FY23 budget makes the investments required to meet our statutory obligations and to make significant progress in our district-wide efforts to recover from the pandemic. We know that the pandemic has had an adverse impact on student achievement, and it is important that we continue to invest in efforts to address learning loss. We have resumed the administration of the statewide assessment, and the data on student achievement that we report later this summer will help guide our future recovery efforts. In the meantime, the FY23 budget builds upon our investment in high-impact tutoring using $14.7 million through the American Rescue Plan Act municipal funding. These resources will be used to build on work started in FY22 that resulted in the creation of more than 1,600 seats for tutoring this school year through community-based partners. Later this spring, OSSI will award a multi-year grant to tutoring providers totaling up to $20 million to fund thousands of additional seats for the next 2 school years. We will also make an award to a strategic supports partner who will provide intensive supports for schools to help them design and implement evidence-based tutoring models, whether that is through a tutoring partner or managed by the school. In addition, we are making major investments to scale the use of high-quality instructional materials across the district to expand access to trainings in the science of reading for teachers of grades K through 4, and to incentivize schools to implement summer accelerator programs. All of these evidence-based programs are intended to help the impacts of COVID and build a stronger and more equitable system for the future. Over the past several months, the Council has rightfully focused considerable attention on supports for students with disabilities. We share your ambition to meet the needs of all of our students. That is why OSSI will use federal recovery funds to continue to make progress on implementing elements of our special education roadmap. We will bring our Family Resource Center to light with the Office of the Ombudsman in time for the start of the upcoming school year. We will support our school leaders and educators in confronting the very real challenges that the pandemic has placed on students with disabilities. We will convene school leaders to build inclusive school communities and train teachers and paraprofessionals on revised special education regulations. We will deepen the impact of our monitoring efforts by providing actionable data and aligned trainings and technical assistance. This will enable special education programs to meaningfully connect remediation strategies to the areas that need the most improvement. And in response to some of the challenges we heard from the most recent public comment on this issue, we will engage partners that will provide individualized consultative supports to assist LEAs with specific problems in their schools and communities. Recovery will not be possible without addressing the significant gaps in academic achievement among students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers, and we will continue our efforts to improve our outcomes for all students. From day one, the Bowser administration has prioritized affordable, accessible, and quality infant and toddler care, and we will continue to stay focused on that goal. We set a high bar for quality through our health and safety regulations, raised subsidy rates consistently over time, and provided an array of supports to help childcare workers improve their practice and earn credentials that support their work and career development. The pandemic has tested the early childcare sector, but thanks to the investments the district has made in our strategic deployment of federal relief funds, over 90% of our childcare facilities are open and serving children. The supply of childcare slots has been preserved and even grow during the pandemic. And we are laying the foundation for an even stronger childcare sector as the district emerges through the COVID recovery. The FY23 budget includes nearly $130 million in funding for childcare subsidies. This will ensure that low-income working families can access childcare and maintain the increase in childcare subsidy rates that OSSI implemented in fiscal year 22 to pay childcare providers at rates that sustain their businesses. We will continue to support reopening and recovery efforts through a $15.8 million investment in the Back to Work childcare grant, specifically focused on preserving the supply of childcare in those communities most affected by COVID and helping make sure that slots are open and available for families re-entering the workforce or returning to in-person work. We must also support the hardworking employees that make sure that our youngest Washingtonians are safe, loved, and nurtured. That means paying wages that recognize the value of childcare educators' work and enabling them to remain and flourish in this field. The FY23 budget makes another historic investment in raising the compensation of the childcare workforce through a $73 million investment in the Pay Equity Fund. As you know, we are working diligently to ensure that the fiscal year 22 funds are appropriated and get into the hands of childcare workers as quickly as possible. The Council's task force on early childcare educator compensation just issued its final report, and we will work with Council through fiscal year 23 through this process on authorizing language that enables OSSI to implement the long-term vision outlined by the task force. The FY23 budget also supports efforts to ensure that our child care workforce is well trained to work with our children through another $4 million investment in scholarships and incentives to help workers earn credentials and remain in the field. The future of our great city depends on making sure that it's a place where parents can raise their children and thrive. We have been able to increase the supply of infant and toddler seats in the district through the Access to Quality grant and the The FY23 budget continues funding for another round of grants totaling $10 million over 2 years to support facility expansions, renovations, and construction that will result in 1,000 new or improved quality infant and toddler seats. And so much of the work that we do requires a modernized data system. That is why we continue to make a $374,000 investment in the operations and maintenance of our data systems in the Division of Early Learning. In addition to modernizing our systems to streamline key processes for child development facilities, these investments also lay foundations that will enable us to implement the Pay Equity Fund. We cannot forget these critical investments in our system that undergird all of the work we do, and it's important to keep them modern and in good shape. Before and throughout the pandemic and recovery, the Bowser administration and this council have prioritized investments to increase, preserve, and improve the supply of quality of childcare in the district. The proposed FY23 budget will undeniably allow the district to hold its spot as the national leader in early childhood education. Mayor Bowser's FY23 budget continues her efforts to create pathways to the middle class. In the agent's performance oversight hearing, I shared information about the declines in post-secondary education enrollment for the past several years. We seek to reverse this trend. The FY23 budget includes another investment in DC Futures totaling $12.3 million. These funds pay for tuition, coaching, stipends, and access to emergency funds for DC residents attending local institutions and majoring in programs leading to high demand jobs in information technology, finance, education, law, and security, and other fields. We continue our work to reimagine high schools with an $8 million investment for work-based learning for CTE students. These funds will be used to pay for summer internships for our CTE students and to continue our work with the Advanced Technical Center. We will also invest $1.5 million in College Rising, which provides to and through mentorship to low-income high school students and first-time college goers and expands dual enrollment opportunities for students at public high schools in the district. We have been truly pleased to see an uptick in this program in this fiscal year, and these funds will help us sustain and increase these vital supports. We know that the pandemic has adversely impacted many of our students, and moving from recovery to restoration will require that we meaningfully address barriers that stand in the way of their academic success. The FY23 budget maintains funds to support Project Aware, a 5-year federal grant that supports school-based behavioral health personnel, staff training, parent education, and student-facing programming at the district's 3 largest LEAs, as well as supporting the Department of Behavioral Health with its continuation of a citywide school-based behavioral health community of practice and evaluation of the school-based behavioral health expansion. The FY23 budget includes a $5.1 million sales tax revenue to support the Healthy Schools Fund. These funds will be used to provide grants, resources, and technical assistance across a range of health and nutrition programs in the district and district public and public charter schools. The budget contains funds to support non-exclusionary discipline practices like the restorative justice and trauma-informed practices and other critical school supports like our early literacy grants, community schools, and 21st century schools. Together, these programs will provide vital resources to support our public schools as they continue to move through the recovery period. OSSI administers the non-public tuition program, which provides funding and oversight for special education and related services for children with disabilities who are placed in non-public settings. The FY23 non-public tuition budget is approximately $59.1 million, which is a net decrease of about $400,000 due to fewer students being served in non-public institutions. This reduction preserves the spending level for individual student payments and will not impact services. OSSI remains committed to ensuring that students can appropriately be served in the least restrictive environment. OSSI's Division of Student Transportation is charged with providing safe, reliable, and efficient transportation services that positively impact learning opportunities for eligible district students. As I mentioned in our performance hearing, the realities of the COVID-19 pandemic certainly touched our work in OSSI DOT. However, we are bouncing back. Our on-time performance continues to rise, and we did have some success in filling staffing vacancies at our most recent hiring fair. The FY23 budget includes approximately $122.1 million for ICDOT. This includes a $3.3 million enhancement to support nursing supports for our most medically fragile students and other technology and system upgrades. We are also pleased that the budget includes a $5 million enhancement for the renovation of the 5th Street Terminal. This, alongside continued work with the W Street Terminal, will ensure that our hardworking ICDOT team members have the working conditions they deserve. Collectively, these resources will help us ensure that nearly 3,500 students get to school safely and on time every day. The mayor's FY23 budget proposal provides a historic increase in funding to our public school system and makes critical investments to strengthen the district's efforts in and through recovery. The proposed budget for OSSI will undoubtedly support the agency's work to help Washingtonians build a safer, stronger, healthier, and more equitable city. Thank you, as always, for allowing me to testify before you today. I and members of my team look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. So let me see, I have a bunch of questions and a lot of these are fairly technical because this is a budget hearing. I want to ask about the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. We've gotten testimony, we got a lot of testimony on Monday from people who don't believe that the money is actually going to be spent. So let me kind of go through this. There was some ambiguity in the FY23 budget regarding the Pay Equity Fund. It mentions funds were commingled with ARPA funds totaling 54 million rather than 72.8 million. I want to confirm that OSSI has in fact kept this fund intact.
That is confirmed. The fund is kept intact. You will see that there is 54 in local funds, and we have another 18 that we know needs technically to be moved over. And then you'll see a supplement, like you'll see an additional enhancement for what I believe is $616,000, $616,000. Am I saying that wrong? It's an E802. It's $616,000. That gets us to the total amount of 73 million to keep the revenues intact for fiscal year 23. So the entire amount of money is budgeted and we fully intend to have it available in fiscal year 23.
And they, the financial plan, which most of us don't talk about during these hearings, the financial plan shows that that money will be there throughout the financial plan. It's roughly like 73, 74 million.
Oh, you're talking scaling in the out years.
Yeah.
For today, I can speak around the resources we know we have available in fiscal year 22, and I can speak to what is proposed in the fiscal year 23 budget, but I'm aware of what you're discussing as it's been framed in the overall plan that came from the workforce committee.
Meaning the compensation task force committee?
The compensation task force, that's correct.
I'm going to read this question as phrased. Why were none of the task force recommendations included in the FY23 budget?
Oh, well, the task force concluded its work about a week and a half ago. And so we didn't use it to inform the budget process, but we just walked it through, and I want to affirm again that this budget does include the $73 million in funding for the Pay Equity Fund, which matches the amount that came out of the task force recommendation. I'd say the next steps collectively at OSSI and with you all is looking at the rest of the recommendations and framing out how they will come to be realized over time. Part of the reason that we went through this journey is to make sure that we were using these resources and allocating them within the sector in the most efficient way. And so we are at the stage in the process, as you are aware, of selecting a single source individual to receive the contract and start the process of distributing funds. But the reason that we haven't adopted all of the recommendations is because the task force concluded its work a week and a half ago.
what are the preliminary cost projections for standing this long-term mechanism?
I mean, that is where we are right now in this process. Is in the short term, we have a path forward. Next month, as discussed, we will be selecting our vendor for the single source contract. They will start building out the infrastructure and systems and processes so that childcare workers can have access to these funds. And we plan to keep the commitment of distributing funds through fiscal year 22 into fiscal year 23. But we have to work together on a long-term authorization language on how OSSI will distribute the funds through providers in the future, along with accountability measures to make sure that the funds go to the right intended source. I would say we are also still stepping back and looking at all of the recommendations that comprehensively came out of the task force. We will continue to work with council on legislative language to move forward on the authorization of the usage of the money for fiscal year 23 through the VSA. The work is important, but you framed at the top of the hearing that it's also very technical, and it's our commitment to work to the long-term solutions. And, you know, I see Sarah Mead on the screen. Really, really pleased and thankful that the Division of Early Learning was able to meet the commitments of getting resources out of the door in this fiscal year. And so that's the update with how we move this work forward.
In terms of the legislative language, I'm hopeful that we will have that, be able to include that in the Budget Support Act.
Yes, we are hopeful as well. I know that we are stepping back with our teams and getting that done.
Let me ask about the early childhood educator supports. And what I mean there is, well, first about the, we're requiring certificates and associate degrees. In your statement, I think you referenced something like $4 million. That's in your budget, correct?
That is correct.
And that's to help subsidize individuals who need to get the coursework for a certificate or for a degree?
Yeah, so you will now hear that affectionately known as DC Lead. We acknowledge that we continue to have credential requirements to exist in our early child care space. And so as a result, we have set up these resources, $1 million in scholarships and an additional $3 million in incentives to support individuals who are earning their credentials and moving through the credentialing process in early childcare so that they can continue to earn their required credentials to be a part of the space.
You said $4 million in scholarships and $3 million in incentives. What's an incentive?
$1 million in scholarships, $3 million in incentives. And so that as individuals earn their credentials, there will be incentives in their salary and their compensation to assist them in earning their credentials to make sure that they are fully certified and able to serve in our early child care sector.
So 1 million in scholarships plus 3 million in incentives. The scholarships are at UDC or at any school in DC?
The scholarships are, that is a great question. Give me one quick second. The scholarships are used to support associate degree programs at UDC, as well as other post-secondary institutions in the district, regionally and online.
So conceivably, it could go to, just coincidentally, all of it could end up going to, let's say, Trinity or GW. Probably not, but it would be spread between different schools.
We've stood up the resources so that individuals who need access to the resources can use them at the institution of their choice. We have not dictated how they use the resources. We just want to make sure that they're available. Because our labor force is broad and vast and throughout the entire district. And so we want to ensure the barrier that we are solving for is making sure that individuals have resources to support their credentialing. And these individuals are throughout the district and throughout the DMV.
We received testimony the other day that the amount of financial support is not enough for the number of individuals who have to get these certificates or degrees? Now, UDC's got some money. There was testimony they should get more money. Do you have any sense of that? Any sense of the need?
I mean, throughout all of our investments, we are making a wide array of investments across the entire budget. I can't speak specifically to UDC's needs, but our goal is to continue to work with our institutions of higher learning to make progress on the needs of our residents. And so for this specific category, we have set up the scholarship this way. I would say the resources continue to roll over. And so we have resources to make these investments. And we made them in fiscal year 22. We will continue to make them in 23 and be responsive to the needs that we're hearing from our residents.
Local funds includes a reduction of $4,230,000 to the pre-K enhancement and expansion program of one-time funding that was appropriated in FY22. So that's removed. How will you account for that loss?
So it appears to look like that reduction is taking place, but if you look at line E806, you'll see that PKEEP is flat funded because we removed the one-time funding and then added it back as recurring funding starting in fiscal year 23.
What line is that?
It's in E806. And I see Paris here. Can we confirm that that's correct? I'm looking at it on my end.
I'm going to keep moving.
Okay.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Oh, we got it. Thanks, Paris.
Yes.
The proposed FY23 budget includes a one-time funding of $114.9 million in district recovery funds. Has OSSI designated those funds?
We have. I'm going to read this really, really quickly and then just press pause if you're like, say more about that. So the 114 million is broken down in the following ways. 14.7 million for high impact tutoring, 25,000 for school-based mental health, 250,000 for students supporting students in crisis, 1.5 million for College Rising, 12.2 million for DC Futures, which is our tuition assistance program, approximately 8 million for reimagining DC high schools, $1 million, the scholarships that I just referenced, $3 million for the child care worker fund, the incentives that I referenced, $53 million for the child care subsidy payments, $5 million for our access to quality, our grant in the child care sector, and then $15.8 million set aside for back to work child care grants. And so that total is the $114 million that you are seeing allocated for this work for district recovery.
I'm not going to ask a follow-up question because you're going to provide me a copy of that list.
I will, sir.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the budget book, table 4, which is on page 402 of the budget book, there were some shifts. I wanted to ask about a few of them.
Okay.
There's a line E702. There was a decrease of 19.972 million in the higher education financial services and preparatory programs line. E707, a decrease of 18 million in the Office of College and Career Readiness, and line E802, a decrease of 63.3 million in the Early Learning Office of Licensing and Compliance. I'm sure those aren't all cuts, but they're probably redirected. Can you tell me?
They're not cuts. They have been redirected. Give me 1 second. You started with
E702.
Correct. So if you cut across all of that line, you'll see that there was no change from fiscal year 20. No, and he said 702. Oh, it's the DC tag line. I'm sorry. I'm like, Oh, I was one line lower. My apologies. So yes, you do see the cut, $20 million. It largely reflects the framing that I shared earlier, that we did see a decline in individuals utilizing those funds. We do have enough resources to cover these resources in fiscal year 23. And so that is how we frame out the 20 million from 702. For 703, that's an inter-district shift. Those resources go to the WIC. And so Paris, I don't know if you want to frame quickly how we are looking at shifts in inter-district funding this year. But that is not.
Yeah, I didn't ask about E703. I asked about E702. Did you say that was DC tag?
Yes.
Okay, and it's being cut by 20 million?
It's not being cut. The reduction will not impact the program. It won't impact any personnel or functionality. It's DC tag is currently carrying over a significant amount of resources because of pandemic related enrollment declines. We've asked for a temporary decrease in DC tag funds in order to spend down our carryover funds. And just so you know, we have $44 million in carryover funds for DC tag. And so that is why you see that shift.
But
and
this,
then
this
I'm
is
sorry,
federal
sir.
dollars. This is
That
federal.
is correct.
So we want Congress to give us the money every year.
And they have.
So if they give us the money in FY23, why am I confused? Or why do you look confused? So we get the money from Congress for
Yes.
and then we put it in a fund, and the fund is non-lapsing, so the money carries over.
Correct.
But we want Congress to give us money every year. So maybe I'm misunderstanding it. This is not reflective of what's going into the fund. It's just reflecting what's authorized to be spent. Is Mr. Saunders the AFO who's going to help me here?
Yes, and so this year, the 20 million is in the request. And so once the request is made, it's up to Congress if they want to give us the 40 or honor the request of 20 million. And so typically our budget has to match the president's request. And so right now that request for DC tag in FY23 is for 20 million. Same process for last year, the request was for 30 million, again, less than the normal appropriation that we get for 40 million. And we always come back with the $40 million appropriation, because that's typically what the Congresswoman always requests as well.
You're fading out there a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry. And so again,
this year,
we have to match the mayor's and the president's request, and so our budget mirrors that. So that 20 million is in the request that matches the congressional request. And so, and typically, the Congresswoman. Eleanor Holmes Norton, she typically requests the total 40 million appropriation. And so last year was 30 million, the request, we still got the 40 million. So this is just the protocol process, the 20 million piece.
well, we have a companion bill called the Federal Request Act, and we could put in the Federal Request Act 40 million, and then we could put 40 million in this line.
Yes.
All right, because I'm not interested. In fact, I'd frankly like to see that the amount of the scholarship goes up. So I'll keep moving.
Your next question was about 707.
Yes.
So the majority of this increase is a removal of ARPA federal funds from 707, which includes DC Future. The program, the entire program is going to be funded out of the district recovery plan for FY23. So that long list that I just walked you through, those are where those resources will be funded from. So it's not a decrease. It's also a shift of about 700,000 from college and career readiness to teaching and learning. And this is for the educator pipeline enhancement, the Grow Your Own project that we talked about in oversight and performance. From last year, it was placed in the wrong division. And so we're going to make the technical correction for fiscal year 23.
So then the the reduction shows up elsewhere in the tables.
That's correct.
What about E802? And then I'll turn to colleagues.
So 802, I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Yes, 802, early learning.
The
office
63
license.
million?
Yes,
Yeah, so there's some shifts in funding for 802, but those shifts are not resulting in any reductions to the child care subsidy program or the pay equity fund. The $37.2 million reduction, it represents the DHS TANF MOU, which does not appear in our budget due to the new intra-district process. A $34 million reduction represents the ARPA local revenue replacement for the child care subsidy program that is shifted from E802 into the district recovery plan. I think that's in that list that I walked through before. There's another $12.9 million that represents another ARPA federal fund that is shifting to the district recovery plan. There's also a $22.7 million increase in federal COVID funds for the ARPA CCDF funds. And then you also heard me reference the $616,000 increase in local funds. That's an enhancement for the pay equity fund. You also would see, I've been watching you today, that there is an increase of 24 FTEs. 20 of those FTEs are employed by DHS that are a part of an MOU that you'll see between OSSI and DHS. And then there are 4 FTEs that are funded through the federal ARPA CCDF funds. And I see Paris nodding.
I didn't see him nodding. I saw his head nod.
Well, he's smiling, so.
Okay.
Good job.
Time on this round. Let me turn to colleagues. Council member. Actually, in order of arrival, I'm hearing some noise from staff. Councilmember Henderson arrived first, and then Pinto, and then Gray. So I think that's the order in which and I see Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Henderson, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Superintendent Grant. You went fairly quickly in the list in terms of the district recovery grant. Can you guys just share that document? Okay. The second thing I wanted to ask is, did you say that some money for early childhood education is coming out of district recovery, or did I hear that wrong?
You heard our child care worker fund, our child care, the scholarships and the incentives, our subsidy payments are coming out of the recovery fund. The access to quality grant is coming out of, that's a grant that's going to be used to scale more seats.
Okay, hold on, go back. The early the early educator worker fund, is that different than the early educator equity pay fund?
Those are 2 different funds. That is
okay. Correct. Okay, that's what it is. I was like,
so
wait.
The pay equity fund, 54 million this year, 73 million next year.
Yep.
Completely separate fund than the funds that I'm talking about that are a part of the district recovery plan.
Got it. Okay. In the future, we probably should think of more distinctive titles for
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
So I actually want to start. Let's talk a little bit about the early educator equity pay fund, or I think I'm mixing up the words, but you know what I'm talking about. First, I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of the task force members, including your staff who also participated in that work. I think when we set this up, no one anticipated that they would have as many meetings as they did. And going through the final report, it's lengthy, it's meaty, and I just want to say I appreciate the work. So kudos to Sarah Mead and the team who worked on that. I wanted to ask about this year upcoming in terms of outreach. My understanding is that the way that the fund is currently set up, we haven't allowed outreach to be an allowable use. And so I'm curious in terms of what you all are doing or will be doing to alert educators about the $10,000 opportunity this calendar year.
Well, first, thank you. And Sarah Mead is here, so I know you can hear us. I say thank you often, but Sarah, just to make sure you hear it again, thank you for leading and driving the work on behalf of OSSI. let me give you a couple of updates specifically on where we are in this fiscal year and walk through what we have requested as we're in the process of selecting our vendor, things that we want them to do. So we've identified a third-party organization. First, they had to have the proprietary technology, past experience, a provider that essentially helps support COVID relief in terms of moving large sums of money with direct cash payments to individuals who are banked and unbanked, individuals who are documented and undocumented. And we anticipate awarding the grant in April of 2022. And obviously we'll make sure that you're aware and others. So we are just rounding out the process of like the list of requirements that we had for our vendor. We are also making enhancements to our own internal data systems to ensure that we are able to provide the grantee with accurate data. We are, from April until I'd say summer, we are working around adjustments, making sure that child care educators are aware of the fund, understand how they have access to the fund. There was robust conversation during the task force and even at performance oversight around ensuring that individuals knew how do you access the fund, what do taking these funds mean, how do we structure the payments, and what are the impacts on taking those funds in your day-to-day life, because we heard robust conversations around the impacts of receiving the money. Next up on our end is really making sure that that's clear. We're going to launch a pay equity communications campaign. And so we'll probably be leveraging all of you that highlight these are the resources, this is how you have access to them. But where we are right now in the timeline is really, really ensuring that we're clear with our vendor about what we need. And I'm sorry, that was a long answer, but.
No, but it was a good one. And it was, yeah, it was a helpful one just to, you've taken out a page of my questions. I do want to ask, do you all anticipate having some type of public facing interactive tool where someone could know where their, I hate to call it a benefits cliff, but where their benefits on other programs might change because this direct payment would be considered income for the purposes of TANF, SNAP, Medicaid, et cetera?
So I'm not certain that it will be an interactive tool. What we have asked for our vendor to be able to provide is that one-on-one counseling and conversation to say, like, this is how this can impact you personally. Okay. But I hear the request and I will circle back with the team, but I am aware that that was a deep part of the conversation around how will these resources impact your bottom line with respect to income and earning and taxes and how it could impact other benefits that these individuals might have.
Okay, I will say this. I don't think you guys necessarily need to recreate the wheel because I had a conversation with Director Zeilinger from the Department of Human Services, and I think that they are working on something similar. So this might be an opportunity for you guys to just piggyback off of their work. So I just wanted to toss that out there. If we're gonna just staying on FY22 supplemental really quickly, it shows a $4.5 million cut because of higher than anticipated vacancies. How many vacancies does OSSI currently have right now?
Well, we're making progress. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the document. OSSI Maine, I believe we're at 95 vacancies. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a nod. Yeah, we're currently, let me just read the data because I know it's a top of mind question for me. So we have 95 vacancies. We filled 521 positions for a total of 616 at OSSI Maine. I see Councilmember Lewis George here, so I might as well give you the numbers for DOT so we can all be in alignment. We had 136 vacancies until March 16, but we hired every bus attendant. Well, we've extended an offer for every bus attendant line at OSSI. And so we have shifted our vacancy rate from 9% for DOT. It'll be roughly at 4% as we conclude our hiring fair. Many of you all know, and again, a tremendous thank you to the team. When I arrived, we had a significant vacancy rate between our hiring fair in November and our hiring fair last month. We have hired over 90 people at OSSI, and we are continuing to leverage the strategy of having hiring fairs to continue to attack the vacancy rate. It's a commitment I made at my confirmation hearing. And so I'm excited to see the numbers continuing to go down. We also re-envisioned our entire HR team. And so you also will see that that team is now fully staffed with the exception of 2 roles. And that's a dramatic shift at OSSI than where we were at the beginning, middle of this fiscal year.
Sorry, Superintendent. I don't know if we're getting another round, so I'm trying to get in, what I can get in. Did I hear you say that all of DC Futures is now going to be funded from District Recovery Fund?
That is correct.
Is that just for FY23?
That is the proposed for FY23, and we already have 300 people signed up.
300, okay. We can I'll ask more about that offline. I don't want to waste precious time.
We don't want to be accused of being in a brawl again. So let's talk nicely.
Okay. I want to ask about enrollment projections. Combined, both sectors are realizing an increase of about 332 overall. Although we're seeing some decreases happening in pre-K 3 through grade 4. Am I reading too much into these numbers that we're losing some of our younger kids, or do you feel like this is just we're going to get back on track here in a little bit?
I mean, I'd say a couple of things. One, Chancellor's after me. I know he will talk with you at length about the projections specific to DCPS. I would say a through line you're seeing across the investments at our level. We are making investments in childcare to get individuals back into those facilities. We're making strategic investments across all of K-12 to get individuals back into our schools and into our seats. And so we don't own projections at OSSI, but we hope that all of these investments are going to yield all of our children coming back into the system.
Okay.
And
I do have some other questions, but there are a lot of my colleagues who are here, so I will hold off. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto. And you'll be followed by Councilmember Gray and then Councilmember Lewis George.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Dr. Graham.
Hello, Councilwoman. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for being here with us today. I want to focus my time with you on literacy, as we've talked about before during performance oversight. How is OSSI planning to fund letters training in this year's budget?
You will know that I was like, letters, give me the information. So, but I will tell you, one, let's step back and say we are making really comprehensive investments in literacy overall. I hope you were able to join us recently. We had a great literacy convening. We continue to lead this work. For letters specifically, because I know that's your question, we supported 70 teachers in fiscal year 22 in level 1 of their training. We're going to support 80 teachers in fiscal year 23 to join that training. It's a 2-year training. And so the teachers who are finishing year 1, they will finish year 2 while we bring on 80 additional teachers to do their training. And what we are trying to do at OSSI is to ensure that we have a range of options for literacy training. So we will be offering letters training. We're offering self-paced science of reading modules for K-4 teachers. We are also making investments for 5 to 12 teachers, which I'm particularly excited about because that's the grade span I taught in, on disciplinary literacy. And so if you are a math teacher, how do you have the best literacy practices showing up in your math classroom? We're leveraging our ESSER dollars to continue to support our teachers with a stipend so that they can continue to focus on their literacy training. And so, and we've had robust conversation about dyslexia, and we're continuing to develop reading difficulties awareness training that's going to be released later this year. But in a comprehensive scope, you're going to find us having robust offerings for literacy training.
Okay, and that's good to hear that it was improved or proposed to be improved this year to 80 teachers. How does the pipeline look for teachers who are interested in this training, or as we look out for 2 or 5 or 10 years, how we can be expanding this capacity?
On our end, we're going to continue to stand up the investments. I think to your point, we were able to provide the training to all 70 individuals who were interested. That's why we increased the number to 80. Right now, any individual who would be interested in signing up for fiscal year 23, we would have supports for them. So we're encouraging individuals to make sure that they're signing up and making us aware. But I would also let you know is because of how funding is passed directly through to schools, certain schools are providing the training themselves. And so we hear back from our school communities about what they need. And the communities have told us they want multiple options. So they want letters training, they want science of reading training, they want disciplinary training. And so we are trying to align our resources to meet those needs.
Okay, well, thank you. And just to confirm, as it relates to the letters training, is that all through OSSI's budget or is that private funding?
That is all through our allocation, and we're using ESSER 3 funding to cover it.
3 funding, okay. We have not been able to find that line item in the budget books. I'm not sure if you have that in front of you. That's something we've been looking for.
I'll have the team follow up with you. I'm looking at it I have the budget broken out by themes. And so I'm looking at it in my literacy column, but I'll have the team follow up and make sure you see it in the budget book.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
No worries.
Currently, early childhood education teachers and ELL teachers are not required to pass a licensure exam that evaluates knowledge of science of reading. What are the plans to ensure that these teachers are required to take this type of licensure exam?
I think we continue to stand up resources to support the credentialing for early child care educators. On the L side, I'll follow up with the team because we do have, for DCPS teachers, there are licensure credentials for all of them to operate and exist in our schools. And so I'll make sure we have a more comprehensive answer to that, but we are supporting our educators on both sides of the system through their licensing credentials.
Okay, so there are no immediate plans to add a requirement for early childhood education teachers and ELL teachers to take this licensure exam?
We have licensure requirements across our workforce, and I will follow up with you on a more in-depth answer if those requirements are going to change.
Okay, thank you. How is OSSI working to ensure that all DC teachers have access to and use culturally responsive, high-quality instructional materials that support teaching literacy based on the science or reading?
Yeah, I'm happy that you asked. It's one of the recovery projects that we don't talk most about, but we are leveraging ESSER resources to review we are standing up high quality instructional materials that are grounded in research and the science of reading. It's one of our projects at OSSI that's under the umbrella of accelerated learning. And so that work is occurring in this fiscal year and will continue on into next fiscal year, but it's a part of our work to review the materials and provide that information and guidance back to our schools.
Okay, thank you. And does OSSI have a plan to engage parents about the science of reading and ensure that they have at-home resources to aid their children as they learn to read?
It's a part of the conversation. We have our comprehensive state plan, and it's a part of a conversation that we've continued to have around how do we make sure that we're going deep on literacy? How do we make sure that both our educators and our families have the resources that they need? I would say we have made the investments and we will continue to build upon those efforts with our families through convening and other methods to ensure that they have what they need at home. At this stage, we have focused heavily on standing up resources and supports for our teachers, and then providing guidance to our LEAs on how they should make sure that this work is occurring at the family and home level. But I hear the question and will continue to push the conversation forward. We're excited that we announced a $16 million federal grant to improve literacy for our students. And through that grant, we've been able to make investments in specific LEAs and child development facilities, all around improving literacy outcomes. And some of that design is how literacy plays out in the home.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grant.
You're welcome.
We talked about in the past performance oversight, the plans for Aussie to develop a curriculum about health education and menstrual health in particular for students starting in grade 4. How is that process going? Are there any updates since we last spoke about this in February?
Yeah, we're still in the process of developing the curriculum. The way that it's structured is we are developing the policy, and then that will play out with our LEAs. I see Dr. Schumacher here. I don't know if you have any additional updates for the council member, but this was a big conversation coming out of oversight. And so first, welcome back, Heidi. And please give us some updates on that topic.
Sure. Good afternoon, council member. So indeed, yes, we are in active discussions now to review the health education standards as articulated in the legislation and to ensure that we are updating accordingly. That will of course be in partnership with the State Board of Education. And then in addition, we are also consulting with DC Health to create the sign that would accompany then the distribution of products in bathrooms.
Okay, and how does the timeline look for those continued conversations?
Ongoing, we anticipate within the next year, we should complete those.
In time for the school year starting this fall?
I would say within the next calendar year. I don't think it is likely that we will complete them this spring to summer, but within the next calendar year.
Okay, and so should schools expect that the curriculum and the signs will be corresponding with the actual products being dispensed?
So the signs will be available within the coming months. We are really focused on standards rather than curriculum, as is articulated in the law. And so that the standards work, as I said, is ongoing within the next year. We certainly provide ongoing technical assistance to LEAs if they have questions about curricula or other aspects of health education. That's a core part of our portfolio.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your work on that. We're excited to ensure that all of our students, regardless of gender, have access to this very important information and then learn about it at a young age in our effort to both give people access to information and reduce stigma around menstruation. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, council member, and thank you, Dr. Shoemaker.
Councilmember Vince Gray, followed by Councilmember Louis George.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Grant, how are you today?
Oh, it's so great to be with you this afternoon, council member.
Absolutely.
I'm well.
You and I have been working hard over time to be able to get together, so here we are today. I appreciate it. I have a few questions that I want to ask you. The proposed fiscal year 23 budget for OSSI includes a reduction of $34.9 million to account for the removal of ARPA funds in fiscal year 22 to support the early childhood educator pay equity fund. The proposed budget then includes a $166,000 enhancement to support budget support to support the pay equity fund. The proposal then goes on to speak about the pay equity fund to some extent. Can you overall, how much money is being included to support those areas of the budget? Dr. Grant, and I apologize for any redundancy that there may be in some of these questions because some of them are probably being repeated. But anyway, I appreciate your efforts to try to answer these questions, okay?
First, thank you so much for your steadfast leadership on early learning. So much of what we get to share today is just a reflection of your unwavering work. And so I am delighted to repeat myself. I'll do it as many times as you ask. So first, I just want to acknowledge the current fiscal year 23 budget includes the $54.3 million in local funds and an additional $18 million. And as I said briefly, there's a $616,000 enhancement request, which gets us to the full $73 million for the pay equity fund for fiscal year 23. We are aware of a discrepancy that you could see looking through the budget book, but we are going to make sure that that is fixed. We have the resources set aside, and we are in this current year going through the process of allocating the original 54 million, standing up the program, getting those resources out the door. What you've heard us discuss briefly is there is a short-term solution for fiscal year 22, but we have to step back with council for fiscal year 23 to get the authorization to move those resources as well. And so this is a process of us building, designing the systems, putting together structures that will serve us well in fiscal year 23 when we have to do this work again to move those resources. And so the resources have been the resources exist, they've been set aside, and we are in the process of getting resources out of the door this fiscal year.
Okay. Can you overall, can you tell me how much will be put in towards early childhood education in this upcoming budget, Dr. Grant?
Goodness, Sarah Mead, the top number between equity is 73 million. The child care subsidy budget is 136 million. And then there's another, I want to say, are we at 260 million? Does that sound right at the top of, I'm just adding up different lines.
Yeah, it depends on what exactly you count, because there are things like Strong Start that are early learning investments and pre-K that are early learning investments that sometimes we talk about the same bucket as subsidy and sometimes we don't. However, you're generally right, Superintendent, that between the pay equity fund and the various pots that support subsidy, that's over $200 million. And then we have very exciting investments that are currently slated as one-time in things like back to work childcare, access to quality, and our early childhood scholarship and incentive programs for early childhood educators. And when you factor all of those things in, that takes us close to 250. I think it's around between 230 and 240 without taking into account Strong Start this year.
Yeah, I did just adding up my budget lines, and I'm right at 250, but council member, we will, for your office, we will respond in writing and frame out the entire total amount. It's because the revenue streams are coming in from multiple sources. We broke them down in different categories, but I think the top number is right at 250 million.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me ask you one or two questions again on early childhood. Are providers being adequately compensated at this stage from your perspective?
I mean, I think that that's an evolving conversation. I mean, that's the work of Washington, D.C. and why we're leading the country in seeking to answer that question. What we are proud of is our ability to stabilize the entire workforce and all of our providers through the pandemic. And so what you'll see existed this year and will continue to exist in fiscal year 23. We increased the subsidy rate in 22, and you'll see that maintained in our 23 budget. We engaged in this task force conversation on compensation. We have their recommendations. We are going through the recommendations to continue to push the conversation forward. What I know other council members and yourself know is the individuals who are attempting to provide these services tend to be the lowest paid across our educational ecosystem. And we're seeking to engage in conversations to make compensation competitive because we know that the individuals who serve our littlest learners are most important in setting them up for long-term academic success. And so that is the work collectively, and we are happy to see strides being made thus far, and we have more work to do.
Okay. Can you tell me how the requirements of birth to 3 and and from the Pay Equity Fund Establishment Act, how are those requirements being addressed at this stage?
Sarmi, can you address that question quickly?
Yes, I can. Council member, as you well know, there are essentially three components of the requirements of the Birth to Three Act. One that requires OSSI to use a cost model to inform subsidy reimbursement rates for childcare. One that requires OSSI to establish a parity compensation scale for early childhood educators, and then a third that envisions increasing subsidy eligibility to increasing levels of income of families. That third piece has never been fully funded. It is the most expensive part of the act, and so we have not yet implemented that. In terms of the first two components, OSSI did update its cost estimation model, estimating the cost of care for all ages of children across all levels of quality. We did that in the summer of 2021, so last year, and used it to inform the reimbursement rates that were put in place for FY22, which will remain in effect for FY23. That reimbursement rate does not fully reflect the compensation parity costs because the Pay Equity Fund legislation was enacted, which indicated a little bit of a shift in how the council wanted us to move forward with that. We did, however, publish last year the compensation pay parity scale, which was used by the Pay Equity Task Force, and we've worked diligently with the Pay Equity Task Force to flesh out a vision for distributing the funds that the council allocated for the Pay Equity Task Force that includes both staff that participate in our childcare subsidy system, as well as childcare workers who do not participate in our subsidy system. So it looks a little bit different from what was originally in the Birth to Three Act. We are in the process, as the superintendent shared, of engaging a partner who will support direct distribution of pay supplements to childcare workers this year, FY22, with the pay equity funds that were allocated for FY22 in accordance with the task force's recommendations. And as the superintendent also shared, we are excited to work with the council through the FY23 Budget Support Act legislation to put in place the legislative language that we will need to move forward with the long-term recommendations of the task force, so that that 73 million that's in the budget for FY23 can be spent in accordance with those recommendations, as well as potentially continuing pay supplements while we provide some transition time for childcare providers to get ready for the new system going forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, are you going to have another round?
For you, yes. That was a little bit. We will all have another, at least one more round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. Superintendent Grant, one, I want to just thank you for the work that you've been doing with addressing the vacancy issues at OSSI and especially within the transportation division. I'm very happy to hear about the offers that have gone out that will support our transportation needs, and also the work that you've been able to do with the chairman and his staff, as well with council members and the task force around our childcare educators. Those are two things I asked you about before, when you were coming in, and you committed to taking those seriously, and you have. And so I want to appreciate you for those things. I know the subtitle right now wasn't proposed to offer a framework, I think, that would work from OSSI's perspective for the implementation of the pay parity grants relative to the recommendations the task force put forward. And so I just want to see if you all are you currently working on language to share with the council at this stage relative to the final task force report? And when should we expect that suggested subtitle language?
So first, thank you for just, being a strong partner in all of the work. We are in the process of reviewing the recommendations. We discussed this with the chair, and we'll probably be able to do that through the BSA ideally. The task force report and their recommendations just wrapped. And so we hopefully will have this language in the BSA. It's technical language, but we're trying our best to kind of get it done so that we can stay in alignment and make sure that we are ready to move forward in fiscal year 23.
Okay, great. That's great to hear. And the 53 million of ARPA federal recovery funds allocated for childcare subsidies, those funds are usually covered by local dollars. So just want to know what's the long-term plan for making sure local dollars are available to keep, subsidy payments funded over once ARPA dollars expire.
And I can speak to you today about the investments we've made in 22 and the investments we've made in 23. And we'll continue to, the administration has been making these investments long before the pandemic. I don't want to get ahead of future fiscal years, but the resources are there. And I think what we are most excited about is increasing our rate and being able to say that we can maintain that increase in next fiscal year.
Okay. As long as the goal is to maintain, that I think that's important, and we can, talk about it in the further years there. Does this budget include funding for OSSI to build a new dashboard for the school report card? Where are we in that process, and when will the dashboard be public?
I'm going into that section of the briefing. So we do have a small increase from my DC, but it's to just support the overall design of our work. We're working with our State Board of Education right now on the design of our accountability framework. And a part of that accountability design is the dashboard. So you will see that work moving forward. It's a part of the work of OSSI. And so the resources aren't specifically called out. It's work that's in our teaching and learning division. And we're going to move forward with that work. You should see that work moving forward this summer with our state board, because we are providing the United States Department of Education with an update on our accountability framework this summer.
Okay. I think the chairman might have already asked about this, so please forgive me, but I have to ask. The budget for OSSI's Office of the Assistant Superintendent appears to be growing by 260 million. Can you say more about what's happening here? What's included in this increase?
Is that give me 1 second, let me get that budget book out. That's all. Oh, that's all of our federal resources. So it's not increasing. Those are resources that are going to be, those are resources that live at DCPS. Is that So these are resources that are living on our budget line, but they'll be in an MOU over to DCPS. Sorry, give me 1 quick second. There's $260 million increase in Fund 601. Those are funds that are loaded into our budget. Those funds were not added into the budget in fiscal year 22, which makes it look like a very large increase. And I'm assuming that's the line that you're talking about.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so that's line 601. You're saying it's not significantly growing. Say it again. It's not that it's significantly growing. It's funding that was there previously or before?
It's funding that's been loaded in the correct line. That's the best way to explain it. And then Paris pops on the screen. So Paris, do you want to frame? I want to be very clear that we are not adding 300 people to OSSI. So Paris, take it away.
Sure, correct. Councilman George, the way the new interagency process works is the buyer agency keeps the money on their books. And so all of the federal funds that we used to transfer over to DCPS now sits on our books. And so then DCPS, their expenditures that they're gonna load into those different projects now sits on OSSI's books. And so then what we have to do to balance that so that it's a net zero effect is we have to reduce the grants that we fund DCPS with, and their budget now sits on OSSI's budget. And so do a technical correction, you'll see some of that that federal money go down, because we'll then reduce that money because it's almost like it's double counted right now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, although it makes it confusing and hard for everybody. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Trust me, I saw that I was getting 249 additional employees. And
You're
So,
excited.
but thank you, Paris.
I appreciate that. I wanna, does OSSI have plans to publish more information on how OSSI and LEAs are spending the federal relief funds? The dashboard that's posted on the DME website is a static 7-page PDF. And I'm looking for something a little more interactive that would allow the council and the public to track these funds.
Yeah, so we recently just produced our annual report, and that's like our first shot at framing what we've done this year. I've asked the team to go back and kind of pull out all of the pictures, but really set up visuals that would show the $600 million coming into Washington, D.C., the $60 million that remains at OSSI that we're using for accelerated learning and all of the investments I'm walking you through, the $114 million that's coming into the agency specific for fiscal year 23. And then to your point, what are the resources that are living at schools and how would individuals be able to get a better understanding? So that I'm so sorry, that information is forthcoming, but I heard the request at the performance oversight hearing, and the team is working on putting together something that is more visually appealing and understandable to the public. Because my original answer was like, they're all reported to the Department of Education, and that's not helpful.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. We want like sort of, we want it to be a dashboard that we can track. So like, I don't even know that I care about the visually appearing part as much as I do about like a way to like actually track the money, because it's just been confusing.
And I would say transparently to you, like I was talking to the Secretary of Education this weekend, like we are also, you know, our role here is making sure that we're staying in close compliance with the feds. And it is a new process to be monitoring 3 different, very large sets of funds with our schools. And so we've been prioritizing the technical assistance and guidance to our schools, but we hear the request to make sure that that is more transparent on your end. And so we are working on it.
Okay. Can you say more about the Advanced Technical Center included in the OSSI's capital budget? Is it going to be located at 1709 3rd Street Northeast, as the budget book says? Is this the same as the Winston program, budgeted for $35 million in the DCPS's capital budget? I just need to understand, those are the serious questions, but I'm also want to understand who's supposed to attend this facility, what they're going to do there, and sort of what is in its operating budget. Right now, it just feels like a vague sort of half plan, and I want to see what's the full plan here.
Well, let me provide some clarity, because the ATC is a real reality for us here at OSSI. So a couple of things. One, this is not the Winston project at all. Those are 2 separate projects. One is proposed for fiscal year 23, but the ATC was proposed in 22, and we've been actively working to bring that to bear. Let me walk you through quickly. So the ATC is the Advanced Technical Center. Where it will be located this coming year is on the campus of Trinity University. We began that planning in 2021 for this upcoming school year. It will move to the Penn Center building at 1709 3rd Street Northeast. And there's a capital project request in for that work. So that's the duality. What will take place at the facility is the opportunity for us to have CTE-based offerings for our students across a multitude of CTE offerings. It will be open to all the children of the district. And it's our vision of having an opportunity for students to come get CTE credentials, college credits in areas of need. So that's the overall scope, but they're 2 separate projects, and we are advancing our work on the ATC through this fiscal year and through next fiscal year.
Okay, and so is it for K through 12 or college age?
Council member.
That's a good, that was a quick follow-up. Is it K-12?
Middle school, high school.
Middle school, high school, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. There'll be a second round.
Okay.
Dr. Is OSSI involved with the funding of community schools?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we received testimony the other day that some schools that have been community schools for a number of years that their time is up and they have to reapply. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's accurate. It's a grant application.
For how many years?
It's give me 1 second. I'll get it's either a 2 or 3 year grant, but I do know that the grant is up. And so schools will have to reapply, or individuals receiving resources for community schools will have to reapply.
Okay. And while you're looking that up, just to be clear, a community school is one that provides services beyond just the traditional classroom teaching. There are other supports for family.
They provide wraparound services.
Yes, and my impression is that the community schools have been successful in improving outcomes for kids because of the availability of wraparound services. So this is all a good thing. And I get it that if you are funding them, you don't want to fund them in perpetuity if they're not succeeding. So that would be why it's a grant. But on the other hand, the sense I got from testimony the other day is that this is potentially destabilizing in that will the school get the new, could be renewed as a community school? So
I would frame it, so we've provided $2.5 million in grants to community schools. And I understand the distinction that you're making. Our FY23 budget continues to maintain that investment for CST, for community school 2 grants that will have continuation awards for 17 current grantees. The next competition for the full amount would be in fiscal year 24. So I would want to get a better understanding of what you were hearing. The grants that individuals will be applying for now would be for continuation grants. But we do set these resources up to be incubators, and part of the investment and framing for the resources is built on a set of grantees having access to the resources, and then us having the ability to stand those resources up again for another set. So where we are right now is the resources are in for fiscal year 23, but they're for continuation awards. And so the 17 current grantees would be reapplying for continuation resources.
So how long a grantee gets an award for how many years? 2 years?
3 years. 3 years. So 2020, I'm trying to get the year that we stood the grant up, but I know it was in fiscal year 22, and we have resources to maintain that grant for fiscal year 23.
And they must reapply annually for a continuation.
For continuation, that is correct.
And that, I'm assuming that that's a low barrier. If they've gotten the grant or gotten the award, then all they have to do is show, hey, look, we're performing according to the grant, and they get the continuation money. Am I right?
That's a general framing. But sustainability, I think the thing that what you are probably hearing is that a part of the application is a focus on, so when these resources are pulled back, how do you sustain yourself? Because we want to have the ability to stand that grant up for 3 years with another set of schools. And so I think that is the tension that we're hearing. That
I'm going to come to that in a moment. So you said 2.5.
Got it.
Is that the total budget, or is that for each school, each grantee?
That's across all of the grantees.
So if I divide that by 17, that's what they're getting.
Hold on, I'm pulling out my calculator. It's roughly $150,000 a grantee. And they provide, all sorts of activities. But to your framing, they are wraparound supports for our school communities.
So what happens next year? The 3-year grant is up. Do the 17 go away, as in lose the funding, or do they continue and you add new people, new schools?
We would have to discuss it, but the community school model is we stand up the resources for 3 years, and then we stand up the entire grant again so that individuals can reapply for the full scope of funding. And I can't stress that sustainability is a part of the application. So it's supposed to be designed with an end in mind, as to say.
I think you lost me. So the 17 schools, do they have a shot at re-upping for 3 years?
I can quickly check with our team. The answer is yes, but they would have to reapply for another round of funding and then have to do their continuation grants annually.
Okay, do you know if DCPS has money for the community schools, or is this all they get as a community school?
Wait, say that part again. I'm sorry, sir.
Do you know if DCPS adds money to them for community school? In other words, a complementary program, or?
I'm unsure. You would have to raise that question with the chancellor on how they support community schools.
Okay.
We
also
have DCPS grantees as a part of the 17, but you should touch base with the chancellor on if they provide additional supports for their community schools.
Fair point. We received testimony the other day with regard to outdoor programming. And my staff gave me a question concerning OSSI field trips, study abroad funding, which apparently has been cut in half. So can you explain to me why your budget for OSSI field trips and study abroad has been cut in half? And as part of your answer, does OSSI fund these overnight outdoor programs for fifth graders? I was told there were 3 different contractors, Prince William Park, Great Falls, and Adequacy, Dallas Ferguson Foundation. There was a question mark at the end.
Sitting with bated breath. So those are 2 separate questions. Let me focus on field trips first. So in field trips, and our teams should talk to each other because some of this I think is like a technical question on our end. So the funding was transferred from DC's commission on the arts and humanities in the beginning of fiscal year 21. We didn't implement the program in 21 due to the public health emergency. In 22, we entered into an MOU with DCPS for $523,000, which satisfied their budgetary needs for field trips. We do not believe that we have the grant-making authority to implement the remaining $1 million to the non-educational based nonprofits, which is why we reduced the fiscal year 23 amount as well. So we would need to work with council that if that additional $1 million in fiscal year 22 hasn't been awarded, the short answer is our FY23 budget supports the $523,000 that we MOU'd to DCPS to ensure that their field trip needs could be supported. And then we removed the portion for nonprofits because we didn't believe we had the ability to implement that part of the program.
And what are the nonprofits? That's for these field trips or for these overnight trips?
Those are 2. The field trips line that you originally were focused on.
Yeah. Well, so but what
we think that the overnight program is through DOEE.
It's not.
It's not on OSSI. So the second part of your question, and I can have our team follow up with you on writing on this topic because I asked a lot about the field trip line item because I saw it was reduced. And so I know that I can speak with you about the $523,000 that we MOU to DCPS, but the overnight question, those resources aren't from OSSI.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm still confused about the nonprofits. So if there's 1 point.
And we'll follow up because there isn't $1 million difference. When the money was transferred over to us in 21, we don't have the authority to distribute resources to nonprofits. We MOU'd what DCPS needed and we carried that amount forward in our fiscal year 23 budget so that okay.
I got that, but how are nonprofits involved with $1 million, but not with the 500,000? Can you give me an example here? It's like DCPS needs money in order to for a DCPS driver to pick up kids and drive them to the Smithsonian. But the $1 million is, see, I'm confused here. It was for a nonprofit.
Yeah, I mean, I'll follow up with you and your team. The way that the process was explained to me is that we MOU'd DCPS what they needed, but we don't have the structures to MOU those types of resources directly to other nonprofits. We would have to stand up a grant to do that, and we don't have the grant making authority in that way for these resources. And so we should just follow up offline, because I was as confused as you are, but our commitment was to move the resources forward that we knew that we used, which was the $523,000.
Do charter schools get any of this?
Again, the way that it's designed, no.
Okay, if you could follow up, because I'm confused. I'm also out of time. Council member.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman. You know who you are. Thank you, Mr. Mendelson. Superintendent. So my understanding is that the Higher Education Licensure Commission licenses training providers that the Department of Employment Services relies on to support its programming. Director Morris Hughes earlier, I think this week, described a capacity issue in terms of training providers and not having a sufficient number to meet the demand. Since the Higher Education Licensure Commission is part of OSSI, I'm curious how the two agencies are working together to ensure that there are an adequate number of training providers to meet the needs for our workforce programs.
Yeah, it's a conversation I've had with Director Morris Hughes, and we're going to continue to engage in the conversation. The reality is, through the HELC, there are a robust set of requirements to be authorized to be the provider of training programs in the district. And so we're working with DOES to give them the guidance that they would need to submit their application to be approved as a provider of trainings. Answer that, I hope that you're smiling that I was able to get that answer without having you to come on screen, but that's the very quick answer. In that the director has, I would say, a month, early February, we had a meeting, myself and Antoinette, to better understand the vision that the director is having for the training offerings that she would like provided directly through DOES. And we are going to provide the technical assistance to them on how to go through the process with the HELC. And though the HELC lives at OSSI, they are a separate entity with their own commission. And so we literally serve as an intermediary. We will provide the technical assistance and guidance, but the HELC will make the final decision on approved trainers across the district.
Okay, thank you. OSSI still have, I believe you still do have an early literacy grant program that's run out of your office.
Mm-hmm.
How much money is budgeted for that in FY23?
1 second, unless Sarah Mead, if you have it faster than I do. Oh, I'm sorry, this is teaching and learning. Yeah, is it our original 16 million? Give me 1 quick second.
Okay.
So the grant is 2.1 million. Give me 1 second. I was just turning pages, and it still exists.
Okay. Out of all of the federal ARPA funds that we are receiving, have you all given any consideration to providing a little bit more money there? I think the 2 million or the 2.1. I think when we originally created that grant program, I think it was like 1.7 million. So, and that was almost 7 years ago. So I'm just curious how we're using federal funds to also support the literacy grant work in the early childhood or early grade space, rather, not just early childhood, but the early grade space.
Yeah, so it's a comprehensive set of investments. One, in September of 2020, we announced a $16 million federal grant to improve literacy studies. We also have this investment we have a sub-grant competition for LEAs serving students in grades 6 through 12. That's approximately $2.3 million. The resources that you just discussed, our early literacy investment, is being kept at $2.6 million. And so the short answer is we had seismic investments in this topic. We have stepped back with our literacy community and one of our state board members to continue to engage in these conversations as it relates to ESSER. Some of the investments that I framed for Councilmember Pinto are investments that we are using ESSER dollars to support. So our letters training, our science of reading training, the professional learning pathways for educators, those resources, we are leveraging our recovery dollars to support that work moving forward. And it's going to be continued work that we will invest in.
Okay. In your budget for FY23, we see $4.7 million in capital dollars for data infrastructure. What's the timeline in terms of from procurement to completion anticipated here?
So the data modernization is a multi-year project, and we are continuing to make our investments in that work. It's critical work, and I would say it's occurred across 3 fiscal years. So fiscal year 21, 22, and you see an investment for 23. And this year, our deliverables are focusing on establishing frameworks for all of our standards. We're going to do another round of infrastructure modernization. We're going to have an enhanced multi-year data warehouse, and we're going to continue to work on division partnerships. And so it isn't a defined procurement timeline. It's a set of activities that have occurred year over year that represent at this point over a $10 million investment on the overall data modernization of OSSI. And so the work builds on each other. And this is the last year of these aligned investments to get all of our systems to a place that we would like them to be as a state education agency.
Okay. I want to ask some questions about DC tag. If my memory serves me correctly, there used to be a time where, well, I think this probably happens fairly regularly, and Dr. Mitchell can correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of us updating the list of institutions for whom we've made a determination that, yeah, you guys don't do really well with DC students anymore. And so from an outcomes perspective, we're going to say we don't actually think that this partnership should continue. I'm curious, when's the last time that has happened in terms of us evaluating persistence data through the clearinghouse and making some determinations and changes to the tag program?
Yeah, I am going to ask Dr. Mitchell to come on and address this specific question. And so I see her here. Here she is.
Here I am. I am here. Thank you so much for the question, and it's nice to talk to you again, Council Member. DC tag legislation requires that we keep the program open to all public institutions as well as private HBCUs and institutions, a lesser amount to institutions within the DC area. So we have actually never done the type of review that you are speaking about. To determine whether or not students are successful in going. The program has always been established for public institutions across the nation.
Okay, but as part of our, oh, sorry, go ahead.
We've done that kind of work with mayor scholars, and so that in instances where folks are not producing, we have, and particularly if they've gotten in trouble with the accreditor, we've pulled them from the mayor scholars list, but not DC tag.
Got it. Okay. But in terms of the information that we're providing to families, how would someone go about finding out how well a DC student has fared at some particular institution as part of their deliberative process of, is this going to be a good place or a good fit for me?
So I would say really quickly, it's some of the work that you're going to see coming out of OSSI in the coming months, and that we are stepping back and looking at post-secondary outcomes overall. And so one of those questions is going to be matriculation through. And I don't know, Dr. Mitchell, if you want to speak through specific universities, but it is some of the work in post-secondary is being able to say, like, these are how our students are faring as they're entering different institutions. And Perhaps that information being more transparently and publicly available would help families as they're making decisions. We won't be able to do it for every college and university across the country, but we do want to give more insight onto where our kids are going and how they're faring. Dr. Mitchell, I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to add there.
No, only that we are looking forward to sharing some post-secondary outcome results. And also individuals can refer to the federal government, which has stood up report cards for colleges that include graduation rates in general.
Okay. I mean, I think I think it's part of the conversation in terms of not just graduation rates, how many of our young people are graduating, but how many of them, and not just how many of them have been accepted to college, but how many of them have actually persisted through to get a degree on the other side. I think it's part of a larger conversation around student debt and all of those different pieces. In my last 20 seconds here, Superintendent, I gotta ask you about childcare centers and the COVID guidelines. How long are we going to continue to tell our childcare centers or recommend to them that a young person who comes in contact with someone who has COVID should be at home for 10 days when we don't require that type of quarantine for any other, not chickenpox, not strep throat, not anything else? This is how long?
I want to say how long, not long, but we continue to work with DC Health and we continue to align with their guidance. And I'm so sorry. I don't have a timeline for you, but we heard your request.
I think probably Councilmember Nadeau probably has a similar question maybe later, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. And you'll be followed by Councilmember Gray, since I believe Councilmember Pinto is not here.
Thanks very much. Superintendent, thanks so much for your testimony. I wanted to actually ask you about some special education issues that we've been having. I know you've talked a lot about the roadmap and the federal funding that's going to help us make progress there. And this is actually kind of an oversight question, and it's about the contracting. So we've heard of cases this year where students are not getting services just because there aren't contracts in place or they're switching over. Can you talk more about that and how we can do better on that?
You mean at the LEA level?
At the LEA level, yeah.
I would want to follow up with you offline and get a better understanding of which schools. The only thing that could come to mind is as schools have reopened and have started to, contract for psychological evaluations or contract with other providers to literally provide support. There may be delays on that end. That's not work that lives at OSSI, but I would want to understand any barriers that families are having. One of the reasons I am going to pivot to an investment. Why not? One of the reasons why we're standing up the support with the Office of the Ombudsman is so that a family could go to that resource and say, this is the barrier we're experiencing. Please help us think around it. That is the only thing that is coming to the top of my mind as I think about those types of barriers. What we are providing at OSSI is continued technical assistance and consultative services at LEAs, and we're making more investments in those areas so that LEAs know that they can come to us to think through those types of barriers. But we'll have the team follow up with you all to make sure that families are getting the supports that they need. Part of the recovery, we know that the impact was felt most with our students with disabilities, and part of the recovery is aligning all of the supports to ensure that children are getting the services that they need.
Yeah, and in these cases, and I know that no matter where the LIA is located, my understanding is that DCPS really does manage this function. So I appreciate you talking with me more about it, because I think OSSI also plays an important role. In the first case that was brought to us, it was a school that had been open for a while, but a student that had transferred there and needed services, and it has been taking months and months to try to get their services, which of course sets them back a lot. So we'll be happy to talk to you about that. But I think when we I think we were directed to DCPS for the most part. And for me, it's like, well, you know, this feels like an Aussie thing too, you know? Is it possible, do you know, when services are delayed to come up with sort of a makeup plan for students?
So the challenge, so let me step back. A lot of the work that we are doing is to help our LEAs improve their services overall. What you'll see, something I'm very excited about that's coming out, is we are going to be producing special education performance reports for all of our LEAs that would allow families and individuals to see, like, well, this is their rate of compliance at this school. This is the progress that special education students make at their school. Those types of front end, you know, dashboard tools allow families to see, is the special education program at this school designed to meet the specific types of needs that my child may have, so that families can have informed decisions. Your question, the makeup plan usually ends up in compensatory services to a family if the time has lapsed so long that families go that route. What we are trying to mitigate is making sure that schools have technical assistance, that we've been transparent with families, and that we're tightening the timeline between when a child is diagnosed and when they have their IEP meeting and when those services happen with the family, so that we avoid compensatory services when time has lapsed beyond a time frame that would be acceptable and have detrimental impacts for a child.
And how does OSSI coordinate with DCPS and other LEAs on all of that?
So we are, you know, our supports are across a multitude of areas. I would say where we focus our work primarily is around compliance, technical assistance, and oversight of the completion of a special education program, or the timeline. As we've rolled out in our special education roadmap, we want to continue to give our schools technical assistance to support their improvement. One of the things that you'll see coming out of this report is we will be able to tier our schools to say, like, these are the schools that need targeted supports, and these are the areas that they need that support in. So is it compliance? Is it conducting an IEP meeting? Is it community engagement with families? So that we will then allocate our resources to be differentiated to the needs of a school, instead of just saying, well, these are the suite of offerings we have for our schools, and they should kind of know what they need. This diagnostic tool that we are going to be releasing will tell schools and tell community, this is an area that you need to improve on. And then OSSI plays a role in providing the professional development for that improvement.
What is the public facing part of the diagnostic tool?
Oh, the report it'll be a public tool. Schools will receive it, individuals will see it. It will then allow for schools to get access to modules, professional development, and it really does support the routine maintenance of the IDEA monitoring activities. A lot of that information just occurs between us and the school, and we're trying to make sure that we are robustly framing what this work looks like across our education sector.
And what happens, you know, with the diagnostic tool or otherwise when a school doesn't seem to be able to comply with a student's IEP?
We would have to get to the source of, like, why a school could not comply. I mean, at the end of, you know, that work, it would result in findings and corrective action plans for a school if they continue to fail to be in compliance with a child's IEP or a school community's IEP. The end of that would be the potential pulling of funds from a school. And so, you know, me coming into the role, there's a continuum of what this looks like. It is the Family Resource Center. It's training on our Chapter 30 regs. It is the performance report. And then it's also consultative services, so that we don't get to a place where there are findings, corrective actions, and the pulling of funds. But that's the through line of we support on the end. We support on one end, and we can pull fundings at the other end of the continuum if services don't improve.
And the federal funds are specifically going towards, can you say more about what aspect of this special ed plan and roadmap is going to be receiving the federal funds?
Yeah, I know that the Family Resource Center, so we are investing ESSER funds in the Resource Center. We are launching an inclusive leader cohort, which brings coaching, training, and communities of practice to school leaders. We are going to use ESSER resources to do a fuller implementation of our Chapter 30 regs, and it's building LEA capacity. And then we did use ESSER funds to build this performance report. And so the areas that I am highlighting as we are building out our roadmap, we leverage ESSER resources to build these tools. And it's primarily because we see the work of improving supports for students with disabilities as a critical part of this recovery work.
With the time I have left, I do want to pivot for a second to early childhood and just ask, what are the major investments in early childhood in this budget? What are we still looking to fund from the Birth to 3 legislation that we need to work together on?
I mean, I'll send you the same report that we're putting together for Councilmember Gray. The team is still feverishly adding up the amount, but it is looking like $250 million. But the work that you'll see in FY23 really is around DC Lead, so the credentialing of our educators, ensuring that we're able to maintain our subsidy payments, ensuring that we are investing in resources to grow seats. So we still want to continue to grow high quality seats. And then we want to make sure that our facilities, that 90% are open, but as others come online and they have facility needs, that we have investments that they can leverage. And so, I mean, we are continuing to lead the nation in this work and have no intentions of stopping in fiscal year 23.
Great. And we'll be listening certainly to public testimony about what else they think is needed, but looking forward to working with you on implementing all of the early childhood investments.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Grant, I have a question or two for you. Can you tell me if there, and I'm not sure at this point, are there additional funds earmarked for students who receive special education services in the OSSI budget? If so, how much and what areas are there allocations at this point in the budget?
Well, yeah, the UPSFF formula funds are allocated, and we have special education weights that are based on need of students. And so that is the stream with which resources flow through to schools to ensure that their needs are met. And as I said in that testimony, and as you have heard, we are making an almost 6% increase in those funds. And so those resources will also align to meet the needs of special education students. OSSI funds build on the schools and the LEA's ability to comply with all of the laws and improve their practice to support students with disabilities. And so the answer is yes on both fronts. Yes, in actual formula, and then yes in how we are leveraging our ESSER dollars to improve upon the quality of the work. So it's not one-to-one, but there are through lines into the way our resources are supporting special education students.
Okay. How much funding is, Dr. Grant, how much money is going towards students who are experiencing digital divide problems, and what will be done, what is being done to try to support them with the so-called hotspots and other areas where there are problems with the digital divide issues they may experience?
Yeah, so I will say in fiscal year 21 and 22, a seismic amount of resources went toward ensuring that there wasn't a digital divide. Part of what took place while schools were closed, where all of our schools had to pivot to virtual learning. And as schools came back online, they had to submit continuous education plans to ensure that they had one-to-one offering devices for students and that there were not divides. I'd also say the increase in the funding structure would also hope to ensure that there aren't divides. At this point, we have not heard from a technology aspect of schools that they don't have the technology to support the needs of their students learning digitally. And the pandemic has really, really forced us to ensure that there isn't a digital divide. And so there are a multitude of revenue streams that are controlling for that. But as we have managed school openings during the winter surge, we had schools pivot to virtual instruction, and all of those things took place this year. And we have not heard that issue, but it's because seismic amounts of investments have been made to control for it. And I think we'll be managing those investments and those resources for many years to come.
Okay. I just want to ask a question, Dr. Grant, about transportation. It seems to be an ongoing issue to be able to address consistently challenges that young people may have with transportation to get to whatever school they may be assigned. We've heard from some schools that they're out. Let's say they're on break of some sort. How are those issues being addressed? How do you assure that the transportation challenges that are experienced by these parents and these young children are effectively addressed? And how is that monitored? If you could address that as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so only speaking through the lens of OSSI-DOT, because we support the transportation of our students with disabilities. It has been just an all-encompassing set of focus and supports around navigating this school year, but more importantly, setting up structures for next school year. It's why we are excited to have had such success in our hiring fair. We are working with DOES and Director Morris Hughes to set up CDL licensure training so that our attendants can be licensed and become drivers within our system. You will see an enhancement request in this budget that was approved for a GPS system to ensure that as our students are on our buses and being moved around the district, that we have real-time digital access to their movement. And we are working tirelessly to support the improvement of our on-time performance for our families. And so from what I call like recruitment, selection, retention on one end of our team to make them stronger, we also are then doing a lot of infrastructure redesign to make sure that the parent-student experience is first in class as we navigate the movement of close to 4,000 children every day. And so it's been a lot of work this year, and super thankful to everyone in DOT for literally navigating the storm. But you will see our investments around our infrastructure with respect to our terminals, GPS, and work that we know needs to be done to have a first-in-class transportation system.
Yeah, we get numerous calls from parents about their kids weren't picked up or they weren't picked up on time and the like. So how are those issues being addressed by OSSI and those you work with the schools, the special schools that are serving these kids?
Yeah, so I will say I'm happy to report that our on-time performance, and looking at the data now, is improving month over month. We were at 87% in January, we're at 89% in February, and we're right at 92% today, and our goal is 94%. And so as we've navigated the storm, we are continuing to see improvement. We have a multitude of systems that communicate with parents. We try to proactively let families know. When we were navigating the truck convoy, that's a perfect example. We knew that the truck convoy was going to impact our services. And so we proactively told families, like, there will be a delay in service. This is when you should expect a pickup. This is when you should expect a drop off. We are trying to align all of those services through a parent portal so that parents can communicate to us in real time and we can communicate back to them. That's one of the enhancement requests that you see in our FY23 budget, so that the experience is real time and not a delay. What you have heard and experienced is a family reaches out to us, then the family reaches out to you, then there's lots of points of reach out, and the time span is too long. And I've had this conversation with Councilmember Lewis George, that like that should occur in real time. So where is my child? My child is right here. And that's the work that we are trying to make sure we tighten up at OSSI to improve service, because families have been so gracious in understanding the realities of transportation, but I know that the angst sets in when there's a delay in communication. And so we are building in data systems and digital supports to make sure that that delay doesn't occur between a parent reaching out and a parent getting an answer. And sorry, that was a long answer, but it has been a lot of work here.
Yeah, the data that you just cited in your answer, is that data being memorialized in such a way that can be shared with us, Dr. Grant?
It can be. I'm not sure that we've ever shared it before, but we have key performance indicators for on-time performance of our division. And we can share, it's one of the reasons that we have been focused on like what are the things we need to do to improve the work. I know in our performance hearing, I'm almost certain it was one of our disclosures, but we can make sure we share that information back with you. I see the information daily. We share it back with folks on a monthly basis.
Okay, would you share the information that you cited? Can you share that information with my office so that we can, because we do get these calls from parents, about their children having been picked up and so on and so forth. I don't want to be redundant about that, but I want to make sure that we have the information at hand around what's happening with the performance from a transportation perspective of our students, especially when these parents interact with us. So will you share a copy of the data with us?
We certainly will, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think my time is up.
It is. And a couple of council members have dropped off. So we're going to do another 5-minute round, maybe just the three of us. Superintendent Grant, when will we receive the course codes report?
Chairman, I just was like, we're going to get through it. We're not going to talk about it. And here we are. I hope literally as soon as this hearing is wrapped, we can get it out the door. It's in review. And so I know it's late. Apologies for that delay. I want to get it to you as soon as humanly possible. And I feel like that can occur as soon as we get done here, we can make the calls we need. It's in review and we want to get it out.
Don't use up all my time here. I got.
I'm sorry.
Is there anything that will be in that report that would have a fiscal impact that we should include in the budget?
Not for fiscal year 23. We devoted ESSER resources in 22 to conduct the report. It is thoughtful, it's detailed, and we plan on leveraging resources from ESSER in 23. And what's really important that I want to say again, the data modernization request that we have is critically important to moving this work forward. It's the foundation of what allows us to move the course correction. So when you see the report, you're going to say like, oh, we have to make investments. The investment that needs to be made is data modernization. And then we will continue to make investments to see the through line on course collection. And so we have an ask of we have an ask of a little over 4 million for data mod, and we need those resources.
And that 4 million is covered with ESSER funds?
No. That's a capital request that you see in this budget for fiscal year 23.
Okay. And then you said for operating ESSER funds in FY23?
As we step back and look at the recommendations in the report, we leveraged ESSER resources in 22 to conduct the report. We can assume that we would do that moving forward. But right now, we are grateful to see the capital investment for data modernization, because the data modernization builds on the work of course codes.
Let me move on. OSSI capital improvement plan includes funding for the Advanced Technical Center, or ATC, a centralized program that will provide career and technical course access to district students from high schools across the city to prepare them for high-wage, high-skill, and/or in-demand careers. UDC offers similar programming through the Workforce Development and Lifelong Learning, or WDLL division, in its community college, which provides district residents with job skills training and enables them to pursue employment opportunities. How are these two pieces of career and technical education programming, that is what OSSI has in this budget, what UDC provides to the community college, how are these two pieces being better coordinated?
The really quick answer is the ATC is for current high school students, and the program you framed are for residents. And so ATC is a program that is existing for current high school students of any district charter that will have access to this program. And the UDC program is for residents that are attending community college.
How many vacancies do you have in your agency right now?
95.
And is there any salary lapse in the budget for FY23? And if you don't know, maybe your AFO knows.
I was just about to say, Paris, can you address that question?
Yes, there's salary lapse. There's approximately $1.5 million in salary lapse.
What percent is that? Now, you know, the AFOs know I'm going to ask this question.
Yeah. Here, I can tell you here real quickly.
And then I'm just watching that clock tick down as I'm waiting for the answer.
Okay. It's roughly 2%.
That would be 2% of line 14, CSG 14, or 10, or I can't remember.
It's 11 and 14.
Superintendent, did you have any budget enhancement requests?
I did.
Can we have copies of them?
They're included in the budget.
Not the copies, just the amount. Did you get all?
You would have to follow up with the CA to see the specific request.
Were all of them granted and included in the budget?
I watched this exchange earlier. I will say that we are very proud of the fiscal year 23 budget. And again, any questions regarding enhancement requests and et cetera, it should be followed up with the CA on that topic.
Councilmember Gray, do you have any questions? Actually, I should go to Councilmember Nadeau first. Hold on. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Councilmember Gray?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The budget for the Office of the Chief Operating Officer is increasing by over, my estimate, information I've been given anyway, by over, was it $1.5 million? But it's only funding one FTE. That's the information I've been given, Dr. Grant. What is this money that I mentioned? What is it going to be used for?
Yeah, so almost half of that is for the operating impact of capital for the ATC. It's to cover security and other infrastructure like camera investments as we're building out our long-term home. There's $258,000 for an OFRM assessment that's going through our Office of Risk Management. There's another $24,000 in there for auto maintenance. And then there's 4 personnel supports, and that is the additional FTE. And then we're making salary adjustments for additional FTEs. And so that is why you see the significant dollar amount. But we're making salary reconciliations, and then some of that, a large amount of those resources are going to the ATC, to auto maintenance, and to an assessment for our Office of Risk Management. So we're not paying someone $1 million.
The Office of Applications is cutting 8 staff members, which is, I think, about half of its number. Can you tell me why those changes are being made?
It's a movement between 2 different divisions. It's a technical correction that we're gonna have to make. Where you see, I'm looking at, it's line E400, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that those 8 positions are going to our DAR division. And so it's not, we're not losing 8 positions, they're moving. It's a technical fix that has to happen.
Okay, so those are changes that you will transmit to the chairman, and who would then, of course, transmit those to us as well?
Yeah, it's showing up in another division. It's a mistake, and we need to move it back into this division so that it doesn't show that we're losing 8 people from the Office of Systems Technology.
Okay, so when will we get those changes, Dr. Grant?
In the errata process.
Okay, all right.
We should, your staff, Dr. Grant, should share that with our staff sooner than the errata letter. These technical fixes, no, not wait for the errata letter.
Okay, so noted.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I have any additional questions, I will circle back through you to communicate them to Dr. Grant, if you will.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. That is going to conclude our questions for you, Dr. Grant. You survived yet another hearing.
I mean,
but there are more in your future, so.
Chairman, please let me conclude by thanking the entire team at OSSI. This is the largest budget that OSSI has had. It's a historic budget. It represents the mayor's seismic investment in public education. And I do have to thank our entire team. I often say that we are one OSSI, and yet again, we have proven to be one OSSI. We pride ourselves in being good stewards of public resources and support of our schools. And it's important that I say thank you. And so to the people in the room and folks gathered today, thank you for tremendous work on this budget. It really is going to make a seismic difference in the lives of our children.
Thank you. So you are excused, and guess what? We're going to call the chancellor. So we're going to hear now from Dr. Louis Ferebee, the chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you to all of the OSSI staff.
Good afternoon, Chairman, confirming that you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, Dr. Ferebee.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. I am Dr. Louis D. Ferebee, Chancellor for DC Public Schools. I am honored to testify before you today on our budget plans for fiscal year 23. I want to begin with appreciation for Mayor Bowser's leadership and also thank council members for supporting DC students as our educators have worked tirelessly to make this year's return to full-time in-person learning a success. The fiscal year 23 budget and the capital improvement plans for DCPS reflects our collective commitment to a strong recovery to ensure our students are supported academically, socially, and emotionally. The fiscal year 23 budget will increase DCPS school budgets by average 7% next school year. Additionally, the mayor provided recovery funds to ensure that no DCPS school received less in fiscal year 23 than their fiscal year 22 budget submitted to council last year. The recovery fund goes further than simply holding our schools harmless to the dollar. It addresses rising costs so DCPS schools can maximize their locally funded purchasing power. In addition to the local investments, DCPS continues to leverage federal pandemic relief funds. For the upcoming school year, DCPS schools will receive an additional $6 million in flexible ERSA funding that leaders can spend on school-specific, evidence-based acceleration strategies such as staff-led academies, tutoring partnerships, and intervention materials. Together, these investments allow our principals to innovate according to their school needs. For example, Lecky Education Campus is ensuring each grade level has an instructional aide to support with small group instruction. Tyler Elementary School funded a new after-school partnership and created a data coach position to assist teachers with interventions. And Hyde Addison Elementary School is partnering with the Keegan Theater to creatively target reading fluency, vocabulary, and reading motivation for students who need additional support. This year, we are proud of our funding that we provided to schools based on our updated budget model, which supports DCPS' overall mission to provide equitable resources that every student can excel. I want to thank everyone in our community who provided feedback as we refine our updated budget model over the past 3 years. With school and community input, we work with experts and independents. DCPS also made adjustments to our funding model to reflect our 3 principles of equity, transparency, and stability. First, let me talk a little bit about equity. We updated the budget model to ensure we have an equity investment in our schools. At-risk funding clearly flows to each student and is supplemental to the school budgets. Further, we are providing additional at-risk funds via 2 new weights aimed to drive more dollars to schools where poverty and other barriers to learning are more concentrated among our student population. Secondly, with transparency, the updated budget model advances our transparency goals. While school leaders have more flexibility because they know their school communities best, the model is based on transparent weights published on the dcpsbudget.com website. Additionally, each school submitted budget includes a public narrative describing the school's budget, enrollment, student needs, programmatic shifts, ESSER, and recovery funds. And then finally, stability. The updated budget model promotes stability in our schools through recovery. In addition to the student-based dollars, the updated revised model includes funding allocation based on staff and faculty counts. These staffing ratios ensure that essential services such as special education and English language instructions are resourced to schools based on need. Our school leaders, our school budget team, our colleagues across the city, and many others have worked tirelessly to update our school funding model together. I thank them for their collaborative efforts. DCPS will also continue to maintain a 1-to-1 student-to-device ratio in grades 3 through 12 and a 3-to-1 ratio in pre-K through 2nd grade for fiscal year 23 and school year 22-23. We also plan to invest in more powerful student devices, specifically for our career and technical education courses and digital arts courses at our high schools. Additionally, DCPS will invest an additional $7 million in fiscal year 23 to purchase approximately 1,500 smart boards with the goal of achieving a district-wide refresh of all classroom interactive boards by fiscal year 24. We're also allocating $1.5 million to upgrade the network infrastructure to ensure that we continue to offer robust internet connectivity in our schools. DCPS is proud to continue our investments in building world-class facilities across all 8 boards through our capital improvement plan. Our fiscal year 23 to 28 plan includes more than $2.5 billion towards modernization projects. In addition, they solve for overcrowding, small capital construction projects in alignment with the PACE Act. We've also added 4 new modernization projects to the budget, which includes Bunker Hill, Langland, Simon, and Henley Elementary Schools. I am proud to report our commitment to consistency in our budgeting process as we continue again to have not pushed back the timeline for any construction projects or remove any from our budget. We're also pleased to highlight new initiatives, including additional classroom space at Ludlow Taylor to address overcrowding, replacement of Lecky's modular classrooms, And in addition to the renovation of the former Banneker High School, creating space for a standalone middle school, and construction of a new building on the grounds of the former Winston Education Campus to serve a community-based state-of-the-art laboratory for hands-on learning and programming. Additionally, DCPS will open a new high school on the Macarthur Boulevard campus and has provided funding to lease space for early childhood education classroom to alleviate overcrowding for Lafayette Elementary School. Lastly, we commend Mayor Bowser for making a strong commitment of $43.6 million committed to our aging HVAC systems and boilers, as well as $15 million for preventative maintenance for our HVAC systems to ensure our systems function well throughout the year. These investments will have a transformative effect on our ability to provide high-quality education to all of our students. Finally, we know that the most important investments that we can make is in our people. DCPS is proud to support our incredible educators with one of the highest teacher compensation structures in the country. Additionally, we pursue and receive highly competitive grants to accelerate our work to be an innovator in the public education space and on the national stage. As part of this work, DCPS is proud that we have secured grant funding to support this effort. Through our RISE initiative, teachers and leaders rated as effective and above serve in schools who are furthest from opportunity are eligible for expanded performance-based bonuses. Additionally, DCPS is one of 8 school districts nationally awarded a $5 million multi-year grant to build a sustainable leadership pipeline program. This grant will afford us the opportunity to select aspiring and current school leaders and give them the opportunity to enroll in graduate programs at Howard University and the George Washington University, as it also has a reduced retention and tuition rate. Finally, we're excited to build upon the successful work happening at Anacostia and Ballou High Schools as a part of our redesign work. We are also embarking on a multi-year district-wide community-driven partnership with XQ to rethink what is possible at all of our high schools with our staff and our community. We are at a moment of incredible opportunity for our schools. Our schools are places where our students can thrive academically and grow socially and emotionally. Thanks to the heroic work of our educators and our staff, Mayor Bowser's commitment to our public schools, and the council's unwavering support, DCPS is positioned to recover from this pandemic and to honor the commitment to both a district of excellence and equity, a place where all of our students and families feel welcome, loved, and we're giving every student the opportunity to thrive. We thank you for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Chancellor. Give me just a second, please. Thank you. If we could start the clock, there'll be at least 2 10-minute rounds for council members. So I think the first question I'm going to ask Chancellor has to do with transparency. So you talk about how DCPS, with its new budget model, was promoting equity, transparency, and stability. So if I go to dcpsbudget.com, and I look up Beers Elementary School, I get a different enrollment figure than if I go to volume 3 of the budget books that were given to the council. Working with our budget office, we've been trying to figure out how much money the schools are getting and the budgets that we have. And I believe this is not relying solely on the budget book, but the backup data sheets that we have that our budget office has access to does not include the ESSER funds, because even though there's a projection those actually have not been allocated in the budgets for the individual schools. So maybe this is more rhetorical, but I'm not getting the transparency. When the data on dcpsbudget.com is different than the data that's in volume 3, and that all of the funds that are available to the schools are not reflected in the budgets. Explain to me how that's transparency.
Thank you for that question, Chairman Mendelson. This is a great opportunity for us to underscore our commitment to transparency. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share a little bit more about some of the differences that you're calling out. So there are some discrepancies between the budget book and the DCPS school budgets presented on the dcpsbudget.com website. Some of that is related to intra-district transfers. Some of that is also related to how federal dollars and ESSER funding is reflected. And so that's why you will see some of the differences. But it's important to note that BEER's projected enrollment for next school year is 367 students. And as I mentioned earlier, there are ESSER funding that is included in the school's narrative on the dcpsbudget.com website. We wanted to ensure that that was clear for the families to track how we're utilizing ESSER funds and how ESSER funds flow to each school. So that's some of the reasons you see the difference.
Not to cut you off, but the clock is ticking. Except that we are the appropriators, and I can go to different places and get different answers for the individual schools. And we do not have all the funding loaded, and that is of concern to me. So now let me see the second of your 3 pillars is stability. Mary Levy testified, and I think I questioned you about this at our last hearing, that something like 61 schools are getting less money next year than they had this year. You admitted at the last hearing, well, yes, when you say that no school lost money, that's compared to their submitted budget last year, which is not the same as the budget that we adopted. But looking at the data that we have, there are 13 schools that will be seeing a reduction in funding, even though their enrollment will either not change, that's School Without Walls, or will increase by as much as 43 students. That would be Kramer Middle School or Elliott Hine Middle School. Elliott Hine is losing $500,000. Just as an example, Kramer is losing $281,000. Noyes is losing $678,000, even though its enrollment is going up. So explain to me the stability.
Yeah, so again, we're proud of the way that the updated budget supports schools with equity, transparency, and sustainability, and also grateful for the deep commitment of Mary Levy and others who do analysis of our budget each year. We appreciate the work of our advocates, but the way in which they analyze our budgets is not always aligned to how we're presenting our budget. So for example, one of the differences we found in Mary Levy's analysis is her starting point of a baseline is different. She is calculating in—
Let's not to interrupt, but I am. Let's not spend too much time on Mary Levy. Our budget office did an analysis and identified 13 schools that are seeing either no change in enrollment, School Without Walls, or an increase in enrollment. I mentioned a couple of the schools, and yet are seeing a significant reduction in their funding.
Yeah, I would love the opportunity to see the budgets that your team is reviewing and the analysis. Again, as I highlighted.
Well, I can tell you the schools: Brightwood, Capitol Hill Montessori, Elliott Hine, Hardy, Kramer, LaSalle Bacchus, Maury, Noyes, School Without Walls, School Within School, Stoddard, Van Ness, and Wheatley. Now, our figures do not include the ESSER funds because, again, they haven't actually been allocated. And they don't include the mayor's pandemic dollars, which is one time for fiscal year 23. But those schools— no, that's not the totality of schools that saw reductions. Those are the schools that saw a reduction with no change in enrollment or enrollment growth. We had testimony from a apparent. I'll read, many schools saw cuts to their ability to fully fund their programs and current staffing models. Thompson Elementary, a school where 41% of students are considered at risk, will lose a classroom teacher, and in spite of having a 46% ELL population, will also lose 1.5 ELL teachers. Again, please explain to me how this is stability.
So Chairman, I believe, again, the starting point that you are utilizing in your analysis is different. Again, I haven't seen your analysis of your team, but it's important to note that we did not include ESSER funding that was applied last year in fiscal year 22. That was one-time resources as a part.
And we didn't either. In the comparison, we did not either.
Correct. And the other difference that you may see is that we also didn't include the additional dollars that were received to support school librarians last year, which also occurred after the budgets were submitted to council. So again, we're happy to look at your analysis and go deeper, but it sounds like the starting point may have been different.
The issue is stability, and I don't see it, whether it's Mary Levy's calculation of 61 schools that saw a reduction, or our own analysis, which is 13 schools. The 13 not only saw a reduction, but saw an enrollment increase. The 61, that's not the same criteria. So let's go to the third pillar, which was equity. There are three key principles of equity, transparency, and stability. So equity, we did an analysis there. And you wouldn't you think that a school with a higher enrollment of at-risk students would receive more money than a school with a low percentage of at-risk?
Or it depends on the number of at-risk students, and also it depends on the grade level, because we do have an additional weight for concentration.
Well, how about this? I know I'm interrupting. I have a minute 35, and I think you can see the clock as well. Let's just take Ballou High School, because it's at the top of my list here. 85% projected enrollment share at risk is 85%. And the projected at-risk amount per at-risk pupil for Ballou is $2,878. $2,878 per at-risk pupil. I'm just looking at this table. It's higher than some other schools like Benjamin Banneker, which is 2,600. But guess who has the highest? Wilson High School. Excuse me, Jackson Reed High School, with 25% at-risk enrollment. I don't see the equity. Let me be clear here. We did a comparison of high schools, excluding Check and Cardozo because they include middle school grades. And we did a per pupil for at-risk dollars and compared it to the at-risk population. Ballou with 85%, it's getting $300 less per student than Wilson High School with 25%. Where's the equity?
Yeah, Chairman, I know that we're almost out of time here, so I'm happy to give our—
I'm on a clock, you're not. You can answer for the next 3 minutes.
Sure, okay. Well, I would like Kevin Winslow on our team to share a little bit more detail, but I'll start the conversation for us. And I want to be clear, as relates to at-risk funding, in alignment with the law, 90% of that goes directly to schools based on the at-risk profile for that student population. Now, we have layered on additional at-risk weights for concentration, and also, that there's additional funding for overage students, and we've complied with that. So I'll let Kevin give more detail and layer on some of the answers to the questions that you've raised.
Thank you, Chancellor. Yes, Chairman, one clarification I want to make here too is that, as the Chancellor said, the UPSFF at-risk funds pass through at the 90% school share rate. In addition, we have the at-risk concentration weights, which Ballou does qualify for. those are funded not through the UPSFF at-risk source, but through other local funding that we receive from the UPSFF. So I think we could take a look at the analysis to see what the council budget office is looking at when they compare those things, but wanted to identify the fund source difference that we're speaking to.
Well, maybe this goes back to the transparency issue, which, excuse me, I think that was one of the 3 pillars. You would think, the public would think, with a transparent budget, that at-risk dollars would go to the at-risk students, but at Ballou, it's less, substantially less than Wilson of the at-risk dollars. So if there are other funding sources, all that's doing is confusing the transparency. I'm over my time. I believe the next council member is Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chancellor Farabee.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Henderson.
I want to talk about capital. I'm going to start with capital. I'm going to talk about operating, but I want to start with talking about capital. So I've been working in and around the DCPS CIP for quite some time. And I can remember when we spent $100 million for high school and people were freaking out about that. But now we currently have several elementary schools that have increases in their capital funding in this budget that would put them at the $100 million mark or around. Brent Elementary, $94 million, Burville Elementary, $95 million, J.O. Wilson, $91 million, Truesdale, $92 million, Tubman, $99.4 million, Tyler Elementary, $90 million. Is this purely escalation costs associated with inflation and supply chain disruptions, or are we adding some additional capacity here in the ed specs that we haven't had in the past?
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. And first of all, I want to start with our value statement that we want to ensure that all of our schools have the appropriate learning environment for our students to thrive. And so our CIP reflects that. You are spot on. Construction costs, as you know, continue to rise substantially across the country. So we're seeing on average about 3 to 5% escalation in prices year over year. And for example, we're seeing a $15 to $20 square foot increase in projects as it relates to cost. You can see that in projects such as Eaton and John Lewis. So what you're describing with the inflationary increases, we're certainly seeing that in our construction costs, which are reflected in some of our budget requests for our capital improvements.
Okay, so how much are we spending right now, cost per square foot, approximately?
So I'm going to turn to Andrea Swatoka on our operations facility team. She can provide more context, but it ranges between 800 and 900.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Henderson.
Good afternoon.
Noted, yes, it ranges. We do see price difference, whether it's a historic renovation cost, just given the complexities of an existing structure and also the historic nature of a building that is different versus new construction versus also a renovation of a 1960s. So that's an average. Okay. It very much depends on the type of construction.
Okay. I'm sure some folks will probably raise that at a later date. It was just a question I had around like costs are going up. So I just remember when 100 million people had issues and now we're spending that on just elementary schools alone.
I think you'll find that in residential as well, if you would compare, costs.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. For the new Foxhall or elementary school, is that going to be pre-K through 5?
Yes, the plan is to serve pre-K through 5 on that campus.
Okay, so where are those kids coming from?
Yeah, so they will come from Stoddard, Mann, and Key. The plan is to relieve some of the capacity challenges at those 3 campuses, but we have not identified boundaries at this time. But
you will in the future.
We will. That is correct.
All right. So I feel like we're coming to an agreement that we're going to have to do this in the near future.
Yes, I heard your conversation with the deputy mayor and understand that that work will need to occur, especially for this particular campus.
Okay. So if we are bringing on Foxhall, what is the thinking then around an expansion at Stoddard? If
Yes, so
the whole point of Foxhall is to relieve pressure at Stoddard, why are we then expanding Stoddard?
yeah, so again, I'll go back to the value statement about the facilities and ensuring that they're appropriate and designed for our students to thrive. There are some limitations with the footprint of the campus at Stoddard and our ability to expand to provide maximum space that would prevent us from needing to shift some of their student population potentially. So there are dollars in the CIP to make some updates there. But in terms of expanding the campus in a way that we do not need to relieve some of their capacity, we don't believe that's possible with their current footprint.
Okay. So last year when we were talking about Macarthur Boulevard, it was a middle school. And then we get the budget this year and it's a high school. What happened?
Well, yeah, to go back, to be fair to the working group and the committee that worked on this, we've been working on this for some time. And as the deputy mayor said, the work for Ward 3 overcrowding predates my leadership in the district, and we've been working on this for some time. We set out to get feedback, and we shared with the community that the Macarthur facility would fit a secondary model, either a middle grades or high school. Based on the feedback and the design of the campus, we believe that it's best suited to serve a high school. And we also see continued growth in enrollment at Wilson. So we have prioritized that campus to serve a high school population.
Okay. I would just say this, Chancellor, and we can have a conversation offline in terms of the numbers, and we've already started to do this, right? Like when we say it's a citywide school, but we haven't really it's a similar conversation that we have sometimes with charter schools, right? Where we say, oh, you have choice, but only if you can get there. And that is my concern about the 500 citywide seats for this particular location. And I understand, I had this conversation with the mayor. It was a school before that is accurate, but it was not a public school. And so there is one bus line, the D6, holding on, that goes next to this school. And so I'm really concerned just in terms of like, where are these kids coming from? How are they going to get there? But also, what is that doing to the other comprehensive high schools in the center part of the city and the eastern side of the city by opening up this facility? And so we have more time on that, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Councilman Henderson, can I make one correction? Because I think there is some misinformation floating about the number of seats for out-of-boundary students to be at 500. So that is not accurate. In our planning, we were estimating it could be around the same percentage as it is for Hardy, which is about 30 to 38%, about the same for Wilson, Jackson Reed, I should say, high school. So we were considering the fact that we know that both of those campuses do have a significant portion of their population that is out of boundary.
Yep.
So we wanted to include some assumptions that would reflect that for the high school, but we do not intend to set aside at this time 500 seats. So I want to be clear about that, because that could create, as some suggested, some challenges for us down the road.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that, because that has been part of the narrative about this. So let me ask you this: how many seats in general, as a whole, do we anticipate Macarthur to have? How many students?
Yeah, so it has a footprint to serve anywhere between 700 to 1,000 students.
Okay.
So that would be the footprint of the campus. And quick math, if you were to take solely the 3 grade levels from Hardy and place them in high school grades at 4 grade levels, you're looking a little over 700, 730 students. So that's a good starting point, but we wanted to have the ability to grow out to 1,000 as needed. And we have seen steady growth in Hardy's enrollment year over year for the past couple of years, as you heard from the community about their space and their cafeteria space.
Yep. All right, two more capital questions for me. We had some parents who testified from Langley Elementary in Ward 5 about the bathrooms not working on the bottom 2 floors of the school. And, you know, I know Langley's modernization is not for the out years, but what are we planning to do in terms of the initial repairs here? Because this can't wait until FY28 to be addressed.
Agreed. It cannot wait. And we want to ensure that our students have access to facilities that are appropriate and represents our standards. So this is an issue on our radar. We're working closely with DGS to make the repairs in the restroom area, and also believe there's some cafeteria work in process as well.
Okay, and then lastly, on Winston Education Campus. So I know that you all have a plan, but I also have received a link to a survey from the community who are still talking about this being a middle school for students over there. So it leads me to believe that we're not doing something in terms of community engagement. There's a mismatch happening here. But I see Councilmember Gray on, so I'm sure he'll probably ask some questions about Winston, and then I see the chairman giving me the look. So I'm gonna leave that.
I'm giving you the look because you'll have another round.
Okay.
And if we're good, we'll have 2 more rounds. Next is Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman.
Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Chancellor. How are you?
I'm well. Good afternoon, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks. Now, you may have heard me talking with Dr. Grant about services for students with disabilities. Can you tell me a bit about what steps DCPS is taking to ensure vendors who are awarded contracts to provide these services have the capacity to serve all eligible children with service plans?
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for that question. I did have an opportunity to listen in. And as you've highlighted, and many others have, there are tremendous service opportunities we have for our students receiving special education services, knowing what has occurred over the pandemic and the recovery efforts that are underway. So we recognize that some services may have been missed during that time period. We also recognize there have been some vacancies and extended leaves that have impacted services as well. And we continue to recruit staff. We continue to support our contractors with securing staff. And the plan going forward is to continue to use a blended approach between our personnel and contractors to ensure that services are brought up to date. DCPS also has conducted mandatory training in March for all our schools on special education services in alignment with the USDE and RC guidance that's been provided of how we provide those services accordingly. And we will continue to do as much outreach as possible to recruit individuals that can provide these services.
Thank you for that. And now I know that you can't mandate training of other LEAs, but is it offered to them as optional or available to them, given that DCPS ends up providing the services there too?
And so we're open to collaboration with other LEAs. We, again, are in support of all of the students across the city and are willing and open to be a support to others as needed.
Are those trainings done virtually or in person?
So we have moved to a posture of a blended service model for professional development. So we have some in-person training, but they're primarily virtual at this time.
So is that something, then it could be recorded and made available, I guess is what I was getting at.
That is possible. We do that in occasions, and we do have some of our training that is posted online that is accessible to others.
Do I understand correctly that DCPS changed vendors mid-year for these services?
We have amended our contracts all throughout the pandemic to ensure maximum services for our students.
Okay. Once awarded, what can DCPS do to eliminate the delay in the credentialing and security processes so that we can ensure student safety and ensure students receive their services on time at the beginning of the school year?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we continue to lean into recruitment and outreach to ensure that we're staffed well and our partners are staffed well to ensure that services are provided in a timely manner.
So is there any, specifically with the credentialing and security clearances, are there any bottlenecks or any things that we need to do in the budget to help with that?
We have a process now in place to refine and be more efficient with our screening. So we brought in first, number one, a vendor, First Advantage, that is providing support for the process. We've also partnered with CFSA and a third-party vendor to streamline, and really grateful for the partnership with DCHR and CFSA to ensure that we can streamline this. They've been phenomenal partners and we are seeing progress. Obviously, we're not where we want to be, but we feel confident that this will continue to improve over time.
So you mentioned First Advantage as a vendor, also CFSA, and then there's another third-party vendor?
No, so the primary ones at this time that I would reference would be CFSA, DCHR, and then also First Advantage.
I see. Okay. And they each play a role in the credentialing and background check, or they divide and conquer?
They do play a role.
Okay.
They all play a role, and then DCHR has been also a guider in facilitating this work as they serve district agencies across government. Okay. And it's also important to note that each entity often plays a very different role as well. But we
right.
have,
so I guess that's what I was asking. Does every person have to go through all three, or does it depend on what they're being cleared for?
So it just depends on where the individual has been living. And a lot of that has to do with, the regional and national checks that are required. But in terms of cross coordination, I was primarily speaking to how all entities have to work together and have a specific role to play. But there are different requirements for clearances based on the person's position. So some individuals have a different level based on whether they're serving students more directly, or if they're alone with students, or if they're not serving at a school and they're serving centrally, their requirements are different. So those aspects of a person's role would impact what their clearance process would look like.
And who coordinates these three entities to make sure that they do get streamlined?
So the DCPS team works with DCHR for coordination on all of the entities that are involved.
And does that include volunteers too, just as an aside?
It does. It does include volunteers. It does include partners. And our employee services team, again, works directly with DCHR on this.
Do you happen to know what the average time is for a speech pathologist to get through this process?
Well, the goal is that it should be within a week or so. That's ideal. But I don't know to date. It would depend on, again, their capacity and then characteristics associated with their profile.
Okay.
And I also do want to call out, one of the beauties and the updates that we made, we can also now see where individuals in the process, and sometimes individuals have been slow to get in documentation or complete requirements. So now we can see where they are in the process, and then also the candidate can see where they
can see themselves.
Yes.
They can
but
log
the
in
goal
and
is
see.
always to move as quickly as possible through the process. And you should know, our community should know that system improvements are underway, and we will be very aggressive, bullish around this particular process until we get it right. And I'm confident that we will.
Thank you. Do you know what the turnover rate is among school psychologists and social workers separately?
Not specifically for psychologists and social workers. I can have our team follow up, but I can say
that would be great.
We do see strong retention DCPS has a teacher retention rate of 86%, which is very strong among urban public school districts, which includes psychologists, social workers, and then our highly effective staff is over 90%.
Thank you. Where in the budget can we find funding for outdoor learning? Last year it was 9 million in outdoor learning and other innovations.
Yeah, so this year we're allocating flexible ESSER dollars to schools to continue acceleration efforts as we did last year. So last year there was a specific call out for outdoor learning or ESSER. This year there's one stream in ESSER funding that is $6 million, and I referenced that earlier in my testimony. But last year, all schools received $30,000 in ESSER funding to support outdoor learning and outdoor infrastructure. So we know many of the items that they purchased are still at schools and available. And this year, schools are utilizing the $6 million to support those efforts for the 22-23 school year.
Do you know how many schools received the outdoor learning funds last year?
So every school. All schools had access to the 30,000 that I referenced.
They had access, but did they all apply and receive?
My understanding is yes. And we did, as you know, have some delays in the materials due to some of the delays that we've had nationally in delivery and production, but all schools applied for the 30K, and then we were able to eventually get all the materials out.
Now, do we ever include plans for outdoor learning as we're doing modernizations?
Outdoor learning space is a consideration as we do modernization. So if you had an opportunity to visit some of our campuses, you'll see that. So schools come to mind. Kimball Elementary School was a recent modernization where there's a specific outdoor learning space. There are several other examples that I could point to, but we try to be creative with including the maximum space for learning indoors and outdoors. And then also, I think this is a moment to just express gratitude for our educators, our teachers who have been innovative with indoor and outdoor learning spaces. And you can see in our schools how they're being creative with keeping our students engaged. It's been a joy for me to see our students learn in action in the way that our teachers utilize both remote learning, indoor learning, and outdoor learning. And also our families. Our families are utilizing our outdoor spaces as well.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Chairman. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto, and you'll be followed by Councilmember Gray.
Great, thanks, Chairman. Hi, Chancellor Farabee.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto.
Good afternoon. So following along your discussion with the chairman about the discrepancies in some of the budget books, not including ESSER funding, some of my questions may be addressed if that's what the discrepancy was about, but I'm concerned about projected cuts to Thompson staff. So it's my understanding, we heard testimony on Monday from public witnesses that the projected enrollment reduction expected at Thompson was 19 students, but that there was a planned budget reduction, which includes ESSER funds, of 410,111, and a planned headcount reduction of 2.5 for 1 third grade teacher and 1.5 ELL teachers. Is that accurate? And B, what is the thinking that goes into just a 19 student reduction leading to losing really needed teachers?
Thank you again, Councilmember Pinto, for the question about Thompson. Again, we want all of our schools to have the supports to ensure students continue to thrive. We believe this budget provides schools that opportunity. From time to time, there are special programmings that would impact a school budget. So it's not always the number of students, but it could be the types of services that those students are receiving. especially around special education services and English language learning services. I also do want to point out that schools also have the ability to work directly with their local advisory teams to make decisions about their dollars as well. So I'll turn to Kevin Wenzel on our budget team to see if he has more context to offer on Thompson specifically. And then if we're not able to provide a sufficient response, we're happy to follow up in writing.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Councilmember. What we're seeing is that they did have a reduced third grade teacher, but added a second grade teacher. So there may be some differences in the grade levels in the projected enrollment for each.
Okay, and what about for the 1.5 ELL teachers?
I think we'll take a look at that. We're going to, or one thing I want to clarify here too, is that we directly allocate English language learner teachers directly related to their L enrollment. So unlike other resources in the budget where we're putting through dollars, that is one resource that we're continuing to allocate as staff. So I think that there could be, if there's underlying changes to the L projection from year to year, that could result in a difference between the allocated L staff members.
So help me understand that for Thompson, if the budget book suggests a 1.5 teacher decrease in ELL, are you saying that that might not actually be accurate once we account for all of the ESSER dollars?
I think what I'm saying, Councilmember, is that if there is a change in the L projection from one year to the next, that could, since we are continuing to allocate L teachers as staff, that could result in a difference year over year for the allocation of L staffing from 22 to 23.
And Councilman Pinto, just adding an additional layer here. What I have is their initial allocation was $5,314,738, which reflects no change compared to their fiscal year 22 submitted budget. And they also received an additional allocation of 325 in whole harmless funds. So we don't see a decrease in their budget year over year for their submitted budget.
Okay.
We also know, I believe they also are receiving an additional 0.5 social worker as well.
Well, thank you. I want to ask about two other schools that we noticed changes to in the budget. So one was for School Without Walls. So they're expected to lose one full-time classroom teacher next year. And the second or the third is for Seton Elementary that was set to lose one counselor next school year. Are those reductions accurate? And if so, what are we doing to ensure that our teachers have the assurance they need that their staffing will be held harmless and that our students have the mental health care supports that they need?
Yeah, thank you again, Councilmember Pinto. So with School Without Walls, their submitted budget for 23 was $6,549,194. This is an increase for them year over year for their submitted budget in an amount of $368,687. So as you can see, that's a significant increase year over year in their submitted budget to 22. And then they also received $25,000 in ESSER 3 funding for acceleration as well. So feel confident that there is appropriate funding there for School Without Walls. I'm not sure if the local school advisory team may have made some adjustments to their budget to redirect resources. As relates to Seton, we will have to take another look at Seton. I know Seton also received $180K more, and that's also included in their budget year over year from fiscal year 22-23. So as you know, that's a pretty significant amount for them as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I will move on to Duke Ellington. And it appears that Ellington is set to lose $287,000 in this budget, but that the $1.5 million to address teacher pay parity that we saw last year is recurring as negotiations continue for the future of that school and whether it's under the DCPS umbrella. Can you walk me through this year's proposal funding for Ellington specifically, especially amid ongoing negotiations?
Yeah, thank you. We are, let me start by, again, value statement here. We are very much so, and again, I want to repeat this, very much so committed to preserving the outstanding and thriving program there at Ellington for our students in the arts. I think we still have some work to do with convincing the Duke Ellington board and negotiation team that we're talking to on those principles. I think most recently we have lost ground in negotiation process because I think that they were a little concerned on some of the media reporting, and we worked to clarify that. So in our last conversation, specifically my conversation with the board president, we've agreed to put our best thinking in writing to describe what we believe are key characteristics to maintaining and preserving the integrity of the program. We've also communicated some barriers that we don't believe we can overcome with the current position that has been presented to us, and that is we would compensate teachers, educators, and staff at Duke Ellington at the same rate as DCPS staff, which we're willing to do. But the last proposal we received was to do that at that level, but give teachers the option to be DCPS employees or DSAP employees. And we don't believe that it would be appropriate to compensate at that level as all of our other staff and not have the same standards of staffing. So we are working through that. I believe we will get to a solution. Both the president and I have regular conversation, and I know she's also committed to that as well. Ellington is also continuing to receive a specialty payment of $3.2 million. That's in their initial budget. And this is also designed to assist them with their programming. We are looking forward to welcoming your staff. I'm understanding that based on our conversations that they will be joining a parent meeting that we're going to have next week. But I do want to be clear that our negotiation conversations are directly with the board and their team. And we will continue those negotiations until we get to a solution.
Okay, I'm out of time this round, so I'm gonna have to come back next round, I guess, on that. I understand all of that with the negotiation being ongoing. I'm just worried about what that means for the budget decisions that are being made now. But we'll circle back next round. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor Farabee, Councilmember Pinto had asked if she or her staff could be present at these negotiations. And my understanding is that your office said no.
That is correct, Chairman Mendelson. However, we did agree that Councilmember Pinto's staff was welcome at the parent meeting that is scheduled next week that I referenced.
Well, how about if I asked if I or my staff was present at the negotiations? Would the answer be the same?
The answer would be the same. I do believe inserting other parties or entities into the negotiation discussions will not be helpful and potentially serve as another barrier. So I want to continue on the path that we're on now currently.
Well, I don't believe Councilmember Pinto asked to be present as a participant. I think it was as an observer.
Understood. Well, we're clear with what the request was.
All right, well, you just confused it by saying participating in the negotiations. The law provides it with collective bargaining, and this is not collective bargaining, that the council may have an observer. So why would that be permissible with collective bargaining, but offensive with regard to Ellington?
Well, I think you described it well, Chairman, that DSAP is not a union. And this is not collective bargaining negotiations.
That's true. That means that it seems to me that a observer would be less obtrusive.
Yeah, we would have to disagree there, Chairman. We have been at this for a number of years. And I think we've been closer now, most recently, than we've ever been to getting to a solution. And I prefer to maintain the path that we're on now.
Well, I realize this isn't my round, but I'm going to pursue this a little bit further. So we put in the Budget Support Act last year a provision that DCPS was to work with the Duke Ellington parties to work this out. And that's because we had heard a month or 2 months of testimony about the problems with the inequitable treatment of the Duke Ellington staff. And I realize there is a historical basis for that. My point being that it's not just a year ago that we put it in the Budget Support Act. It was longer ago than that you, DCPS, was aware of this issue. And yet we were unaware of any progress on this until January, the end of January, when we received a report from DCPS about how this had all been worked out, to which I said, great, when I saw it. Then it turned out that, in fact, the stakeholders at Duke Ellington were completely unaware or had not participated, or both, with regard to what DCPS told us. So I feel like there's been a bit of bad faith here, which is why I'm supportive of Councilmember Pinto or her designee being present at the negotiations as an observer. So she's not interfering, but at least there's some eyes on the process. Chancellor?
Yeah, I understand the request. I disagree that we have not been prudent in our negotiations. We've been very transparent. We've been negotiating in good faith with DSAP. I think we ran into some barriers when, as I said earlier, there was some media reporting that was inaccurate on our negotiation that created a response from families, which I think then influenced some of our negotiations. So we've taken some steps backwards most recently, but I'm hopeful and optimistic that we will continue to take some steps forward. What we presented to council in January was a report updating you on the planning process. And as you may recall, as a part of that, the last page spoke directly to steps of continuing collaboration with DSAP. And we will continue to negotiate with them in good faith. And as I said earlier, I'm confident that we'll at some point reach a resolution that works.
Well, this report,
and I do want to go. I do want to go back though, that there are fundamentally some requests that are of us that we won't be able to honor. And specifically, I just call out the funding for a principal that is a DSAP employee is a non-negotiable for us. And then to fund staffing and compensation as DCPS employees, but giving staff the choice of whether or not they want to be a DCPS employee just cannot be a part of our model. And so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to work through that with the negotiation team.
well, again, the issue is that this landed on my desk in January. This was not a product of the media. This is what your office provided me. And we learned last month that the community, the stakeholders, the parents or the foundation, that they were caught by surprise when they saw that. And that's why I speak of bad faith. I will talk to Councilmember Pinto about whether we simply legislate what is the law with regard to collective bargaining, because I don't see the harm in having an observer, and I don't see the harm in having Councilmember Pinto present at the negotiation. She won't be participating as in negotiating. So maybe I've taken this far enough for the moment. The next in line was Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn to the Chancellor.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Gray.
How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
All right. Well, you and I have had numerous conversations about Winston School, a school that basically was sitting there dormant for years. I don't know, 5 years. I don't know how long, but now the mayor has announced that there's going to be a project going on in Winston that is going to be, I guess, raised, and there will be efforts, some sort of educational efforts being made at Winston, whatever's going to be built at Winston. I'm going to start with you. What in the world is going on at Winston? You and I have talked about this for, repeatedly, year after year. And then this comes along, which I'm glad to see some action taking place to move Winston along. But what I don't even understand what it is that's happening. And I don't see where the community has been involved. I don't see where the community has been engaged in ways that they should have been. And I really put it back at your doorstep, frankly, Dr. Farabee, because you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions, and I don't see how we got to this point that we're at now. I've had the deputy mayor to come out and the director of DPR to come out to talk about the recreation center that's there nearby, close juxtaposition to Winston. We talked about that, and then this appears. I don't get it. Can you explain? Can you please explain to me what in the world is going on? It's just unfair. Put a community through this. You put me through this. I just don't understand it, and it's so unfair to have done the way this has been done.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gray. You're right. This conversation dates back for some time, and you and I and the community have been discussing this since my entry learning and listening experiences. And what we've heard, I think you will agree to this, is that the community was very concerned about having a vacant building in their community that did not serve the community well. So what you
the community was very clear on numerous occasions about wanting a middle school being put there, and nothing has been put there. Nothing, not one iota of action has taken place at Winston. A building sitting there dormant, becoming increasingly dilapidated, what it is, and nothing has taken place there. So can you tell me what in the world is going on at this point?
Well, I wouldn't say nothing's taking place. So
what is taking place? You tell me what's taking place, because I honestly don't see it.
Yeah, so I am very grateful that the mayor has placed in the budget, as a part of our capital improvement plan, $35 million for work to start beginning in fiscal year 24 that would demolish and redevelop the facility, which is great. We are excited
abolish and do what, Dr. Farabee?
Yeah, so let me go on. And let me be clear, our intention was not to catch the community off guard. We're excited about repurposing this facility. We're excited about the recreational space as well. But despite the community's interest in a middle school, there isn't the demand data around the community and the surrounding areas to justify a middle school there. So we believe that the building can be served can service the community in other ways, which is why we propose that we have more engagement, one, around this topic, but the vision that we've created for this particular facility is for it to be a hands-on educational learning hub. Now, what that means is it will be open to students across the city where we can create opportunities for them to come into that space.
Can you hold on for a minute?
Sure.
Can you tell me exactly when you talked to anybody in the community, including me, about whatever is being envisioned for Winston and the site at Winston?
Yeah, so over the years, we've had Ward 7 Education Council conversations about this.
What about the council member? who I've talked, you and I have talked about this
Right.
many
You and
times.
I definitely have talked about it. And
We've had no meaningful conversation. Every time I've raised the question with you, you said no, there was nothing that was planned there.
well, your request was, Chancellor, we got to do something with that facility.
That's right. And
Right.
I said that on more than one occasion.
Right.
And
And so we are doing something with that facility. It's a major investment in that facility where we are not able to
I don't mean to cut you off, but
Sure.
to me, what is being done is to raise the building that where Winston is at this stage. Is that what's being done? What is being done?
Right. So what's your question again? You said to raise.
Yeah, the building is being raised. Is that right? Isn't that what the plan is, to raise the building?
Yeah.
Winston?
So the plan is to demolish the current building.
Yeah, which raises the building, right?
Right, to build another structure. And that structure.
And what is that structure, and where has that been? Where has that been engaged? Where has the community been engaged with the conversation around that, Dr. Farabee?
Yeah, so we will engage with the community around what that space could look like. So we are putting forth a vision.
No engagement. Excuse me for cutting you off, but
sure,
this is hugely important to me. And I live in that community, as you know. I live blocks away from Winston. So
I am aware.
It's very important to me what happens at Winston on behalf of the people who live in Hillcrest, especially. So what is it that's being proposed at this point? What is it? I don't even understand it.
Right. Well, there's more time for engagement, and so as I said earlier, as response to your request, hey, Chancellor, we need to do something about this. We now have funding. The next phase is now to go through more engagement on this particular project. However, I want to be transparent is that we are not planning to deliver on a middle school because we don't have the data that supports a middle school on that campus.
What do the data support from your perspective at this age? I don't know that the data supports anything because I haven't seen any data other than the desire of the Hillcrest community to have a middle school developed there. And you basically rejected that each time we talked about it. I see nothing that's been done to engage the community around what's going to happen from an educational perspective at the current Winston site. So what is going to happen there?
Yeah, we're excited to engage more with the community about the specifics of the site. So there's more to come there. But in terms of middle school,
well, tell me what more is to come.
Well, one is we want to ensure that the community has an opportunity to provide input on what this educational space could look like for students and families and how it can serve our DCPS and DC public charter school.
What's happened to all the data that's been provided by the community over the years, Dr. Farabee?
Yeah, I'm happy.
To that data?
Yeah, we have it. I'm happy to provide the data that we have.
Okay, is that going to be responded to? And if so, how?
Yeah, we're happy to share that data. I mean, the reality is the closest middle school, which is Kramer Middle School, is about 45% at capacity. And other surrounding middle schools are even less capacity than that. So you got Sousa, which is 29% capacity. Kramer, I gave you Kramer earlier, sorry. Kelly Miller is about 53% at capacity. So we just don't have the demand for a middle school. But we would love the opportunity, would relish in the opportunity to engage with a task force, community partners on what could be possible for the facility. And as a follow-up to this conversation.
All that does is pushing us off further. It really does nothing for us to be able to move forward with this. I mean, you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions. We've talked to the deputy mayor of education about this, and on and on and on and on. And here we are today, and I have no idea what it is you're about to do down there.
Yeah, as a follow-up to this conversation.
It's really barely 5 blocks from where I live. And I just can't believe that you have taken this thing where you've taken it at this point, especially with all the many conversations that you and I have had about this.
Yeah, as a follow-up to this discussion, we should set up more time to talk. Because
what are we going to talk about?
What the future and what engagement looks like. Because I think that's important. And I'm happy to review again the demand data for middle school with you.
Mr. Chairman, are you there?
Of course I'm here. So I appreciate, Chancellor, that you're offering to find some time to talk to Councilmember Gray about this when Councilmember Gray is trying to talk to you about this right now.
Yeah, and we can continue discussion. I just wanted to be respectful of the time.
So if the data doesn't support a middle school, what does data support?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, we know that we have opportunity for experiential learning. We have seen the power of that through our cornerstones that provide students to have hands-on learning across the city. We know that we spend lots of dollars each year on science materials where we can create permanent science learning space for students. So we know that's an opportunity. We know the labor market has tremendous uptake in STEM-related fields, and we know that building these skills for our students now is critical. So there's certainly opportunity to better prepare our students for college and career and utilize this facility to do so.
So DC,
I don't even know what's being built, Dr. Fairby. I really don't. I have no, Mr. Chairman, I have no idea what DCPS is proposing to build at Winston at this stage. I just don't know. And it's unfair to have put a community through this, Dr. Fairby, especially since you and I have talked about this on many occasions. And now here we are at the 11th hour, not even sure, not even clear about what the next steps are here.
So DCPS has 4 options. You could have a elementary school, you could have a middle school, you could have a high school. I think you took Old Military Road and made that a pre-K school. Those are your 4 options. After that, we're talking about maybe some sort of a magnet facility or a training facility, but that wouldn't be DCPS.
I've got a better option. How about we talk to the community? We typically should have, we should have had the community engaged in this from the moment that it was decided that something could be done in Winston. And I've said over and over and over again that something needed to be done at Winston, and nothing has been done, nothing. No planning with the community, no engagement with the community, no effort to talk to people who are affected by these decisions. So how is this going to happen? What are you going to do, Dr. Fairby?
Well, I think next step for us is to continue engagement with our community. We have funding, which is step 1, which is important. And we know that we can create something special for our students. The unfortunate part of this conversation, I think there's been interest, as you've outlined, for middle school, and we just don't have data to support that. But I am confident that we can engage with our community and create a learning space that will ensure that our students have maximum potential, especially around science, which is what
Chancellor, I laid out 4 options. What does the data support?
Yeah, so
nothing has been talked about.
Yeah, so you laid out options for, I believe, elementary, middle school, and high school, correct?
Or in pre-K.
In pre-K. Correct. So based on the number of schools that we have in the area and their capacity, there isn't a need to have an additional elementary school, pre-K space, middle school, or high school.
Okay, what else? What other kind of school does DCPS run?
Well, as I've implied here in this conversation, there are many school districts across the nation that have experiential learning spaces that schools share, and specifically around science and STEM. And we believe that this is an opportunity to create such a space for DC students.
I've asked to have an engagement with the recreation center that is in close juxtaposition to Winston, and there's been nothing done. Nothing. It's unconscionable, Chancellor, to have this conversation. You know, like we're mapping out. I don't know what we're mapping out at this stage. I appreciate the chairman's efforts with this. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for this, but this doesn't make sense at all to have to put us through what it is, what the engagement is at this stage. And I just don't even know what it is that you're planning to do. And if you could tell me what you're planning to do, I know the community would be happy to find out what it is you're planning to do. I don't know. I have no idea.
Councilmember Gray, you'll have another round. So I'm going to cut you off at this point. Otherwise, Councilmember Lewis George is going to show up in my office and slap me around a bit. Councilmember.
Okay, well, I'll show up in your office too, Councilmember, Chairman. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George.
You know what, Councilmember Ms. Gray, look, I feel you. Look, I am also in search of a plan, Chancellor Fairby.
Councilmember Lewis George, we're having problems with your audio. As at the moment, you're not muted, but I can't hear you. And before that, you sounded like you were like. Hold on. You may have to log off and come back on. You're not sounding good. Let's see who else is here. Why don't you log off and come back on? And I'm going to go to Councilmember Henderson. I want to take my 10 minutes when the time comes. I'll go to Councilmember Henderson, see if she could go for 5 minutes, waiting for you to come back on. Councilmember Henderson, are you here?
Sorry, what was that, Mr. Chairman?
I think Councilmember Lewis George has to log off and come back. So why don't you go for like 5 minutes? And when she comes back, I'll go to her.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I'm skipping me for the moment because I want 10 minutes.
Oh, wait. Does this mean that I don't get my 10-minute panel?
No, you'll get another 5 minutes after that. I'm not cheating you.
Oh, look, there's Janice.
Hello.
Excellent. Okay. Councilmember Henderson was bashful, so.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Please proceed.
Okay. I am on the same token as Vince Gray. I would like to discuss sort of a plan. And we've talked about this previously. And I know the chairman has, talked about equity today. And I said, I think to Councilmember Henderson regarding, you wanting to see all of our schools thrive. So I have to bring in the conversation regarding Roosevelt. Roosevelt is projected to be, Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay, which are co-located, is projected to be at 134% utilization this fall. Roosevelt High School is adding 22 new staff to help educate their growing enrollment, which we are very happy about the enrollment and so many families choosing our neighborhood school, but they don't have the classrooms anymore. Now, juxtapose that to Jackson Reed High School, which is, is projected to be at 116% utilization next year. And they're getting a whole new building built to help address their overcrowding, which is fine. But they're at 100% utilization. Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay at 134%. And the mayor said in her briefing that she'd like to move the Stay program to Sharp, but that's not going to be available until fiscal year 2030, which is 7 years from now. And so what I'm trying to understand is Jackson Reed at 116% utilization next year is getting a whole new building, and Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay are playing at 134% to be at go to somewhere 7 years from now. Why would we have to wait 7 years from now when we know they're already at this number and it's doing nothing but growing? Where is the equity in that? We have specifically asked for a plan several times, and we have not gotten a plan. And I don't want to hear that you all like a value statement of we want both schools to thrive. I want to hear an actual plan of what we're going to do to ensure Roosevelt students and Roosevelt State students literally have a school and a place where they actually can drive. They can actually get what they need to do and thrive like you stated you wanted to see. So Chancellor, what is the plan?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Louis George. Good to hear from you on this topic. I know that we both care a lot about the students there at Roosevelt and Roosevelt State. And I think what we're seeing in growth and enrollment is phenomenal. It says a lot about the school leaders there, the educators there. They've done a great job supporting families. I had opportunity to walk the building with Principal Ralston, and my understanding, because of the increased enrollment in their budget, they're adding 15 plus positions, which is exciting, and they need space, and we recognize that. So our plan, Councilman Louis George, is to ensure that there's a long-term solution. As you know, that these are complex solutions as we think about space, as we become more and more restricted in what's available, and we recognize that there's a need to make a move sooner rather than later. So we are looking at some options that would make a shift for us and the students there at Roosevelt and Roosevelt State earlier than the potential sharp relocation. So I'm happy to continue to work directly with
right now, right now there's no plan. At the moment, we don't have a plan. Roosevelt is going to be at 134%. And we don't have a plan. And the current plan is 7 years from now. That's where we are right now.
Well,
and
I think the plan is to have a long-term solution. The goal is to have.
That's the goal. What you're saying is the solution is the goal.
Well, I think we have a plan. I mean, we could certainly move into sharp, but as you're highlighting, that's a long time from now. So we are exploring some other options, but as I mentioned earlier, these are complex solutions that have a domino effect on other modernizations that we have for schools, and we want to make sure that we keep track with our modernizations for our Ward 4 schools. So they're all connected. So I want to be sure that you, I, and the community members in Ward 4 have more time to think through all the potential impacts of these solutions. And we will come up with a solution that works. Do I have a specific solution to share today publicly? I don't, but we will continue the conversation.
Okay, let's talk about solutions then, because one of the things that is hurting us addressing Roosevelt High School Stay is the swing space shortage in Ward 4, right? As you know well, we've talked about this several times and been working together here trying to do something. I'm hopeful we can work together on this, but we've got a lot of parents and teachers who testified the other day about the current plans, particularly for Truesdale to be at Carter-Patterson in fiscal year 2024 and 2025. And so with that, we need a swing space, right, in order to ensure, one, that our communities, our students and families can stay together, travel to school, and make sure that we can renovate. It's potential, possibly we could put Roosevelt Stay at the Gardner-Patterson location, but then because we don't have a swing space for the current renovations, we'll be out of whack. So let's talk about some solutions for a second, if we could, because I know last year I sent over potential locations, but now once I've got the metrics for what's needed for a space, I first started talking about a modular space, right? So that's behind me. I've said we need a certain amount of percentage, and the only space that I found in Ward 4 going around was a modular space that DPR owns. That's this whole space right here on 3rd and Sheridan. There's a whole field here, and then right after that is another field, which is the Bryce Harper field, right? And you've all said to me, oh, well, DPR, I think they have programming there, but there's a whole other field where programming can continue to happen, even if we put a modular space there. And so there's that option. Now, today, there was one good benefit today of me being able to have to be at an MPD hearing and an education hearing, which is MPD actually has a different space actually in our ward. This is one of their substations, which is a former school. And it's still a school. Actually, it still has an auditorium. It has that as a potential, and that is another potential location that we could explore. Those are the two locations I've come up with. The other potential here is Dorothy Heights is currently located at our campus. What is it? The Sharp, the Melvin Sharp School. Potentially, is there a way for us to essentially co-locate Truesdale with some of the Dorothy Heights students at that location, and then potentially add some additional modular space in the back to support, to be able to support a co-location. And so that would look like that plot here is that back, and that's the front of where we have the location where we have Dorothy Heights getting their renovation at Sharp, and then potentially co-locating Truesdale. Now that would help us answer the question of how we can get started on our Truesdale location, keeping our Truesdale families in the community versus going to a building that's not for elementary school students, that severely doesn't have green space and also can't be traveled to. So Chancellor, of these options, of these three options I put out, are any of these options? Well, actually, I need these three to be an option that you're willing to explore before budget season is over.
Yes, we were happy to explore the options that you put forward. We have listened to the Truesdale parents. We heard them testify on Monday. We're really thankful for their feedback and their time, and we will continue to look at options, city partners, including DPR. As I said earlier, we recognize that there are pressing needs for Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay in their capacity, and then also our swing space for Ward 4 schools.
Okay. I appreciate that. And it's not just about the Truesdale families. It's also about our Whittier families and our LaSalle Bacchus families as well, right? Because they also are slated. They're up for their renovations. And if we don't find adequate swing space, they're going to stay behind. And I don't know if you've been, Whittier has had persistent issues. DGS has had to come out several times because of pipe bust. It is an untenable situation. It sounds like it's similar to what's happening over in Ward 5 with Langley. And so it's not just about that. It's that we need this done now. And I don't have time for we're going to engage the community. Like, the community's already been engaged, like Ward for Education Alliance, SHAPE, families already engaged. I'm coming to you with plans so that we can make a plan. And I'm not leaving this budget season without a plan for Roosevelt Stay, and for Whittier, LaSalle, Bacchus, and Truesdale. And so I hope you will join me in coming up with a solution, and also that your chairman will join me in coming up with the solution. Because when we talk about equity, it's simply not right that a school with 134 utilization doesn't have a plan, and a school with 116% utilization does have a plan.
Yeah, you're right to call out our two high schools that are above capacity, and we are committed to both school communities. And thank you for your leadership, Councilmember Lewis George, for your ability to get out and to look at options with us and to explore every option possible to support students in Ward 4.
Thank you. I'm going to Director Hunter. I've been a Chief Consi. I'm going to Director Anderson. I'm circling back around to you. We can find a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. There'll be another round. Chancellor Farabee, since I asked you questions in the first round and made the point about equity and stability and transparency, my staff pointed out to me that if you take the total funding per pupil, again, excluding ESSER funds, because those are not in the budget that we have, and exclude the mayoral pandemic dollars, which are one-time dollars, and I don't think they've actually been allocated per school. If we compare the Anacostia High School with Ballou High School, both of which have essentially the same at-risk population, there is a $4,000 difference per pupil in funding. That doesn't sound like equity to me. We compared Roosevelt High School with Dunbar High School. They're similar in their at-risk population. I think it's around 75% each at each school. And the special education levels are the same or very similar at each school. Roosevelt has 18,000 500 per pupil, Dunbar 16,400 per pupil, a difference of 2,000 per pupil. That doesn't seem equitable to me. Not sure I'm asking you to respond, but it just furthers the point that I made earlier with regard to equity. So let me ask you a question about school security. The submitted school budgets include a note that, quote, security funding is excluded from both FY22 and FY23 budget totals. Thus, this shift does not impact the school's year-over-year calculation of FY23 allocation, unquote. In fiscal year 22, the security services totaled $17.9 million across all the schools, but we don't see the corresponding fund source in DCPS's budget. What is the source of those funds?
Yes, so thank you for that question. I do want to go back, Chairman Mendelson, and note that comparing the per pupil funding, I think it's difficult to do across schools because of the sizes and the special education services and English language learning services that are happening in the schools.
Okay, well, so much for transparency, but can you answer the question on schools?
Yeah, so school security is now centrally. It is on the federal funds and therefore it is on IC's budget. And because of the new inter-district way that funds have shown on the budget is the reason why you see those shifts.
So it's on OSSI's budget?
Yes, so right now school security is centralized and yes, it's on IC's budget.
Can you speak briefly to why you're proposing the repeal of the reduction in SROs?
Yeah, we believe, and I've seen this firsthand personally in conversations and interactions with students and staff, that our school resource officers have worked really hard to foster strong relationships with our students and staff and are seen as trusted adults. So I worry about a model where we are relying on traditional MPD officers to serve schools who don't have relationships with students and staff in the same way that our school resource officers do. So I think it's critical that we maintain their support in our schools.
Okay, I'm gonna shift the subject a little bit. I had a conversation with a middle school principal the other day, and it really kind of shook me up a little bit. So I'm now going to pursue a line of questioning that's much more basic with regard to DCPS. It seems to me that DCPS's fundamental responsibility is educating kids. That is the goal, that is the outcome, that is what it's all about, is educating kids. The conversation I had with this middle school principal was, I can't hold back a kid who can't read from going to high school because I can't have a 16-year-old in the same class with a 13-year-old. I'm just going to pause for a moment because think about that. So 9th grade, you're 15 going on 16. You can't keep holding those kids back just because they can't read and keep them in a middle school. So I looked at, I just was given a note, or 10 and 11-year-olds in the 6th grade, with 10 and 11-year-olds in the 6th grade. So I looked at Flora Henley. Flora Henley, though, let me see now, Park has 5 levels, right? And the first level, level 1, is what we used to call below basic, did not yet meet expectations. And level 2 is basic, level 3 is advanced, level 4 is meet expectations. So that's basically on grade level, level 4, and level 5 is exceeded expectations. So looking at Flora Henley, how many kids there exceeded expectations level 5 in math? 1%. In English, 0%. Okay, well, grade level would be level 4, met expectations. Henley, math, Level 4, 20%. English, 8%. 8%. If you can't read, how can you do the word problems in math? How can you read the history class? How can you do any of the other courses? But let's take levels 1 and 2. Math, Henley, 61%. English, 73%. So let's look at Hart Middle School. Numbers are sort of the same, actually worse. Math, levels 1 and 2, 76% of the kids are at level 1 or level 2. Not even close. What is in this budget, Chancellor, that's going to change those numbers at Henley or at Hart? That's your fundamental responsibility. What in this budget is going to change those numbers for those kids at Henley or Hart?
Our acceleration dollars.
This year.
Yeah, so
It's
this
going to change
year,
the numbers this year.
yeah, so this year and let's say this year, the 21-22 and 22-23 school year, we are continuing our acceleration efforts. And those are numbers that you're giving prior to the public health crisis. And we know that many of the communities you described have been impacted even more through that time period. So strategies such as our acceleration academies, our multi-tier system of support, high intensity tutoring, our summer academies, giving students more time for learning.
Chancellor, not to interrupt you, but what's the difference between that and a couple of years ago? It was extended year, and we've had extended day. And what else have we had? We had the reading academies, 9th grade reading academy. All of that was going to change it.
Well, we were making significant progress in achievement prior to the health emergency. And we have seen, since students have returned full-time in person, that we're making progress.
Yeah, okay, these numbers
certainly going to
are-
take some time to continue to stay on this path of progress.
How much time, Chancellor? This is a fundamental question. Doesn't this?
Yeah, I think you're asking a fundamental question about how much time it will take to recover from
No,
some of the
I'm
impact.
asking what is in this budget that's going to change these numbers this year?
Well, one, I mentioned earlier, our investment in our academic acceleration efforts, which include development for staff to ensure that they're trained on best practices for literacy and math, our acceleration academies, our high intensity tutoring, the additional learning time that we're providing to students. And on top of that, we provided schools budgets that provide them the opportunity to hire additional staff as well to meet.
Please don't bring up the school budgets because we've already been over that. 61 schools are getting less money. And you're kind of.
Chairman, the reality is that
pandemic.
Our schools will have, based on the budgets right now, over 500 more FTEs. Over 500 more FTEs. And those FTEs have been identified by school leaders and the local school advisory team to support students in their academics. And you're right, academics is important, but I don't want us to lose sight that academics is very much so interconnected with some of the social and emotional needs that our students have during this time.
So where is all of that? Chancellor, what is different? So there's accelerated academies, but a few years ago, it was the reading academies. What's the difference? A couple of years ago, it was extended year or extended day or extended both. We're not even doing that now. We're doing out of school time. What is significantly different? What is going to move the needle? That's my question. And I'm not hearing anything that's going to move the needle. This is embarrassing. It's not new, but just focus on it. The 16-year-old or 15-year-old, what do we do with him or her? What do we do with them? Move them on to high school? We moved them from elementary school to middle school and they couldn't read. They were scoring at 1 or 2. You know, the numbers for Mann, I looked up Horace Mann because Ebony Rose Thompson said, compare beers with Mann. Actually, I compared beers with Mann. So how, proficient in math at Beers, 0. In English, 2%. How about Mann? Below basic in math, 1%. Below basic in English, 1%. at grade level or exceeding expectations. English, 80%. Peers at a base below basic or basic. I mean, that's not even close to at grade level. And English at peers, 54%. They're almost the exact opposite. And
well, I don't want to.
We're going to change these numbers in a generation.
I don't want. Can I speak for just a few minutes here? I don't.
You're the chancellor.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. So I think it's important that we not imply that we need a totally new strategy. And we have made tremendous strides, and in fact, were the fastest improving urban school district. And we look forward to continuing that with this round of data that we're moving to post-pandemic. But I assure you, Chairman, with extensive time in our school, there isn't a day that doesn't go by that our central services team, our school leaders, and our teachers aren't thinking about the wellness and the academic needs of our students. There's a day that doesn't go by we don't think about this. And you have some of the most committed individuals you'll find in urban education in our schools. And they are working tremendously hard to recover, to ensure that our students accelerate. And it's disappointing that that's not being recognized. And I hope that you and others, as we have these conversations about where we are academically, recognize the achievements that have taken place in DCPS and understand that we will recover strong. But we have been impacted by a pandemic that we've never experienced before.
I'm giving you pre-pandemic numbers.
Right.
Only gotten worse.
But you're not describing the progress that occurred pre-pandemic.
The progress, you know, in a sense, I don't care about the progress because moving the needle 3 points or 2 points or 4 points a year isn't going to close the gap between 0 and 80%. It just isn't. The kids at Flora Henley, are the kids at Flora Henley inherently stupid?
I'm not going to even respond to that
Well, I can answer that. No, of course not. They're not inherently stupid. They're just as smart as every other kid in elementary school in this system. Just as smart. And they come to school with some disadvantages, like social emotional issues. Okay, and we know what they are. They can be educated to go from one grade to the next at grade level, and we're not doing it, or you're not doing it. It can be done.
There's certainly room for opportunity.
So I look at this budget and I don't see where we're going to move the needle. I just don't. It's going to go up another 3 points. And we'll celebrate that that's faster than Cleveland. Okay.
Yeah, it's disappointing that you won't recognize the achievements of our staff and our students, but we have much to be proud of. Now, we have more work to do.
How long has the principal at Henley been the principal at Henley?
Well, we just had a transition at Henley.
That's a good way to grow that school.
But prior to that transition, the principal had been there for a very long time.
Yeah, like 3 years, maybe 4. My guess is it takes at least 5 years for a principal to really build a school community. That's just without any other issues.
So at the same time, you're describing the time it takes for transformation, but at the same time, you are expressing great disappointment in the progress that DCPS has made and describing it as slow progress.
Well, I don't see a lot of progress at Henley. If the number has gone from 0 to 1, am I going to celebrate that? I'm not going to celebrate that. I'm sorry. And so Henley gets better from one year to the next. And then we lose the principal. We start all over. It's like kicking the can out or kicking the chair out. And then we start over with a new principal. I'm reminded of the controversy with what's the middle school, Johnson, where the lost a whole year with a controversial principal. Where are we moving the needle here, Chancellor?
Yeah, DCPS has moved the needle. And we thank the principal at Henley. She was phenomenal. She did a phenomenal job leading the school.
And so she should still be there.
Well, we give people the space to grow Chairman, and she's had an opportunity to grow in her leadership, and we respect that. We honor that. We also must honor the fact that school transformation work is not easy. I can speak with great experience as a transformational principal myself, and as you described, the time it takes, the diligence, and more importantly, the encouragement and support. And I'm confident in our central services team and the way that they're supporting our schools and the progress that DCPS has made. And I think it's important for us to continue many of those practices that have fueled the progress that we made so that we can continue to recover from the public health crisis.
I don't want to be rude and cut you off, so I let you speak. But
Thank you for that opportunity.
But the gap is going to be there a few years from now. And the kids at Henley, it's wrong that they are not getting every chance that the public education system should be giving them so that they can be as successful as every other kid in this system. And the numbers aren't there. The instability is there. I didn't look at the budget. That budget probably isn't growing for Henley. We're doing everything wrong. That's too strong a statement. We're not doing what we need to do to move the needle, and I don't see it in this budget. And I gave you 10 minutes to show me where it is in this budget. And what I heard was just a variation of what I've heard for the last 10 years, reading academies, accelerated academies, out of school time, some sort of accelerated whatever. I'm done. Councilmember Henderson, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor, I want to follow up on something in your exchange with the chairman about security. Did you say that we would find the security money in the OSSI budget?
Yeah, so the security dollars have been centralized and you will find them in the OSSI budget. So if you want more detail, Kevin Wenzel is on our team. He's also available to speak to.
Because I'm looking at the OSSI intra-district transfers. I'm looking at your intra-district transfers. Like, we don't see the 17 million anywhere. It's zeroed out in your budget. It is not in the OSSI budget.
Kevin, can you speak to that a little bit more detail, where that can be found?
Yeah, and I don't know why OSSI would have your security money anyway. Are they managing your school security contract now?
Yeah, Councilmember, the budget book, the way that it now shows intra-district funds, including lots of federal fund sources.
Mr. Wenzel, I'm looking at the data dump. So I'm not even looking at the budget book. I'm getting the data that was sent over.
Yeah, this is also, and I think, the budget book is based on the dump too. So I think that the security contract for DCPS, we're funding via federal funds. And because that is part of our intra-district funds, it's showing up in this way on OSSI's budget because they are the buyer agency in that situation.
But okay. The superintendent was on right before you. I'm telling you, it is not showing up in their budget either. There's nothing in their budget that says security except for the security for their agency. $89,300.
Yeah, I think
maybe we could talk about that offline, but I think what you're saying is that the school security contract for next year is going to be funded using district recovery plan dollars.
Using federal funds, that's right.
Okay, so that's the intent. Okay, so we could take that and then we just need to find it because we have more than enough federal funds, so I'm sure we're going to find it somewhere, but I'm just letting you know that in everybody's bucket and line items, we're not seeing those dollars today. Which is kind of important because statutorily, we're already supposed to be reducing in terms of the SROs. So we want to make sure that there's somebody doing some security somewhere in the building. Chancellor, I want to ask you about substitute teachers. You guys did some press releases about their raises, but they say they haven't gotten their raise yet. So what's going on?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. It's a good opportunity to speak to our substitutes. So we, want to start by recognizing their work. They really have been tremendously helpful throughout this school year in their service. We did announce 2 increases in their compensations. But we have not been able to execute on that to date, but we'll provide retroactive pay to the substitutes from when we made those announcements. There's some internal logistics that we still need to work through to make that happen. So we've assured the substitutes that they will get that pay retroactively, and I've committed to meeting with representatives from our substitutes on a regular basis.
Okay. Let's talk about paraprofessionals. When is this group scheduled to go to negotiations and bargaining with you all?
Yeah, so currently we are setting a schedule for our negotiations. Right now, we're in conversation with the Washington Teachers Union. We will have conversation with other bargaining units, and the goal is to
The paraprofessionals are AFSCME though, they're not WTU.
Correct, yes. So I'm just giving you flavor of where we are now in our negotiations and who we're having conversation with, but we will have conversation with other bargaining units that support DCPS.
Okay, and I'm bringing this up because I brought this up during performance. We have a situation now where I can make more money as a substitute teacher than I can as a paraprofessional, given the raises that they have gotten versus what's in the contract for paraprofessionals. And so I know that perhaps it's not in management's best interest to go around the system in terms of the timeline, but paraprofessionals are so critical to so many functions in your schools that I want to make sure that these individuals are getting paid fairly and what they deserve, because not only would they be making less than substitute teachers, we're doing an increase for other direct providers within the Department of Healthcare Finance. So like if we calculate it out, we have paraprofessionals who are not even making a living wage of what DC standards are. They might be making minimum wage, but it's not livable. And so I think that's something that we definitely need to get to. I want to talk really quickly about supply cards.
So can I go back just
sure.
quickly that, again, I want to reiterate that we're committed to all of our labor unions, our custodians, our teacher aides, everybody who has supported our school leaders. But when we needed additional substitute support this year, we know we had paraprofessionals step in and lead as we had our substitutes. So we built in this year, we negotiated with AFSCME to provide a $3,000 bonus to teachers when they support the classroom as a substitute. So we did want to recognize that effort and service of that particular group this school year, but we will also enter in negotiation conversation with AFSCME as well.
Okay. I just want us to be mindful of the market, right? Like 3,000 is great. We're about to give childcare workers 10,000. So 3,000 don't look as cute, but it's great. And I'm just saying, like, if we want to keep paraprofessionals, we have to keep up with the pace of what's happening in terms of the labor market.
And we also want them to become teachers, which has been a pipeline for us. So we've also launched an opportunity not only for bonuses, but for them to earn.
Oh yeah, credit hours.
Yes.
I pay attention at the OSCE hearing. I know what's going on. On the supply cards, I had this conversation with President Pope Lyons earlier this week. So we bumped up the supply cards during the pandemic, and then we took it back down to the $200 level, but then they still didn't get them until November. Does this budget increase supply card opportunities here?
Yeah. So thank you for raising the question about the supply cards. Provide some clarity here. One, we are proud to provide this resource to our educators who've been great. Again, I can't say enough about what they've provided, but we had a compromise to the cards this year where we had some fraudulent activity and we had to pull them back. But we are committed to maintaining the supply cards at the level that they've been in the past, but we did have to suspend the card use for a time period this year because of security issues.
Okay, but no increase on supplies for teachers in this upcoming budget?
No anticipated changes, no increase.
Okay, Chancellor, when is the food service contract up for rebid? I think we're on the last option year.
And let me clarify, you are speaking to the Sodexo Magic contract?
Yes, school lunch.
Yes, we are currently advertising that food service contract as we speak. And you're right, we're now entering into the final phases of that contract.
Okay. So there is an RFP that's already out. Is that when you say we're advertising, is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah, the contract is going out right now and it will be in place next school year. And the RFP has already been posted.
Okay. You guys have independent procurement authority, I think. At least you did at one point.
We do.
I just want everybody to be mindful of when recess hits, because this happened a couple of years ago where the contract came before the council right before, and there was a whole conversation. Well, if y'all don't approve the contract, then the kids won't eat. So I just want everybody to be mindful of timelines here, but that's all I'll say on that front. Laptops. I think I asked you this maybe last year or at some hearing around last summer. You guys didn't ask for the laptops back, or that at the end of last school year, you didn't ask for the laptops back from students. And so we had a dip in terms of supply availability for this school year. Does this budget enable you all to purchase what would be allowable for one-to-one for every kid in DCPS?
The short answer is yes. We continue to build into our budgeting for devices contingency for loss. What we did last school year is we extended access to devices for summer learning and summer youth employment.
Are we doing that again this year?
Yeah, so if students need devices for those activities, we will provide them the opportunity to keep those devices. If they return back to DCPS next year, they'll have access to devices. If they are not a returning DCPS students, they must return their device.
Okay, over my time. Thank you.
Councilmember, I think there'll be a third round. Next is Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi again, Chancellor.
Hello again.
So going back to our discussion about Duke Ellington, putting aside for a moment my participation in the ongoing negotiation, there is an ongoing negotiation. So what does that mean for budget decisions being made for Duke Ellington for next school year now?
Well, what that means, one is Duke Ellington has been provided a budget as a part of the budget model that all schools are funded on. What they've communicated to us is that they require additional dollars to elevate compensation of their employees, and we recognize that. The goal for them that they've communicated to us is it be in line with the DCPS budget. And so when I say DCPS budget, I mean compensation for staff. So we have provided their specialty payment that supports their operation for this school year. Until we reach an agreement, we cannot commit to additional compensation for staff until we have an agreement. And we will continue to work towards that as we have more and more conversations in the week ahead.
Right. But Chancellor, that makes perfect sense that you can't commit to a number until you've reached an agreement, which is part of the reason that the BSA subtitle was included last year, to ensure that these negotiations happened earlier so that we're not in the same position this upcoming school year. And so the fact that we're in this kind of circular argument, it makes sense that we're here, but we have to resolve it. We can't just say, we can't make determinations around your staffing and what budget you need until we have an agreement, if the agreement and negotiation is still ongoing, because where does that put our teachers for this time next year or for this upcoming school year? Because those decisions are going to have to be made before the negotiation is complete.
Yeah, I understand what you're describing, and which is why it's a priority for us. And we have been in these discussions for months. It's just difficult to make progress when we go backwards. And unfortunately, most recently, we've gone backwards in those discussions.
So I guess in your point earlier about DSAP is asking to be paid like DCPS employees, but still give teachers the optionality to be DCPS employees or not. What is your current budget proposal treat DSAP employees as in terms of their pay?
So our proposal is that DCPS would have all DSAP employees become DCPS employees, and that we would provide a runway for teachers that are eligible for license to become licensed and be compensated until they receive their licensure. Anyone that's not eligible for licensure would receive pay in alignment with other paraprofessionals or contracted staff that we have that are not eligible for licensure.
Right.
And
sorry
so,
to cut you off. That's your proposal for DSAP, but does that proposal mirror what your budget proposal has?
So to meet that proposal, we would need to provide additional dollars to DSAP to make that happen as it relates to compensation for staff. And we've shared with them preliminarily what that number would be. And we've given them a preliminary estimate of what would be needed to meet the salary and FTE expectation based on the data that they provided to us.
Okay, so should we all be proceeding as though DCPS's recommendation is going to be adopted so that if it is adopted, there is sufficient funding to pay staff next year?
Yeah, that would be our mindset. We've set aside the resources to do that. But again, we're not in a position to issue those funds when we don't have a clear path for the teachers to transition, as I've discussed.
And where have you set aside those resources?
So we've set aside those resources in our ESSER funding for the dollars for the fiscal year 23, and that is centralized dollars that have not been allocated yet.
Okay, so in the meantime, will the Duke Ellington teachers will continue to be paid, but will you be able to use the 1.5 million to raise their pay in the interim while you're still ongoing with the negotiation?
I'm not sure when you say the 1.5, which 1.5 are you referencing?
This is the 1.5 million that we put in the budget last year to address the pay parity issue. And it is my understanding that this is going to be recurring dollars for next year.
Yeah, we don't have in a budget that is recurring, the 1.5. And
That's just a one time. Okay.
We haven't received, well, let's just say we haven't received those funds to date.
I'm going to move on to literacy, just because in our final moments here, but thank you. So I was really happy to see that there is a slight expansion to the DC Reading Clinic for next school year. How do you envision the DC Reading Clinic working together in conjunction with letters training?
Yeah, so again, we're really proud of the Reading Clinic and its ability to help our teachers refine their craft, specifically around literacy. The letters training is a trainer-to-trainer model, as you heard from IC today, or you can provide training to staff directly. Our plan is to continue to use our Reading Clinic coaches to become letters facilitators. So this would allow us to utilize them to be additional trainers so we can expand access to letters training across our district. As you heard from the state superintendent, we also heavily invested in the science of reading. And this is another development opportunity that we are providing to our teachers as well.
Okay, thank you. And how is DCPS working with OSSI to ensure the letters training can be continually expanded and provided to our elementary school instructional coaches?
Yeah, so we work directly with our instructional superintendents to identify teachers to be trained. And as we have more and more teachers that are interested, we make that option available. But we do regularly meet with OSSI as well to discuss opportunities to expand both letters and the science of reading training to our teachers. And we're grateful for OSSI's support for both. As you heard earlier, they've made this option available, and we have a training plan for next school year by cluster. It's important to know all of our schools are organized into clusters supervised by instructional superintendents.
Well, thank you. We look forward to seeing that program continue to be expanded. I spoke to you about this during performance oversight as well as Dr. Grant about it today. In terms of the progress for ensuring that period products are provided in all of our schools, how is DCPS progress since we last spoke in February on ensuring that these dispensers are in all of our schools?
Yes, so we are also committed. Thank you for your leadership on this topic. As we've talked to students, this is important to them as well, and having access to these products. So we're currently in procurement. We've already identified the appropriate dispensers, and we're working through the final reprogramming steps to ensure that we can get them installed as soon as possible.
Great, thank you so much. And can I have your commitment that those will be installed by next school year?
You have my commitment that we will have them installed by next school year.
By the start of next school year?
Let's say the next school year. I know there's a lot of work happening over the summer, so I don't want to overcommit our team, but we'll certainly have them in place by next school year.
And lastly, I had asked during the oversight hearing about the families who no longer have spots at Hyde Addison for pre-K for consideration to be made for Stevens early learning. I got a written response that said, in the meantime, people can apply through the lottery. Have there been any other considerations or progress made to support those families?
Yes, we're currently reviewing our prior decision regarding pre-K, the classroom at Hyde Addison. And then once we have a decision finalized, we'll follow up. We're also working directly with the Office of State Superintendent Education and My School DC Lottery on this topic as well.
As in, sorry, if I can just, Chairman, ask a clarifying question. You mean revisiting that you may reopen up the classroom?
That is correct.
Wow, that's fantastic news. I hope that reconsideration moves forward. I know a lot of families will be really happy with that. Thank you, Chancellor. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I expect there'll be a third round. Councilmember Gray?
Unmuted now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess I'm returning now to where we were before we stopped when I had to go to my the markup for the special committee. And that was, I don't understand how this community has been treated so shabbily, Dr. Chancellor, that Dr. Farabee, that it's just shameful that people have been put through this. What are we supposed to do at this stage? I don't even know where we are at this point. I think you said $35 million in the budget for this. What we'll have for $35 million, I don't know. Maybe you can explain it. I've heard something about an art lab and some other items that don't even fit together to me. So can you explain what the items are that will in this budget, and how people will be able to engage, are supposed to engage with this at this point? Because I don't see them engaged at all. They want to be, they desperately want to be, and I just don't see anything that fits together for them at this point. So can you explain it at this point?
Yes, I'm happy to explain again. And I want to reiterate a point earlier that we are very grateful and pleased that there's money in the budget to redevelop the site, which is step one.
But to do what? What to do what? And who have you talked to?
Right. So I think step two is where we are now. And we are committed to explaining to our community how an educational hub works there and to serve the students and families and neighborhood across the city. We are having a meeting with Winston representative next week. We will continue to work hard on our
Can you
engagement.
tell me who those representatives are, Dr. Fairby?
That is being organized by Ebony Rose, who represents both the State Board of Education.
Well, I work closely with her, so
Yes.
I would love to be involved in that myself, Dr. Fairby.
Yeah, we're happy to have you invited and be a part of the conversation.
I should have been a part of the conversation from day one.
You have been. We have talked about this multiple
conversation with
times.
you for several years.
We have been. And what would you say to me in all those conversations? We got to do something with that building, correct?
Yes, and
We're
that
at
we
that
need to
point
do it
now.
with the community. We talked about that over and over and over again. I saw nothing that was done to really organize and reach out to the Hillcrest community in particular, to engage them with what is going to happen at the Winston School. I see nothing having been done.
Well, again, first step in the process is to identify the resources to redevelop. We have. Next step is to refine what the facility will be. And it's important to note that we do have history on educational facilities. In fact, the council funded an educational facility similar to the vision for this facility for junior achievement. And Dcps is excited and looking forward to another opportunity for an educational facility in Ward 7 to provide students with a rich hands-on learning experience. We know that this will serve the community well, and we look forward to discussing the options with the community and bringing this new facility to Ward 7. Again, it's exciting. We have the ability to tap into the space with DPR. We have rec space, pool space. This will be a state-of-the-art opportunity for our students in the community. And I look forward to working with you and the residents in the community to shape the direction of this new educational facility.
And what is supposed to happen? I want to make sure I'm understanding where we are at this stage, because in my opinion, we're nowhere. I mean, you tell me if we are somewhere, and I don't know how we got somewhere if we are somewhere, but can you tell me where we are at this point?
Yes, so where we are is we have funding to redevelop the site and $35 million that's in the mayor's budget. In addition to that, we know the footprint of the campus and what could potentially be there. Finally, we know, as I shared earlier, that we don't have data that supports the opening of a school, but we do have need for an educational facility. And we specifically have a need around science and STEM. And we believe this is an opportunity to better serve our students and families with an educational facility with such a focus. Now, we want to engage with the community on what that looks like. And now we will start that process and begin to develop more details in concert with the community of what this new facility will look like to, again, serve residents in Ward 7, but also students across the city.
So I really don't understand where we are at this stage. I hear what you're saying. I hear the words. I just don't understand where we are. I don't know, with $35 million in hand, what are we supposed to do with that? Can you help me understand?
Yeah, we are supposed to create a facility that serves our young people well. And let's agree.
A facility that serves our young people well. I don't even know what that means.
What that means is we have an opportunity to shape the details. My suggestion is we start that conversation. We have a meeting with you and the Deputy Mayor Education and stakeholders next week. We are hoping to establish a task force that will start work in May and June to co-create this together. And I am confident that the ability to co-create this together will produce something special for our students. As we've done in the past, we have a history of this.
Well, we haven't had a history on this one. I mean, and Winston just been sitting, as you know, has been sitting there dormant with nothing being done for at least 5 years. When you say at least 5 years?
It predates me, and I was named chancellor in 2018. So this has been
That's been close to 5 years, then, huh?
Yeah. So, but what's exciting, Councilmember Gray, that I think we got to lift up here is we got money in the budget, which is step one. Would you agree?
I agree that that the mayor has advanced money. I just am not sure for what at this point. And if somebody asks me what it is, I can't tell them because I really don't know.
Wouldn't you agree that we can shape that together and co-create with the community?
I've agreed from the very beginning that we should have been doing something with the community. We have done nothing, Chancellor, with the community up to this point. So, yeah, I mean, it should have been done from the very beginning. And I just don't know what we have at this stage, which is nothing from what I can gather, unless I'm missing something. Am I missing something here?
No. And to be clear, we are where we are today because of your relentless leadership on this topic. And so thank you for leaning in heavily on this building and continue to be a strong force for Ward 7 residents and our students across the city. And through your leadership, we now have resources from the mayor, and she's recognized the need, and we're grateful for her investment. And now let's start the engagement on what this will be for our families. And I look forward to working with you more on this.
Okay. What's to be the relationship with the recreation center next door to Winston from your perspective?
Well, I think we can shape that. I mean, one is we can certainly find ways to utilize pool space. We have advanced instruction for swimming for our students in DCPS. So I think that's one way that we could partner together. Secondly, we always are in need of outdoor learning spaces. So I could see us utilizing the park space and creating something where students can not only have physical activity, but learn through physical activity. Could be a learning garden. There are lots of options, but I don't want to get too far without taking time to hear more from our constituents. So I look forward to partnering with you to learn and listen, and we will communicate with DPR regularly on opportunities for shared space, as we've done in the past, where we have educational space connected to park space. And we'll do that as we've done in the past with Winston.
You know, people have been promised a pool, a swimming pool over there for ages at this point. Do you see that materializing now?
I do. I do see that materializing.
Yeah. You there, Mr. Chairman?
Totally.
And also to be clear that the budget plan and what's been submitted includes funding for a pool. And we're excited that there's $15 million in the mayor's proposed budget for DPR for a pool. And like I said earlier, we've utilized our community pools to be instructional space to ensure that more of our students are learning to swim. And this has been a great asset to us in ensuring that there's safety with swimming and pool access, but also this is an equity issue for us as well.
Oh, will that pool be a part of the recreation center or what, Mr. Dr. Therapy?
It will be a part of DPR space, but the school and the other communities that have parks and pools nearby, we utilize those. And so very similar, the educational space there could be used in conjunction with the pool, and schools in the area could also leverage the pool space as well. And there's also an adjacent rec center as well that can connect.
I know the recreation center very well.
Yeah.
I know it like the back of my hand.
Council member, there'll be a third round.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Dr. Farabee, I want to ask about some technology planning. In November, DCPS said that it, quote, estimates that 3,200 learning spaces are in need of new interactive boards. When I look at this budget in front of me, it only funds 1,500 new boards, which is a good start, but it doesn't get us all the way there. Why does this budget not include the full amount that DCPS itself has stated is needed for all of our learning spaces?
Yeah, we recognize, one, that this is a critical educational resource in the classroom, and that the interactive boards are often utilized by teachers to bring learning concept to life. We have always said that this is a multi-year project, but this allows us to complete the project over the next 2 years. Previously, we had a life cycle replacement of 7 years. So we're excited that this allows us to accelerate and replenish our boards in our classroom, and give our educators this resource to bring educational materials to light. And we know that this is also a part of our overall technology infrastructure enhancements.
Okay, so based on that answer, it sounds like you want it to be a multi-year plan. So is there funding for this to happen in fiscal year 24, which would be the rest of those that we stated we needed?
Correct. That is the plan, to fund them between fiscal year 23 and 24.
Okay, perfect. Also on technology, what's in the budget for, I guess, the long range technology planning? I know the Empowered Learners Initiative got DCPS to something close to 1-to-1 devices for students in grades 3 to 12, but we know many of those devices are broken or lost now. What's the plan for maintaining these devices and building a digital literacy into DCPS's regular curriculum?
Yeah, so one, continued professional learning for teachers to utilize this technology. We want to ensure that we have not only access, but there's great usage. We purchased over 10,000 new laptops this year. Okay. So we are steadily building our inventory. To meet student needs, we're also dividing our purchases among the Surface Go, which is a device we had used previously, okay, and new high-powered laptops for CTE and digital arts programs. And then we're also maintaining access for our youngest learners in pre-K to 2 in a 3-to-1 ratio. We also, as important to note, are launching a technology plan advisory committee. Okay. And this will start in April, and this will allow us to continue to learn with our stakeholders on what's best in terms of supporting our multi-year approach. Okay. And then finally, I do want to call out that we've had some curriculum enhancements through our curriculum management system and platform updates to help teachers with technology integration as well.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad to hear this committee is forming. I'm going to recommend, there's a group of parents, Digital Equity, that have done a lot of work in this area. So I hope that they will be a part of the stakeholders who are going to be a part of this technology task force. I want to go to COVID response for a second. According to the most recent update on DCPS website, 40 schools have COVID coordinators, and 33 schools have full-time subs. We're almost 6 months since the mayor made this announcement, and the rest of the schools, about 2/3 of all DCPS schools at this point, are they going to get these jobs filled? We're talking COVID coordinators, we're talking full-time substitutes. And respectfully, you've made plenty of hires elsewhere in the organization. Central office has made a number of hires. It just feels like that the priorities aren't focused on hiring these support positions meant to make each school's administration, manage their workload and be able to focus on their instruction. And so I'm not sure why this isn't more of a focus. And so I just want to hear from you, what's the plan to get our schools hires done before, we continue to sort of, hire, central office staff versus these critical staff members that are needed in our schools to support our staff and our students?
Well, one, we will continue our aggressive recruitment strategies to ensure that we are able to fill those roles as quickly as possible, and we're committed to them. while we had low transmission lately, we know that there still are COVID responses in schools that need to take place. We have had some challenges specifically with the COVID facilitator role because of the expertise and the skill set needed there. We have not been able to identify the right candidates in many cases. And we're also just challenged in a human capital shortage across the board. But we, again, share a commitment to hire as we identify individuals that have the talent to do so. But I do want to go back to.
Oh, I ain't got that much time.
Well, we got substitutes, bonuses.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want you to know this is not a one prong strategy, that we have many prongs to it. But I do want to close with just recognizing our schools in the way that they continue to address the COVID response effort. Our school leaders, our DSLs, our teachers, educators have been really great with ensuring that all of our protocols have been streamless and they continue.
I know. Listen, they have been phenomenal, but they are burnt out. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. They are burnt out, and they want to know when they're going to get full-time substitutes, when they're going to get COVID coordinators. They are burnt out. Like, I don't want to keep saying to them, you know, we often say, like, you know, we're grateful you've managed, but we just had McKinley Tech's principal, someone who was burned out, was like, I'm out because I'm tired. And speaking of, why don't they have two principals? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. I know the last principal, the principal prior to was a long-time principal, and it was the principal at the time when McKinley Tech was just a high school. You know, many of my family was there at that time, but why, you know, this is what I'm like, this is the type of thing I'm talking about. You have a principal who said, I'm out, I'm exhausted. And you have schools who are saying, I'm exhausted because we don't have subs, we don't have COVID coordinators. And you know, thank you isn't going to cut it. Like, here are the people you need. We're getting this done. So why does McKinley not have two principals? And then two, what's the timeline for these supports?
Well, we'll continue to aggressively hire for these positions and ensure that these supports and others are available. With the principal hiring in McKinley, we believe that the model we have, similar to, for example, Columbia Heights Education Campus, where there's an administrative team shared between a middle grades and high school population, can serve McKinley well. We do know that over the years, there's been some disconnect between the middle school and high school, and one of the priorities of the new leader will be to reconnect those school communities, because
that's not, Chancellor, Columbia Heights is one school. Ida B. Wells and Coolidge is a much more similar model. And like, this is not even my ward, but you know, I know how much both of those principals work and their administration has to work. Like, it's just not fair, especially because that's a title, you know, it's a school with a lot of Title I students. Like, you know, come on, like, we can get McKinley, somebody over in central office can be a principal. Some of them probably former principals who are already up there. Just take somebody from central and give McKinley two principals, a middle school and a high school. It's separate. I mean, that one can get done. That's easy right there. That's like an easy one.
Yeah, respectfully, I think, you know, we certainly see opportunities to better connect the schools, but I don't know. And I've been a school leader and seen a lot of sharing of facilities. That doesn't always mean success for students as well. So I think we have a model that we can point to across the district where this works, and it can work in McKinley.
I think we have $1 billion budget and it's one job, and we can get both of them filled. But let's continue. What is going on as far as our at-risk funds? Like, do any at-risk funds in this budget supplant regular formula funds?
No. So we provide the at-risk funds to schools based on the 90% rule. And that's one of the parts of this budget that we're really proud of, is that that's been a question of the past, is where's the at-risk dollars? We can't see it. We're not able to see it. We can't find it. So in this budget, the way that we've updated our model, you can clearly see how 90% of those at-risk dollars are passed through directly to schools. They've done it in a way where it's flexible, so schools can hire more teachers, teacher aides, counselors, social workers, whatever they deem necessary or is needed for their school community in partnership with their local school advisory team. So I think it's an important part of this update that gives greater transparency into the as-raised funding.
Okay, when I'm looking at this budget, for example, right? Barnard and Powell in Ward 4 both have all of their kindergarten teachers paid for with at-risk funds, and they have sort of no locally funded kindergarten teachers. This feels like at-risk funds are supplanting local funding. So why, please explain why that isn't correct.
Yeah, so in a few schools, we have some coding issues where the school administration coded it incorrectly instead of local. I was coded at risk, but I assure you that they receive local teachers. And again, we are grateful. I know this year was different for our principals in the budget process. So want to give them some praise again for working through the new updated budget models and getting their budgets done in partnership with their local advisory teams.
Okay, well, I'm gonna check these coding issues because I see the same for 5th grade teachers, sorry, at Dorothy Height are paid for at-risk funds. So I'm gonna check because I got a bunch of these that popped up and I thought these were at-risk.
Yes, please do. Please do.
All right, okay. All right, sorry, Chairman. Got it.
Yeah, you slipped in a question after the clock went to red. We're going to take a yes, you did. We're going to take a 5-minute break, which means literally 5 minutes. And so that would be 4:36. I think our 5 minutes are up. So if we could see some folks reassemble, that would be helpful. I think folks actually means the chancellor. Chancellor, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was just checking with staff whether I needed to ask any questions from the Digital Equity Coalition. But I know you touched on most of that with other council members. So this will be the last round for council members, a 10-minute round. And I go first. And I am going to ask some questions based on Mary Levy's testimony. I do want to note, she did say in her testimony, and I quote, "There are enormous differences in general education per pupil funding among some schools of the same size and level." She also went on, "The budget shows an increase of $93 million for DCPS, over half of which goes to central offices. The number of central office FTE staff performing the same functions that DCPS now performs has risen from 516 in 1981 when we had 95,000 students to 626 in 2007 when we had 52,000 students, and as of January of this year to 750 for 49,000 students. Central office staff include 7 executive directors, 13 chiefs, 26 deputy chiefs, 86 directors, 186 managers, 205 specialists, and 41 analysts. The system needs some number of these officials, and those who are good are worth a great deal. But do we really need 46 executive directors, chiefs, and deputy chiefs? 186 managers? Chancellor, how do you respond to that?
Well, one, I think the central services team, as we've praised the school team, have worked really hard on the pandemic to serve our schools. So I do want to recognize them. Our central service team is in alignment with what you would see nationally and what we've been over the past decades, approximately 3% of the DCPS budget. It is important to note, though, that a very large percentage of the staff that designated as central are fully school-based. And this is related to service providers, food service workers, so on and so forth. So I think it's somewhat misleading that all central staff is central, and in fact, most are in schools. I think the major increases that you see are increases in DGS fixed costs and our ESSER investments, most specifically our contact tracers, academic acceleration work, and other COVID response needs, such as.
So you disagree with her that over half of the $93 million increase is going to central offices?
Yes, I disagree because most of the staff that I've seen in my tenure in increases have been most recently in our COVID response like I said earlier, our DGS fixed costs. And then also many of the staff members that we have added work directly in schools. So this idea that central services has been increasing with people that are solely centralized and not in schools does not reflect the budgets that we've had since I've been here, and reflects a budget that is reasonable in terms of central services supports that go directly to school.
Well, you noted that 3% of your budget is in central, but we know that that some central staff is charged to school-wide support.
Mm-hmm.
So that 3% is not, in my view, a accurate number in the sense of being transparent and the sense of being truly central as opposed to school support. But you're sort of gliding over the growth from 516 when there were 95,000 students to 750 when there are 49,000 students. That's a 50% increase for roughly half the students.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at just dollars and cents is one way to look at it, but what I would point back to is the types of services that we've been provided has expanded significantly in terms of the out of school time work, summer work, the COVID response work that we've done. In addition, we see—
But that's all COVID response and pandemic response, sir, are related to the last year or two. And this is a trend over decades of the central growing. So this isn't about COVID.
Yeah, well, I wanted to speak to what's happening in my tenure in DCPS. Now, prior to the public health emergency, we had actually had a reduction in force for 2 consecutive years in central services in my tenure when we developed our budgets. Most recently, over the past 2 years, we have had to add additional supports for our COVID response. But in addition to these 4 years that I've been a part of developing school budgets, I would argue that over the decade, we also have seen, despite your views on this, incredible progress in our schools. And I think the needs of our students also have changed over time. For example, we have greater investments in social workers, psychologists. We have more students receiving special education services in different ways. So we've certainly expanded our services and the types of services that we provide to students. And we should do that. I do think—
but I think that's, again, I think that's glossing over the 46 executive directors, chiefs, and deputy chiefs, and 186 managers. But the clock is running out on me. Let me ask you, as of today, how many teachers have completed and submitted a DINR?
Yeah, the last report that I have is consistent with what we've seen in previous years. The deadline, again, is the end of this week. So far, we have 75 DIRNs.
And there's 70, so the answer to my question is 75. And you're saying that's consistent with past years?
Correct. I think last year is about 60 this time.
Okay, that's actually, that is a significant difference. That's roughly a 25% increase. The collective bargaining, where are you with the collective bargaining agreement?
I'm assuming you're referring for the Washington Teachers Union, correct?
Correct.
Yes, so we most recently have received a very detailed presentation from the WTU on compensation. And we are having conversation with ORLCB to be responsive to that. And we will be presenting in the coming days a counter proposal to the WTU for compensation.
Do you have a target for when you want the CBA wrapped up?
I want it done before spring break. So we better move fast, right? But that is my target. But both targets and both targets for compensation, are in different places, but we meet regularly, and I'm hopeful about our ability to get to an agreement sooner rather than later.
I believe Councilmember Henderson asked you about substitute teachers, but I just wanted to go over this again. So the substitute teachers will get an increase and it will be retroactive?
That is correct. They will get the increases that we've announced, and it will be retroactive.
So how come, once again, and I say once again because communication seems to be a chronic problem, why is it that as of Monday, when substitute teachers testified, they had no idea? All they knew was that the mayor had said something and that nothing had happened. So how come there's been no communication with them?
We have communicated that. I've communicated that directly to representatives, but we will cast another net of communication out to substitutes to make sure that they are aware. But again, we have communicated with substitutes to let them know it will be retroactive.
And so what am I supposed to do? Are you saying that the substitute teachers, I believe there were several who testified the other day, were lying? Because they all said they'd heard nothing.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I can share what we've done. We've communicated with them. We recognize that they are busy. We recognize that delay has been a hardship for them, and we're working as hard as we can to get those funds out.
Or is it possible to be generous about it, that you directed your staff to inform them and then your staff didn't?
We have documentation that we have been communicating with them, and I've also been.
Could you share that documentation?
Sure, we're happy to share our communications.
Please do, because I'm interested in seeing who was informed and what they were informed before Monday's hearing. Because I'd like to know whether the substitute teachers were lying. I don't think they were. I have one last question, and that is, there was considerable testimony, particularly from Empower Ed, about flexible scheduling. What is your reaction to flexible scheduling?
I think it's something that could be a support to teachers in their development. We certainly encourage opportunities for teachers to have additional planning time, but at the same time, I would like for it to be not disruptive for the regular school day for students. So I'm excited that there's some dollars in the budget for schools to explore that, both DCPS and public charter schools. And we look forward to engaging with our teachers on some innovative options.
Thank you, Chancellor. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor Fairby, I want to ask you a couple of more capital related questions. I thought I was over, but I wasn't. Burville Elementary, Ward 7. They recently had some light poles that were removed. The light poles lit the fields, the playground, and the parking lot. And they ended up removing them because 2 of the poles failed due to high wind conditions. But when we removed the poles, all we did was place cones over where the wires were. And then I guess the school community has asked, okay, are you going to replace them with, light poles that can withstand the wind? And they were told there were no plans to replace the lights. What's going on there? Because obviously lighting the field and the parking lot are critical here, but also let's not leave some live wires open with just a cone over them.
Yeah, definitely critical, and we want to ensure that it's safe for our community. So Ms. Swayatogo can speak to it. She's been working on this particular issue and can share a little bit more details on what our plans are.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. We've been working closely with DGS on this since the light pole fell.
Okay.
Very much temporary. Those will be fully capped, no exposed wires, and that should be done very shortly. The full replacement is quite expensive and was not something that is available and budgeted in the FY22 budget. but we're grateful with the FY23 budget that has come out that we plan and can include that in some of the small capital funding that came through. So we'll do that in the fall.
Okay, how much is it to replace?
We are thinking it's probably around $300,000 to $400,000. It's quite expensive.
Okay.
It's also not something DGS could just absorb.
We're paying $100 million to renovate a whole school. A little pole for 300,000 seems like pennies in comparison, but okay, but we have a plan. That's what I want to hear. Great. Winston, you had this back and forth with Councilmember Gray, and Chancellor, you kept saying, you know, we have money in the budget, but if we're gonna keep it real, is 35 million really enough to demolish the old building and build a new structure?
Yes, it is. So we believe it can accommodate about 20,000 square feet in the demo. But again, Ms. Wato can provide more details on this, but we believe it does provide the ability for us to construct an educational hub as we've been describing today.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's several years out, and I've done this before. Y'all gonna add more money to this project. It's okay. You don't even have to say, I'm just, let's just all admit 35 million today is not gonna be 35 million in one, two, three.
With the current level
3
of
years.
inflationary increases, that is possible.
Okay.
Certainly possible.
Let's talk about school name changes. So I know that I see, you know, we have it in the budget. I think it's like $1.5 million each year around school name change issues, whatever, you know, I'm not gonna call them issues, but structure changes in terms of signage, et cetera. I pulled up the list of schools, and so I just want to ask a question. So for West Education, or what was formerly West Education Campus, has the new signs for John Lewis Elementary been ordered and installed?
So I'm going to again turn to Ms. Wato. She can speak to where we are with signage.
Okay.
If you're referring to the marquee, no.
Yes.
I believe that has been installed. It's been designed and in procurement with DGS. Money was reserved in the modernization fund, knowing that we didn't want to install the wrong name when we opened the school. So we'll get that installed as soon as the equipment and the contractor is able to.
Okay, so what's the timeline for Jackson Reed? Like when are we all going to start referring to it as Jackson Reed? Like when does that happen? Next school year?
Yeah, so we've already had communications from the principal in the name change, Jackson Reed. So we do refer to it as Jackson Reed, and that is the official name. We have already started with other transitions in process, specifically around, for example, athletic gear for the sports teams there. We're also working on graduation materials for this upcoming graduation exercises for the class of 2022. So it will be a phased approach, but that
Wait, so the
process
diplomas this year will say Jackson Reed?
Yeah, so we're currently working with the administration and the students on how Jackson Reed will be elevated. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be on diplomas because diplomas were already ordered, but there will be other ways in which we will incorporate Jackson Reed into the graduation process.
Okay. Looking back, there was a process for renaming Aton Elementary a couple of years ago. I think it was voted on to change it to Lorraine Whitlock Elementary School.
That is correct.
But nobody refers to it as that. So what happened there?
Yes, thanks again to Councilmember Gray, who supported us in that effort. We have worked with the school community on that. I don't know that there's been any law.
Yep, no, it's passed. It became law in January of 2021.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I will have to circle back with our team and provide you some updates. I don't have anything else to share on that one.
Okay. So, you know, we talked a little bit about this at performance oversight when you guys said we feel like council.
Well, you know what? I think they're swinging. So the ATON, I think we agreed not to make any changes until we have their permanent space, but I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay. Oh, yes, you're right. Because they're in the budget right now. So all right, that makes sense. So we have a list of what the DC faces said, and then we have money in the budget, but you all don't want to do the engagement process any further. So I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the process going forward? And perhaps you've had a conversation with the chairman in terms of what's going to happen next. But I'm looking at, okay, so we're going to do an extension on the Stoddard, but Stoddard's on the list for the name change piece. So we probably should take care of that when we're doing some other stuff. There are a couple other schools as well. I'm just curious, what's our plan here? Or is this no longer our priority?
Yeah, so I think we discussed this earlier, and I've shared this again with the chairman. The DCPS position is that we are going to step back and give full authority, as it is in legislation, to the council on naming. So we're happy to be helpful as the council needs assistance. But as I mentioned to you earlier, we have spent a lot of time on processes that have resulted in different determinations and decisions than what DCPS has ultimately recommended. So we believe it's in the best interest to protect our time and resources to give council full authority over that process.
Okay. You act like that happened every time. It happened one time, as far as I know.
But there was a lot of time in that process.
I know, but you're making it seem as though every time DCPS has done this, council has come back. That's not what happened. It happened one time. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. Special education, seeing a huge increase in your special education spend. Can you talk about, this is kind of a niche question a little bit, but are any of the investments that you all are making in terms of special education would assist or enable many of our students who have IEPs to be able to participate in some out of school time activities? I don't know if that's a specific enhancement you guys are looking to try to make, but it's definitely one we've heard a need around.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I wanted to shout out when I can our students and staff who've been working hard to accelerate learning, specifically our special education educators. We have had an increase in self-contained programs at our neighborhood schools. As you may know, we've restructured how we assign students to our self-contained classrooms. So that's been one part of our spend. The second has been we've had a very laser-like focus on our students receiving special education services for our acceleration academies and tutoring, given some of the gaps we knew we had prior to the emergency. And then we're also having more students receive services after school, as you have alluded to. And then we also are looking forward to welcoming students, hopefully more students, to our extended year program over the summer. So we know that that's a reflection of how we are structuring our services, and then also the types of services that we know that are needed during this critical time.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you good, Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you.
Okay, I do want to just echo what you noted, Councilmember Henderson. We've received several proposed name changes from DCPS, and we've moved all of them except for renaming Wilson High School, which we ended up with a different name that was supported by the community. Yes.
Sorry, one last thing. And maybe, Chancellor, you've already shared this with the committee, but usually we get backup documentation for the DCPS CIP, and I don't think we've got that information yet. And so I was just wondering when that would be sent over.
Ms. Swatoka, are you familiar with this backup information that's been referenced?
It's part of the requirement of the PACE Act.
Give us a minute.
Yes, we'll work with our legislative affairs team to meet those requirements and get them over to you.
We haven't received that yet.
Correct. We'll work to get to you as quickly as possible.
Okay, how soon do you think we'll have it?
I can't speak to a date at this time, but as quickly as possible.
I kind of need you to. We were supposed to have gotten it last week.
Understood.
The 16th. Well, Chancellor, can you give me a date?
I can't give you a date, but we will prioritize this and we will follow up as soon as possible.
I don't think I can let you off the hook with that. Seriously, if we're supposed to have information related to the budget, we're supposed to have it March 16th. So telling me that I'll get it, I could get it with the errata letter. And we've been promised in years past the errata letter early in the process, and we every time get it at the end of the process, and that's not going to work here. So I need a date. How complicated is this information?
I don't have a date to give you at this time, Chairman. So
How complicated is this information?
It's like enrollment, ed specs, square footage.
We will update the council as soon as possible. And Chairman, I will follow up with you on our next steps within the 24-hour time period on where we are with this one.
Is that the same as giving me a deadline? In 24 hours, you'll give me tell me what the deadline is for you to give us the information?
Again, I'll follow up with you as quickly as possible. I know that may not be the satisfying response, but that's what I have to share.
Well, it's not a satisfying response. I'm not only the chair of the Oversight Committee, but I'm the chair of the committee. And I have to be honest, I wasn't focused on this information until Councilmember Henderson brought it up, but I'm responsible for ensuring that the executive gives us the information that we're required to have when we consider the budget. That's a unique responsibility that I have. So how about if we just take like a 5-minute break and maybe you can give me a better answer in 5 minutes?
I don't know. I'll have a better answer for you in 5 minutes, but we can certainly take a break.
Chancellor? Do you have an answer for me?
Yes, as the same response, again, this requires multiple agency work. And so I can't give you a specific date. We will get that to you as soon as possible. And as I said earlier, we'll follow up within 24 hours.
What are you going to follow up in 24 hours?
If I can give you more details on a timeline.
And why would that be acceptable to either me as chairman or to the council?
Because that's what we have right now at this moment. I'm not sure I have any other information to share beyond that.
I have
like I said, it's a multi-agency effort.
Well, is this a new requirement from the council?
I don't believe so.
I'm sorry, can you, that was a yes or no? Is this a new requirement from the council?
No.
I'm looking at RC 24-59. I'll repeat that, RC 24-59. That's the record in our legislative information management system for the report filed last year. It was filed June 14th. I think the budget came down May 28th. So it was late, but it was 2 weeks. We were to get the budget March 16th, so 2 weeks would be March 30th, which would be, I'm pausing just so everybody can do their math. 2 weeks plus March 16th would be today. So this is not a new requirement. I'm looking at what was submitted last year. This should already have been in the works. I just don't see how I can let this go and say, oh yeah, you'll give me it, at some point you'll file it. You do get my perspective, don't you?
I understand that this is a requirement. We certainly respect the council process. And as I said earlier, we'll respond with more details within 24 hours.
Who appropriates the budget?
Council.
Okay. So we need this information, which is required by law. You'll let me know within 24 hours when we will receive this?
Yes.
Okay, we are not done with our round of questions from members, but I am not going to adjourn this hearing. I'm going to recess this hearing. And if we don't get a date that is next week when we will receive this, we will have a hearing. We will resume this hearing next week, very early in the morning, to hear from you when we're going to get it and to talk about this. Chancellor?
Yes. I think you have my response, Chairman.
Well, I'm looking for more than a response. I'm looking for the document. But I think you understand that.
I do understand that.
So you do have, because following Councilmember Henderson is Councilmember Louis George, who may have questions. So you still have at least 10 minutes in case your folks can figure out a more definitive time. Otherwise, within 24 hours, which means by close of business tomorrow, you will tell me when we will get the documents, the report. And if that is not next week, if you can't tell me it's next week, we will resume this hearing and we'll discuss this in more detail. Councilmember Louis George, do you have questions?
Yes, I had a few questions. One, I'm going to follow up on the point that you're making, Chairman, but I wanted to ask, I know right now the substitute teachers increase was, I believe, $2 or how did you all come to this number? It seems that even with the amount that the mayor has proposed for our substitute teachers, that doesn't seem to be the amount that's going to help with the retention of our substitute teachers. How did you all arrive at the increase that you currently have for our substitute teachers? And can you clarify on the record what that increase is? And then explain to me sort of how did you come to that number, and if there's any room to increase the amount closer to what our substitute teachers have been are asking for.
Yeah, so again, I want to recognize the service of our substitutes who've been great throughout the public health emergency to support us. I'm really grateful for their service. We made 2 adjustments, as many school districts have done regionally and nationally. Through the public health crisis, they've made changes to their substitute pay. So we've been examining that around the country and locally to be the most competitive. Proudly, we are one of the highest in the region at $20 an hour for substitute pay.
Okay, I know there was a substitute on yesterday who sort of highlighted a racial equity lens here and sort of discussed whether the $20 was enough given sort of surrounding jurisdiction. So when you say regionally, I think what I heard from substitute teachers were that Montgomery County or PG County substitutes were getting paid a higher amount. And so that also was impacting them. And then they also talked about how like that raise hasn't happened for a while. So is there any way to go from sort of where we are at $20 to say a $22 or $25, which is below what the substitute teachers are asking for, but is a more increase that's closer to inflation over time?
Yeah, so we did a scan of the region between the district in Maryland, Virginia, and I believe we're the second highest among all school districts in the region. We also will continue to evaluate, as we did this school year. We had 2 increases. We could certainly see another one, and we'll continue to scan the market to ensure that we're competitive.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll continue to work with our substitute teachers, given that we have a number of teachers who are filling in classrooms and administrators, principals filling in classrooms every day. It's causing a chaos. And so I want to get to a space where we don't just increase it, but we increase it to a number that's actually going to retain and recruit some more substitutes to support our students. So I'll be working during the budget to see if there's any room or space for us to increase that anymore. I want to ask, the document that the chairman has been referring to is the only document that we actually get where DCPS shares for your swing space plans as well. So for example, looking at the RC 24-59, like you said, that's where you all, where you talk about the swing space plans for Truesdale, Whittier, and LaSalle Bacchus. And I think page 250 of 289 of this PDF says swing space for Truesdale Elementary School will be determined based on the future DCPS programming needs. Options include, I think, Garnett Patterson and Casey Lewis. We know we've already given away the Casey Lewis building to Howard, so you sort of left yourself with one option unless we really do something about this. And so just to reiterate the chairman's floor, we really need this document. It's kind of the council and the public's only opportunity to understand sort of what you're doing and monitoring your plans that makes sense. And so I look forward to receiving that document. I would want to ask, how long is Howard going to be using that Casey Lewis building while we're on this topic?
Got it. Yep. We will, of course, share back that information. Howard lease will get that information to you. It's a couple of years out, but I'm not quite sure that we've even finalized all the terms of the lease.
Okay.
But the lease is designed to give them space to do their modernization of the hospital.
Okay. And have you all received any response to, I'm sorry, I've missed Lafayette all day. I don't want my Lafayette parents and community upset. That's also another issue where we have sort of overcrowding issues. have you all received the response to the Lafayette RFS? I believe the response was due today regarding the request of space. So I just want to know if that's another issue that I need to be aware of. We don't have a solution to that one, a problem that needs a solution as well.
Yeah, we have not received a response, and we actually extended that to give more time.
Okay.
So if we need to extend again, we'll certainly keep the community informed. But I'm still very optimistic that there could be a solution that gives us more space and that's close proximity to the Lafayette campus.
Okay. And what's that new deadline, just so I can have the time to follow up on it?
We just said open into field to give us maximum time.
What does that mean? Open the field? I'm sorry, really, I don't know.
It means respond, and then once we've got a deal, we'll close it. But
okay, so there's no deadline. Well, is there? So I guess so the deadline. So I should ask you every day, or like I just need a deadline for when you or expectation date.
Yeah, so we'll have a regular cycle of when we will update the community on if we get a proposal. So what we've said is like, you will know we get a proposal and we're entertaining one, and there's conversations in play. Otherwise, we should assume that we don't have one at the time, but we know it's a busy time for everyone. So we wanted to give maximum space to entertain everything that could be possible for Lafayette.
Okay. All right. Well, I would like to be in the know if possible, and, be able to be aware of any moving parts there, as I also have to work to help find a solution for our Lafayette community as well. So any conversations that I can be a part of or help with, I would like to do that as well, as we figure out all of the other overcrowding and swing space issues we have. And with that, I think my time is done. I look forward to engaging with you all for over the next couple of weeks on this. I will be asking Director Anderson tomorrow, Director Hunter tomorrow. I'll probably put an email together with everybody on it so we can sort of get to dealing with the swing space issue with Truesdale and LaSalle Bacchus, Whittier, as well as Roosevelt Stay and Roosevelt. So thank you, Chancellor, and I look forward to engaging with you and your staff over the next couple of weeks, along with the chairman and his staff as well.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, I neglected to ask, when you said that I asked you about the flexible scheduling, and you said you were excited there are dollars in the budget for some schools to explore this. Where would that be? Is it in DCPS's budget or OSSI's? Where would it be in DCPS's budget?
I believe it's in OSSI's budget, but it's not in DCPS budget.
But you know that there is some money there.
My understanding, there are some resources for schools to explore flexible scheduling.
Give me just a second here. Chancellor, about 10 minutes have passed since we last talked. Do you have a better deadline for when I'll find out about the PACE Act information?
Yes, we will respond within 24 hours, as I've described earlier.
Well, that's not new. You will respond within 24 hours with when you'll get us the materials?
That is correct.
You're not saying you'll get us the materials in 24 hours?
That's correct. I'm not saying I will get you the materials in 24 hours.
Okay, let's be clear about this. I am not only the chair of the Oversight Committee for your agency, but I am the chairman of the council. And as such, I represent the council in terms of our responsibilities and what we are entitled to. The budget resolution that we adopted in December, that we adopted pursuant to the Home Rule Act, requires that we have all materials when the budget is submitted. We did not receive all materials on March 16th. We didn't even receive the budget on March 16th. We have still not received a complete explanation with regard to the supplemental budget. So on that alone, we don't have all materials. We also have not received a complete accounting with regard to the ARPA funds and how they're going to be spent, which cuts across different agencies. This is not just DCPS. And now with regard to DCPS, we do not have what's required with regard to the PACE Act. So I am this close to sending the mayor a letter that will say that we have not received the budget. And the 70-day clock for our consideration doesn't start until we receive the budget and all of the materials as set forth in the budget resolution we adopted last December. What I am saying to you speaks to more than just DCPS, but with regard to the PACE Act, it is only about DCPS. Now, all I can do at the moment is just lecture, which I don't really want to do. I will recess this hearing and we will come back next week in the morning very early if I don't have a date next week when we will have the PACE Act materials. The PACE Act materials are not new. It's not a surprise. It's information. It's relevant to the different schools, the timing for the different schools, the attributes or characteristics about the different schools that are in the CIP. Completely relevant, not new, something you should already have, something that really should already have been put together. And regardless, the budget resolution we adopted last December required that it be submitted with the budget on March 16th. But there is this other information as well, the ARPA funds across agencies. I'm hopeful that the mayor's budget office and the city administrator are listening because I'm speaking to them regarding ARPA, regarding the explanation of the supplemental. It's not good enough to just get a bill that has dollar figures in it and doesn't really explain what any of it is about. And we did get an explanation late. I believe we got it last Friday, and it really doesn't explain very well. In fact, it explains very poorly. All that is needed is required of this. Now, the executive has asked that we move a supplemental that will enable them to free up some dollars from contingency so that they can proceed with spending. But we don't have to move that until we get this stuff. So I have two options here. I can send a letter to the mayor that says, you have not given us the budget as required by law, and therefore the 70-day clock hasn't started, which really is kind of embarrassing if you ask me. Or I can simply not move the supplemental until we get all the materials. So please, if you would take that back to others within the executive. And I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow when we will get the PACE Act materials. Do you have any questions about what I just said?
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to recess this hearing. The time is 5:26 in the afternoon, and this hearing is recessed.